I call the December 4th meeting of the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources Commission to order. I want to welcome my fellow district commissioners, Deputy Commissioner Clark, Fish and Wildlife employees, government officials, legal staff, and sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky. We'll open our meeting with the invocation by Commissioner Lear, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Morgan. Mr. Lear.
Please join me in the invocation. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the countless blessings you bestow on us each and every day. We humbly ask that you be with us and guide us today as we strive to make decisions for the betterment of our state and our resources. In this holiday season, we also ask that you watch over and bring comfort to those, not just in our state, but around the country and the world, especially those who are struggling or hurting right now. We ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Commissioner Morgan.
Would you all please join me in the pledge to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. You all may be seated. Some housekeeping reminders before we get into the body of our meeting today. Everybody, please silence your phones and eliminate any extraneous distractions and noises that might keep you from hearing what's going on or making statements. Remember to raise your hands during voting and keep them raised until the count is complete and you're told to put your hand down so we get an accurate count. Our plan today is to take a 10-minute break at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., as well as a 30-minute break for lunch. We'll attempt to take those breaks as close to the hour as possible. I&E has done a great job here and worked very hard to provide assistance to the commission today by listing the action items and the suggested motions on the screen today, so that not only you commissioners will be able to see what's before you, but also so the public gets a better understanding of the things that we'll be considering today in our meeting. During the break, the department will be sharing with the public highlights of activities of the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. They've done a really good job of putting together some things so the public will be educated and entertained while we're taking breaks. So I want to thank I&E for that. They've done a really good job. Commissioners, during breaks, please be sure that you mute your computers and cease your video if you're busy doing personal activities in the room. Be sure to both mute and cease your video long enough to take the break. At this time, I'll turn the floor over to Deputy Commissioner Clark. It's yours, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to share some things that are going on with the department operationally. First of all, I want to extend, as you did, Chairman, a special thanks to all of our communications team members leading this charge in terms of improving the delivery of our commission meetings, for Gabe Jenkins, our acting director for information and education, and then also Nathan Brooks, who's an assistant director in the I&E division. And hope that the improvements you see will enhance your experience with our commission meeting today. And thank you all and your staff for your work. We have a few recognitions this morning, and I'm going to begin with, first of all, a donation that was recently made to the department on behalf of the League of Kentucky Sportsmen, and license plate money that was used from the LKS, the deer, trophy deer license plate was used to purchase 7 plot masters. These are equipment that were donated to the department for private lands assistance and also work on WMAs. And the total amount for that from the league was almost $40,000. So a very substantial donation. So thank you very much, league members, and your leadership for making this happen. You see here in the picture, Chris Garland, our wildlife director, and Pete Blandford, who is the 3rd district director for the league. So again, thank you all very much. The next recognition that we have this morning is another public recognition. Beginning a couple of years ago, we started to recognize folks in the community, that is folks in the outdoors community in Kentucky, who were very dedicated and over a long period of time had invested substantially in providing services and assistance to our mission as an agency to serve and conserve, to serve our people and conserve fish and wildlife resources for the Commonwealth. And the Serve to Conserve Award this morning has been delayed from earlier this year because of the pandemic. We wanted to recognize these folks in person, so we waited to do so, but with no end in sight, at least in the near term, we wanted to go ahead and do this without prolonging their recognition. So members of the Fern Creek Sportsman's Club in Louisville have been assisting us and even spearheading Field to Fork programs, outreach and learn to hunt programs, as well as other programs to teach new participants in fishing, hunting, and other outdoor pursuits for several years. And members here that we want to recognize who in particular have spearheaded their efforts for Field to Fork include Roger LaPointe. Next, please. Jason Skinnell. Scott Kroom, pictured here on the left. And finally, Glenn Hall. And these folks, again, have been pivotal in offering a number of programs over the last 5+ years in the Louisville region for our Field to Fork efforts. So thank you all very much. We appreciate your partnership. Look forward to recognizing more folks in the future, albeit virtually. So thank you. We'll send your certificates in the mail soon. The next recognition that we have this morning is a national award that 2 of our staff members received. And this is from the National Bob White Conservation Initiative, a national level or a Bob White range level award. So it is prestigious in that respect. And also, of course, we cherish these staff and their work on our behalf, as well as to enhance the national effort for quail restoration. But those members are Adrian Yancey and Obie Williams, who were awarded this 2020 Firebird Award, again from National Bob White Conservation Initiative, or NBCI, for their efforts in promoting Bob White quail conservation through visual communication. These staff members are our graphic designers. They spend all of their time doing that and are very creative and talented and could be serving elsewhere, enhancing their own personal benefit financially. And so we realize they sacrifice to be a part of our team because they believe in our mission, like all of our staff do. And so thank you all, Adrian and Obie. Again, they're our graphic artists. Their talent in transforming content generated by our biologists and other staff into easily understandable and attractive publications, logos, and other visual means has been outstanding since the inception of the NBCI, which they've assisted with. Our small game program has called on them countless times to transform rough ideas or concepts into high quality works of art. Throughout Kentucky's 10-year quail plan, the administration, development of that, Adrian and Obie have been instrumental in communicating about this quail work being done across the Commonwealth. And they've also, again, helped us with efforts regionally and nationally for quail conservation. So that's why they're being recognized. And we thank you, Adrian and Obie, and congratulate you on this award. Next, we have several staff members who have attained benchmarks in their years of service with the Commonwealth, 5 years and 10 years. And just for our audience and other members of staff, we intend to recognize at subsequent meetings those who reach these benchmarks, as well as those who have attained 15, 20, 25, and longer periods of service with the Commonwealth. So I mentioned earlier, as was the case with Adrian and Obie, all of our staff could go other places and do other things and financially and otherwise potentially benefit much more than they do working for the state. But I want to recognize these staff for their dedication and their longevity. As we see much more mobility within professions, it's going to be less and less common for people to stay with a job or stay with an employer for 5 or more years. And so thank you, staff. Thank you for your sacrifice. And thank you for your service to our people and to our resources. Our 5 years recognition goes to, in administrative services, alphabetically here, Jody Hellard. In our engineering and IT division, Paul Brewer and Michael Scott. In fisheries, Jesse Bowles and Andrew Stump. In our information and education division, Easton Copley, Todd Cremines, Olivia Dangler, Justin Hamilton, Kaylin McWilliams, Eric Schulte, and Lori Shoup. In law enforcement, Zach Carney, Kristen Cornett, Michael Hudson, BJ Morris, and Robert Owen. And finally, for 5 years of service in wildlife, John Hast and Terry Johnson. And next, our staff who have worked for 10 years of service with the state or the department. In administrative services, Michelle McElmurray and Eric McGinnis. In engineering and IT, Richard Cook and Kevin Rexroth. In fisheries, Stephanie Brandt, Bethany Mulhall, Dan Stelb, and Bobby Widener. And in information and education, James Brummel. And then also receiving their 10-year recognition here. And by the way, these staff will receive certificates and pins for their service with the department. In law enforcement, Josh Avery, Ben Fisher, Kaylin Gibson, Jason Ice, Chris King, Chris Rigsby, and Robbie Spears. In marketing, Brian Blank, In wildlife, Travis Bailey, Tom Edwards, Tyler Reagan, and James Tracy. Thank you, staff, very much for all that you do for our people and for the Fish and Wildlife Resources of the Commonwealth. And then finally, as we alluded to in the last meeting, and many of you all know, and this is the last one, if you can scroll up, I think we should have, yes, thank you, beginning slide there. Thank you very much, Nathan. We have had to make a number of different kinds of accommodations in department operations to provide services to the public. We currently still are not providing in-person services, and so being driven, resource, and customer-focused people, professionals, agency that we are, we adapt. And so we provide these services in different means under the COVID pandemic. And so one of the examples that we're doing providing our Hunter Education Service is through a online classes instead of in-person classes, providing online classes, including a free class from our partner National Rifle Association, as well as concessionaire classes that are offered online by vendors. But new to our offering this year was a virtual submission or a video submission online of the range portion of Hunter Education. Most of our avid stakeholders know that a range live fire exercise is required for Hunter Education certification. And so in order to accommodate that, since we can't offer an in-person service, we had to develop some alternative means. And so what we did, our staff immediately in the pandemic restrictions that ensued, started to develop this video mechanism where someone could complete their range day proctored by another certified Hunter Education graduate, and then submit that video with all of the items required to meet the regulations requirement. And then our staff, 39 staff, have been diligently reviewing these submissions over the last several months, most intensely leading up to the modern firearm season, including working nights and weekends, so that these customers would have their Hunter Ed certification in time for hunting season. They have ensured that almost 3,000 people have been certified in this way, and this is no small undertaking. We're talking about people submitting videos through Vimeo and other means, and our staff iteratively working with these submissions. If they were missing things, staff would have to get back to them, have them reshoot their video, resubmit, re-explain, and so on. And so kudos to staff and also those who bore with us through this pandemic and getting their Hunter Ed certification. I want to read a few vignettes of folks that we heard directly back from who had completed their Hunter Ed through this accommodation or this video alternative and experienced a good time in the field, and in many cases, a harvest. Hannah Goodman, her dad communicated back to us, "Thank you so very much for your efforts. I think Hannah's going to cry. She's so happy now," he said, as she completed her Hunter Ed before the modern firearm season. After receiving her Hunter Ed certification, she went hunting. As you see here in the picture, she's pictured with a couple of nieces who wanted to get in the photo with her first deer. He said, "Here's Hannah with her nieces and her first buck. Thanks so much for all you've done helping us get our orange card." For those of our audience who are not familiar, the orange card is another way of saying Hunter Education card or certification. "I just wanted you to know how big of a difference you made in someone else's life." And so thank you, staff. Our next example or vignette is from Jeremiah Myers, who is an adult Hunter Ed student, a new participant. His family told us recently that they had acquired 14 acres from a family farm as part of a family farm inheritance and began to manage their property for wildlife and forest health. And hunting was not a part of their background, but they realized the need to manage the deer in their population. The densities there were quite high. And Jeremiah says, "My hopes for a renewed forest, regenerating forest on the property, are going to be dependent on managing the deer population and the carrying capacity of the forest." As a result, he set out to learn to hunt. He says, with a good friend, "I realized it was going to be a challenge. Working a demanding full-time job, having 2 young children, and managing all the other needs of a family in 2020 severely restricted the time I had available to undertake this new hobby. But with the online Hunter Ed courses available, again, through the work of our staff, I was able to complete the course a section at a time, late in the evenings, when everything else was done for the day. Without that flexibility and incremental work, I never would have been able to start hunting in 2020. And he says to conclude, having a successful first day in my first year of hunting with a group of friends and the opportunity to enjoy quiet days outdoors in a frenetic year, we're already making plans for an opening weekend of deer hunting in 2021. And my son, who just turned 4 years of age, is already asking to join us to come along. Many thanks to Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife for the creativity and adaptability that made this great experience possible for us. Another couple of vignettes briefly. Brandon Tinsley, he provided this feedback recently. He said, 2020 has been so rough on many people, including myself, but this experience let me forget about all of our troubles for a moment. I'm so thankful for Art and Denise Babinger, who are actually Department of Fish and Wildlife retirees, for taking me under their wing, for guiding me, and for making this experience possible. Thank you for creating this range day option to work around COVID-19 restrictions. Due to the flexibility of Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife, I was able to complete my video for the Hunter Ed live fire range requirement and shoot my first deer this year. Congratulations to Brandon. And then finally, our last vignette briefly is from Claire Flood and her father. Those who tune in to regional outdoor radio might have heard about this young lady on the Jim Strader show, or may have seen her on social media. And this is not the benchmark of success for new hunters. In fact, it is an extraordinary experience, but we did want to share it because she shared it with us, or her father did, and wanted to pass along their thanks. Her father, Dwayne Flood, said, "This young lady thanks you for helping make her video complete and make sure she met her range requirement. The hard work of KDFWR is what makes evenings like this, in which she harvested a record buck whitetail deer this season, makes those possible." So congratulations to Claire and all these new hunters and all the new hunters who have gotten outdoors this fall despite the pandemic, or to gain a much needed respite and enjoy the outdoors. And thank you again to all of our staff who made this possible through your hard work and ingenuity. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you, and thank you for the opportunity to share these things.
Thank you, Commissioner. To all those recognized today, on behalf of the full commission, congratulations on these recognitions of your dedication to the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. And to Ed Nybert and the LKS membership, thank you, you guys, for the plot masters. I'm sure they'll be used well, and we appreciate that contribution from LKS. Questions from the public today will be addressed and explained by Kevin Kelly, our Public Information Officer. Mr. Kelly, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to explain to the public how you'll handle their questions, sir?
Yes, I'll go right into it. Public comments for today's meeting will be handled as follows. Those wishing to comment about a topic on the agenda may email their comments to fw.publicaffairs@ky.gov by 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Comments will be read by a department staff member, up to 3 minutes total per commenter during the public comments time on the agenda. Commenters must include their first and last name, Kentucky County of Residence or State of Residence if a non-resident, and organizational affiliation and position if an individual is an officer or official representative for a particular organization. Contact information is not required, but will be helpful if information is requested. The Commission Chair reserves the right to decline public reading of any comments that are libelous, profane, derogatory of others, or not relevant to the meeting agenda. The Commission will review all public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Now to the business before the Commission today. In lieu of roll call, let the record show that all 9 members of the Commission are in attendance today. They all can be seen and heard. The first item, as you'll get your slide here in a minute, the approval of the minutes from the September 25th meeting. That will be, gentlemen, page 6 of your packet, attachment A1. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the minutes of the September 25th meeting?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Knott.
down there under new business, I think where we were in the discussion concerning Ballard and their procedures down there. It's my recollection that we stated that during the hunting season, if coronavirus restrictions were relieved, that we would go back to the normal way of doing things. And I believe the wording in the write-up says by hunting season, and that would be stating that if it didn't change by this upcoming Wednesday, that it would run the whole time. I don't believe that it's going to matter because I think we'll probably be under COVID restrictions the entire time, but I would like that wording changed to indicate the wording that we spoke about during the meeting.
So noted. Does anybody object to that? Instead of a vote on that, does anybody object to that change of the minutes of the September 25th meeting? Then Mr.
What
Knott.
page is that on, Kenny?
It's under new business. First item under new business.
Okay, I got it. No, that's fine with me.
Thank you, Mr. Knott. Do I hear a motion for the acceptance of the minutes with the correction that Mr. Knott has noted? Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Horn, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Motion, Chairman.
Yeah, I have a motion from Commissioner Horn that we accept those minutes. Do I have a second? A second by Robbie Lear. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the acceptance of the September 25th meetings with the slight correction that Ken Knott made, please raise your hand. Motion carries. Don't need a negative vote. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. The next order of business is the approval of the quarterly financial statements. That should be attachment A2, page 23. Ms. Cox, are you with us today, Lisa? Is Lisa with us today?
Sir.
There, I hear her, but I don't, there you are. We see you now. We see you now, Lisa. Anything you want to tell us, Lisa, before they may ask you some questions about this quarterly?
Mainly the things that are noted on the financial statements. I noticed that the hunting and fishing receipts are up very much from last year. Maybe part of that is COVID, allowing people additional hunting time and fishing time. But I think that also it was down last year because it was a very rainy year and it was the year after a fee increase. And often we see the receipts drop off for that. Also boater registration fees, which is another significant portion of our income. It had an extended deadline for last year. So things that would have, the money that would have normally come in as of June 30th in the last fiscal year have bled over into this fiscal year. So those amounts are also inflated. As far as expenses go, the expenses are down, but that's mainly because the camps were closed, and otherwise I think that things are pretty much on target. Did you all have any questions after you reviewed income statements?
Gentlemen, any questions for Lisa or comments about the financial for September? So those explanations, I guess, are noted as far as being down because of the.
Yes, they are noted on the financial statements.
Okay. Any other discussion items or questions for Lisa Cox? I'll entertain a motion concerning September financials. Brian Fisher, go ahead, sir.
Accept the financials.
I have a motion that we accept those financials. Do I hear a second? A second by Paul Horn. Is there any further discussion concerning the financial September quarterlies? All in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
And raise your hand. Yeah, you can say that. Doug, are you okay, Doug, with that? Did you raise your hand? Yeah, please keep your hand raised until I can count. The motion carries. I don't need a negative vote. It's by acclamation. The next item is the approval of the fiscal year 2021 budget. That's July of 2020 through June of 2021. That should be attachment A3 of your packet or page 26, gentlemen, to help you find your way. And Lisa, you may take over from there.
I also, if you would like to share that, Nathan, on the screen.
The full budget, Lisa, he said.
That's up to you all. You all had this well before the meeting. Did you all want to go over the budget, or would you like to just take a vote?
Mr. Chairman, given its size, I would recommend maybe if there's any specific questions, the members might.
Did everybody get the copy, the 20, how many pages is that, Lisa?
It's 28 pages.
Did the committee specifically, did they want to report the committee made up of, I believe that's Commissioner Lear, Commissioner Horn, and who else was on that, gentleman?
Doug Morgan.
Doug Morgan. Do you all want to make any specific comments to the rest of the commission about your findings, or ask Lisa any specific questions, since you all had maybe a little bit longer to peruse the financial statement, the 20-something page budget?
Mr. Chairman, I think we'd just like to report that we have implemented some procedures for the budget where we will be kept abreast of the 3 different stages as it goes to the governor's office, after it returns, and before it goes to the legislators, of the changes to the budget, so we can all stay current with those changes.
Any other
And also,
comments?
the
Go ahead.
division directors are currently working on the fiscal year 21 budget, and that will be given to the commission later this month.
For those of you on the commission who might not be aware of what they're really talking about, there was some delay in getting information to you. So I think a few of you felt like we were on the tail end of the budget approval, and I think they're going to work on issues with that to try to get it where you all can see a little.
And I misspoke. That was, it's the fiscal year 22 budget that they're going to get later this month. It starts July of 21.
Okay. Commissioner Fisher.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I don't know if this is the time, Lisa, to go ahead and ask you about the contracts that we have in place, but I have one in particular on the agreement with the Georgia partnership on the CWD testing. Do we know specifically how many tests that allows us, that $48,000 contract?
I'd have to pull the contract to be sure, but I don't know that there is a limit. I think that it is a set amount. Chris Garland will be talking a little bit later, and that is their contract. They're the ones that negotiated that. So perhaps if you ask Chris about that.
Okay.
May I address that briefly?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Chairman Fisher, or Commissioner Fisher, I know in generalities, I don't know about the specific number of tests. The southeastern states all together partner to support the Southeastern Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study, which is housed at the University of Georgia. So it's part of their vet school, sort of extended. It's sort of an annex, I guess, to their vet school, but it serves all the states in the Southeast, and sometimes even does some national level projects. But they provide services to all of us, including specific disease testing, and then they also do some other longitudinal types of monitoring and things like that. And they will allow us to submit tests like for CWD. We do also contract with the Breathitt Center at Murray State in UK. So we have some other partners that we can deliver samples to locally, as needed. And we're working on the opportunity for hunters to submit voluntarily, as you all know from looking at some of our agenda content, opportunity for hunters to submit voluntarily for testing, providing a discounted type of a service to them, where we kind of underwrite that because we'd be receiving some data from that. So it's not strictly for CWD testing. It's for a larger sort of scope of disease testing and monitoring in the Southeast, as well as in our state specifically, if that helps.
Okay. Yeah, it does. I guess I'll ask Chris more pointed questions to that contract as we get into wildlife. I'm just wanting to make sure we're budgeting an appropriate amount to testing as this thing gets closer, and making sure that we're not sticking ourselves or pigeonholing ourselves in 2 years with this budget. So
Good point. Good point. Other questions for Lisa, or other comments about the 2021 budget?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a short comment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Morgan, go ahead.
I would like to say that through the leadership of Chairman Horn in this budget committee and the hard work that Lisa Cox did, we went through this budget extensively. We sorted it all out. We made some recommendations for the next time that it comes to us. The department accepted them wholeheartedly, and it was a really good experience. And I think all the speed bumps that we found are eliminated, and I feel good about it. And I would vote to pass this budget.
Well said, Mr. Morgan. Should I accept that as a motion to accept the budget?
Yes.
So I have a motion to accept the budget as it's written. Is there a second? Ken Knott seconds it. Is there any further discussion concerning the 2021 budget? All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Opposed, no. Raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Next item is Veterans Day and Youth Waterfowl seasons. Mr. Garland, are you with us? There's Chris Garland.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
This should be attachment A4, gentlemen, and page 27 of your handouts. Go ahead, Chris.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. Good to see everyone, albeit via Zoom again. This is just a proposed amendment to Regulation 301-226. Y'all have heard about this before, so I won't belabor. Quick background. Last year, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act was modified to allow for the use of 2 Veterans Days for veteran and active military personnel for waterfowl hunting days. 4 of the Mississippi Flyway states have enacted this Veterans Day hunt, and they are doing it concurrently. And we've discussed the options of how and when to do this type of hunt, or if we want to. Missouri opted not to do the hunt at all. What we did was did a survey of waterfowl hunters, and I think Mr. Clark, Deputy Commissioner Clark, has graciously agreed to present the results of that survey for you all.
Yes, we did, and I believe Nathan's going to share the slides of the key findings for this. Just to provide the background, Commission Member Knott, I believe, asked at the last meeting, is there any way we can survey the hunters to find out whether there's support or opposition to implementing these Veteran Days? And we took that a step further and asked the question whether respondents were veterans, and then teased out those responses, and we'll share the highlights of that in just a moment. But the focus of this, again, this survey, and many of in our audience received this, they were duck hunt and goose hunters, folks who had indicated they had hunted for ducks and geese in the last 3 years, who were participants in our Migratory Bird Harvest Information Program, which is a mandatory survey to gather effort and harvest information for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Our sample size was almost 11,000 individuals in this sample frame. The mode of the survey was online, but it was restricted again to these almost 11,000 individuals who were duck and goose hunters. So we sent them an email invitation and then followed up with 2 reminders over a week and a half period of time. Our response rate was really high. We had excellent response at about 36%, and that's not adjusting for undeliverables and things like that, partials, which totaled almost 4,000 responses. So we had a really good response. I'm very confident in the outcome of the results, that these are representative of our waterfowl hunters. So across all respondents, we had about 85% support for maintaining or offering special youth waterfowl days. Probably nothing that would be surprising to you, but just wanted to share that because it does relate to the Veteran Days. Again, some states offering them either simultaneous to or consecutive in a weekend with the Veteran Days and Youth Days together. If you move to the next slide, please. For Veteran Days specifically, across all respondents, we had about 73% support. You could see there was over half strongly supported, and the remainder, that would be about 17%, somewhat supported it. So almost 3/4 of respondents supported the idea of implementing these Veteran Days. And then finally, in terms of scheduling, we believe the most salient result here for the commission to consider is the preference for scheduling these days. We asked the question, do you support or oppose replacing our zone-based youth-only waterfowl hunting weekends as they currently are structured. In other words, an eastern zone and a western zone with different weekends in different parts of the state, one before the season, one after the normal or regular waterfowl season, with a pair instead of statewide youth veteran waterfowl weekends. And so this would be a Saturday for youth and a Sunday for veterans. We had 48% supported this statewide split. So about half supported this change, but it's important to note that even though we didn't have a majority per se that supported it, a lot of respondents, almost half, 44%, didn't have a preference. And so they really didn't either care or have an opinion or were undecided about it. So you all can interpret that as you wish. I would suggest that is pretty strong support for, because you have almost 90% that either support it or don't really have an opinion about it at this time, at least. Any questions about those results? I sent to you all the full results as well. Some of those were things that we were interested in as a department and you all may be interested in, but didn't specifically relate to the veteran question.
Any questions about that survey? Chris, do you want to continue or do you want to
Yes.
add anything to what you've already told us?
Just with that, just the recommendation of the division would be that we implement the Veterans Days by replacing the special youth waterfowl weekends scheduled separately for the east and west zones with one statewide waterfowl Veterans Week, youth weekends, in which hunters could hunt on Saturdays, youth could hunt on Saturdays, and veterans could hunt on Sundays.
Chris, the only thing, if I may, that and I'm looking at the big screen, I'm supposed to be looking at this screen, I'm sorry. Sorry, Gabe. He wants me to look at this little screen. The only thing that I have heard, and I wonder if you've talked to law enforcement about it, is the definition of a veteran. As you might recall from last meeting, one of our call-ins, I believe a veteran, defined for us a veteran as being an active duty or an honorably discharged individual. Not a person in the National Guard. It has to be an active duty soldier and with honorable discharge to be called a veteran. And I think that's Form DD 214. How do you and law enforcement expect to be able to, and I see the colonel now, to be able to discern an actual veteran from someone who says, well, I'm active with the National Guard, or I had 10 years in the National Guard, but never was on certifiable active duty. So what is your all's proposal about how to identify a veteran on this hunt?
I did talk to law enforcement, and the colonel actually discussed this yesterday, and it is a little open-ended. I mean, the season is for, like you said, veterans or active duty, and a lot of reservists and guardsmen will have an ID card, but will not be on active duty, so would not fall into that category. I think the best way to, I think in another quota hunt somewhere, we put that on to supply that, and the only other form I'm aware of is their DD 214 form is what shows they are a veteran.
Well, here if I'm reading your division recommendation, it says to statewide youth veteran, youth/veteran. It doesn't say anything about active duty in the one that I'm reading. Are you saying you want active duty personnel in there too? Because the one I read says youth/veteran.
That's the language, and that's the way we'd write in reg. It's in the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. It's written as veteran and active military personnel waterfowl hunting days.
Chris, I've got that pulled up right here in front of us now from the treaty. The revised treaty says for veterans as defined in section 101 of Title 38 of the U.S. Code, and this is where Director Garland's at, and members of the armed forces on active duty,
okay,
including members of the National Guard and reserves on active duty.
Now that's the national one, is that right? But I don't believe that's the way this one is written, is it? Does everybody else read the same as mine does? Mine says youth and veterans. It does not say anything about active duty. are
I'm
there,
not sure that may have been, but I'll be honest, I'm not sure that was brought out before. Chris, was that highlighted either verbally or in the written proposal before?
I'm looking at page 27 of my handout, and it does not mention in what the division recommends. It does not say anything about active duty. It says
It may have been because the Fish and Wildlife Service in developing the recommendation, or the Trump administration, when they passed it, used the term veteran. If I'm not mistaken, is that correct, Chris?
Yeah, the way I'm reading it, active duty also qualifies as a veteran in the definition.
Okay.
Veteran and active duty.
And that's specified within the act. So in other words, the federal law defined it that way. And so we would just be following the federal.
But do you not think it would be good in a motion that's made that we say, that they say youth, veterans, and active duty military personnel, just to make it clear to the public that we mean, because the way do you see what I'm saying, Commissioner?
Yeah, we can modify that verbiage.
Yeah, would you go back to that and see what the recommendation was, Nathan? So the commissioners can see that. So that right there. Manager replace special statewide youth veteran. Can we modify that to say youth veteran and active military? So there's no mistaking that we mean active military additionally. I'm doing that only because I don't want anybody to misinterpret that veterans, because I believe it's correct by definition. It means active duty and honorably discharged. Okay. So any other discussion or questions are you done with that, Chris? Are you good with that, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Any discussion or questions that you all have for Chris, gentlemen?
Would that be, if I may, Chairman, would
Sure.
that be active duty? Chris, is that accurate, or Colonel, is that accurate? Should it be active duty military?
It does. I would actually would maybe, if I could, my opinion might be that we just quote right out of what the treaty said. And if that way, we're not ever going to be different than the treaty, just for simplicity. And while we're at this level with the commissioners present, and I think this is fully what Director Garland and I talked about as we pulled this up and read it. And I know that was, like I said, that was from the discussion, that one of our comments from our last meeting. And I think this was at the point where we discussed that if you all would be willing to accept the definition that was in there, then that would be the best, because it matches what the treaty says exactly. Director Garland, is that correct? You and I agree on that, I think, but I just wanted them to hear that.
Okay. I'll leave that up to the commissioners. I just wanted to make sure that we're understanding that does entail active military also.
Yes.
And not just the written definition of a veteran.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I've been holding my hand up. I think the way these screens are working, it's not going to show everybody.
Yeah, I didn't see you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fields. I did not see
It was
you.
probably pretty useless of me there. I realized it after holding it up way too long. The section referenced by the Colonel, 38 USC section 101 of the U.S. Code, which mentions veteran and defines it, states the term veteran means a person who served in the active military, naval, or air service, and who was discharged or released therefrom under conditions other than dishonorable. So that would allow somebody that wasn't honorably discharged, but neutrally discharged, that did serve, to be qualified as a veteran as well. And so that would not include military, active military in that definition. So I believe you're correct that we need to add that to our definition if we're going to allow them.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. I recognize, Colonel, that when it was written, they meant active duty also with veteran, but that is not the definition of a veteran. So if we want to include active military as the federal one, I think we should specify so there's no misunderstanding. I think some people could misunderstand the federal one, but if we write it in there, I don't think there'll be any misunderstanding with it, because as Mr. Fields pointed out, that is not the definition of a veteran. A veteran is someone who has completed their service and discharged, where active is just what it is, active.
Absolutely, I agree that it should. And the point that I was making here that matches the person that we might not be addressing currently is the last comma, including members of the National Guard and reserves on active duty. So if we have a guardsman in Kentucky that's actually serving on active duty, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act does allow that provision for them as well. And they're not covered under that other active duty status, maybe. I think it just clearly lays that out in this treaty. And that was the only point I was adding, sir.
Okay, thank you. Commission members, what would be your pleasure?
Chairman?
Yes, sir. I can't see who's making the motion. Hang on. Yes,
I'm not
David. Commissioner
I'm
Jones.
making a motion right now. The discussion about are we doing away with one of the days for the kids?
Yes, what the proposed amendment does is it takes the first youth weekend, moves it to the weekend before Thanksgiving. The Saturday will be for the kids and the Sunday will be for veterans. The second weekend would be the second weekend of February, and the Saturday will be for the youth and the Sunday would be for the veterans.
Okay, so it's not an east-west zone then?
Correct. It would be just statewide.
Okay.
So instead of your 2 days per zone, you get just 2 days statewide.
I still believe that we would be better off running concurrently because the kids, the ones that I have taken in the past, have really enjoyed seeing lots and lots of ducks. And we have more ducks in February than we ever thought about having in November.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would have a question for Councilman Fields, just to clarify some of the points we've been over on how it's written in the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. I think we would have to adopt it verbatim on it, and we can't pick and choose who we want to allow to do it under that federal code. I think we would have to accept all of it or none of it. I may be wrong on that, but I think our safe bet is to accept it as it is written, as a defined veteran or active duty.
That's what me and the Colonel discussed yesterday.
Yeah. Exactly. Other comments?
If I may respond to that.
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Fields. Josh, go ahead, Mr. Lillard.
You, Commissioner. Chairman, I apologize. I was just wondering, would it be possible if we allow the youth to hunt on both Saturday and Sunday, and then the veterans hunt on one of those days on both the first weekend and the last weekend?
I think that would only be possible if we keep the zone splits, because it's per zone. If we keep the east and west zones. And John, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong.
Chris, you're saying, is that a federal restriction? In other words, the special youth days have to be limited?
Correct.
Mr. Brunges, you're on there. You need something in here in just a second, but let Mr. Fields speak first. If you want to speak, Mr. Brunges. Go ahead, Mr. Fields.
In response to Commissioner Fisher's question, I have not reviewed the treaty as of yet. I can go look at it, but yes, if it's permissive and we can allow it, then we don't have to. But if it is mandatory, then we would want to use the exact language. I would have to review it to know for sure. I believe Colonel Gibson probably has a better idea of that right now than I do.
I have the treaty pulled up, and I know that, John, you've probably got it. Are you reading on the 19 version under subsection C where it says limitation, John?
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me right this second.
Okay, I'll read it to the commission. It's just one very short paragraph. It says a state may combine the 2 days allowed for use with the 2 days allowed for veterans and members of the armed forces on active duty under subparagraph A, but in no circumstance may a state have more than a total of 4 additional days added to its regular hunting season for any purpose. And John, you can find that and pull the whole, and Stephen, you can find that. I just happened to pull it up here and have it before me. I was just prepared for what Chris and I talked about the other day, and I was just scrolling down, and that's actually included on the act down towards the bottom under subsection C.
Anybody else? Yes, Paul. Mr. Horn, go ahead.
I have a question there. If you could clarify. So is that saying that we can have a total of 4 days so we could have the trying to understand what the difference between what you said and what Chris said there. So if we keep it in zones, you can only have 2 days in each zone. Or if we keep it statewide, we can have 4 total days.
I can answer that for you. We can have 2 youth days in a zone, and we can have 2 veterans days in a zone. So we could, in the past, we had these east and west zones. And so we had 2 youth days in the east zone, 2 youth days in the west zones. They were different. They count differently. So if we go to the statewide system, we're allowed to have 2 youth days and 2 veterans days. They can be both on the same days. We could say Saturday and Sunday, one weekend, both veteran and youth. And so we have 2 days. Or we could do what this is proposing: 1 Saturday youth, 1 Sunday veterans, 1 Saturday youth, 1 Sunday veterans. And so that's 4 total days. So that's what it's a weird count, but basically you can have 2 youth days and 2 veterans up to 2 veterans days.
And John, from the other states,
Correct.
I beg your pardon?
Was that Paul?
Per zone.
Per zone.
And may I, Mr. Chairman? So John, just to clarify, like for the other states that have implemented the veterans, to sort of answer in a backdoor way the commission members' question as to whether we could have 4. The other states that have implemented the Veterans Days have either had them overlapping the youth days, in other words, simultaneous with two days, or they've had consecutive days. So like a youth veterans weekend and then a youth veterans weekend. Is that correct?
The vast majority of states who've implemented this have said veteran and youth on the same weekend, on the same days. So this model we kind of picked from Arkansas, where they've split the days and have them on a separate day.
Mr. Horn?
So just to clarify, if we kept an east and west zone, we could have a Saturday, Sunday youth and veteran in the east, and then we could have a Saturday, Sunday youth and veteran both on both days in the west.
Correct.
That's correct.
Mr. Morgan? Mr. Morgan, your microphone is not on, sir. Try it again.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I have 2 questions. Number 1, is there a motion on the floor? And number 2, did the explanation of the legal people take care of your concern over active duty servicemen?
There is no active motion on the floor at this time. We'll ask the attorney there if that took care of, if that definition took care of with Chris. Chris, was that okay with you? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Lillard.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I mean, just from what I'm hearing and what we've researched on since we've gotten those notes and talked about it at the last meeting, and I know it's not the recommendation to have the different zones, but it seems to me like the opportunity to allow the most veterans and the most youth to hunt waterfowl would be to have the 2 separate zones, allowing them to hunt consecutively over the Saturday and Sundays in both days. That would really give somebody a total opportunity of 4 times to hunt if they were to move between the east and the west zone. Just seems like that makes the most sense to me if we're going to put together a motion.
Yeah, and the discussion, the reason we came with this recommendation, Commissioner Lillard, was there was some sentiment with the commission early on in this discussion that they didn't want to completely overlap or take the opportunity away from youth where veterans can be hunting at the same time. So that was the reason the recommendation is as written. But again, we're happy to entertain anything the commission would like.
Mr. Morgan?
Could we hear the recommendation again, please?
Yes, sir.
We'll put it up there on the screen. Hang on.
And I'll add to that with at least what was recommended was the first weekend would be begin the Saturday prior to Thanksgiving, and the second weekend would be the second Saturday in February. So those would be your 2 weekends in a statewide zone.
Do we need to mention that in a motion, or is that already written the way we've got it? Is that already in there? Do we need to put the exact dates of those 2 in there, Chris, do you think? In a motion? Or is it understood for those two?
That's up to, I guess, it's Mr. Fields, but whether he wants the dates in there, if that's,
What do you think, Commissioner? Do you want to put the dates in a
It,
motion?
it really is at the pleasure of the commission, because if you all have comfort level that we can implement based on either, verbal, the discussion here, and the way the motion is passed as is, we can absolutely do that. But if you all want to be explicit, we could, to make sure it's implemented the way you intend, we could do that. So
Mr. Brungus, there wouldn't be any reason to change those dates, would they? In other words, if we agreed upon a date, they're not flexible dates, right?
Not entirely. Yes, so there would be the Saturday before Thanksgiving and the second Saturday in February. So yes, those would always be the same.
Okay. I think it might be good for the public to know ahead of time the exact dates prior to that, because they might want to make arrangement. If it's just written two weekends, they may not know which weekends they want to take off from work to take a kid. Yes, Mr. Knott?
I would like to ask the question, and in what year will this take effect? If we pass it?
Mr. Garland?
as an action item now, it would be in effect for the 2021 season. No,
Really?
Huh.
John, is that accurate, John? We know it would depend on how things go through the legislative process.
It'd be really close.
And the difference here, I think some members may say, well, how could we get this done in 2021 versus the changing the early goose season? I think that's where Commission Member Knott's going, and I totally understand that. It's a valid question. Does that have to do, in this case, John, with the federal framework has already allowed for this versus we would have to go to the feds to get approval to change the early goose season? Is that right?
That's the delay in the goose was the zones. When the commission created zones, we can't just do that. We have to get permission from the Fish and Wildlife Service, and we have to ask and define those zones in August. And so when the commission acted on this in September, it was after that period where we could ask. And so we were forced to delay a year till next August, when I can ask the service for the creation of our new east and west September goose zone.
Commissioner Jones, did you have another comment or a question? I can see it on your face that you want to ask.
The only comment that I had, are we doing separate days for the youth? Is that where we're at now, or are we with Mr. Lillard's recommendation to hunt concurrently?
Yeah, I think they were running concurrent, weren't they? Or were they? Which way did you all have it?
The recommendation
was
Robbie. I thought that we were just keeping it the way it is. I mean, the conversation we had last time, if memory serves correct, is the only thing that we had a problem with was defining veteran and how to go about identifying them. It's my personal opinion that I think we should adopt the language as written currently.
Other comments, gentlemen? Yes, Mr. Brungus.
Just to kind of review, this has gone on for a while, and so I don't really remember if everybody remembers. But I mean, part of the reason why we had this east zone and the west zone, and we got a lot of comments from people that in the west zone that Sundays their kids couldn't go hunt, that having 2 days back to back, a lot of times the kids lost interest. It was hard to get them up 2 days in a row. You have it in February, you have a high risk in a lot of places in the West of flooding, so you lose the entire youth hunt. So part of the idea behind this was splitting kind of risk across two. You have an early hunt right before the season begins. The weather's nicer, potentially. There's all these things. And then you have a late hunt where, potentially there are birds around, but it could also be frozen up. So by moving the day so you don't have 2 days consecutive back to back, you kind of mitigate the risk to entirely losing a season, be it for weather, be it for a family event such as a wedding or something like that, that You just can't, that was part of the idea, was to split that risk across 2 weekends so that there were maybe potentially in the long run more chances that kids could go, could at least participate in one of those days.
Okay. Other comments before we look? Yes, sir, Mr. Jones.
As far as having a problem getting kids up after they've been the first day, I have never seen a problem. I mean, most of the time they're up before I am, and they're ready to go.
That's a good comment. Well, can you flash back up with their proposal and what was written down as maybe a modified amendment? I'm encouraging you all. I know the discussions are all worthy, but I'm encouraging us to move on if we can. If we can't, we'll act on that. But here's what their action item number 4, what they recommend, and then the motion down there is slightly amended to define active military in there. Nathan's way ahead of me here. Active military. And the only reason that I think we mentioned that is because veteran is not active military. And so it's maybe written that way in the federal, but unless it's defined, and I know we want to do it verbatim if that's the only way it can pass through, because I think all of them should have the ability to hunt. But the way I understand the definition of a veteran, that's not active military. But if we include the active military, we know that their definition of veteran is active military too. So I think the federal authorities have defined a veteran improperly if they think it's also an active duty military personnel. But whatever be the pleasure of the commission is what we'll do here. But I'll entertain a motion from, yes, Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we accept and approve this amendment as rewritten.
As rewritten, so that's amend 301 KAR 2226, replacing the special youth waterfowl weekend scheduled separately for east and west zones with statewide youth veteran active military waterfowl weekends in which youth can hunt on Saturday and veterans can hunt on Sundays. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that would be my motion.
Commissioner Moore.
Do I hear a second to that motion? Is there a second to that motion?
If we're going to have the active military behind veterans in the top part, shouldn't that be in the bottom part as well?
I'm not following you. I'm sorry.
The bottom part is the amended motion.
I know in the bottom part, the amended motion, and where it says youth veterans / active military, and then it goes on to say waterfowl weekends in which youth can hunt on Saturdays and veterans can hunt on Sundays. Should it say veterans /
veterans
military?
/ active military.
Yeah.
That would make it even more definable.
And then I'll second that.
Is that your choice of change there on that motion? Because if we're not, we're going to have to talk about it amended. We're going to have to vote on the amendment to that motion and then go back to Doug's. So Doug, is that your wish, is to modify that? I know he made that suggestion, but are you modifying your motion, Doug, or do we need to vote?
I am modifying my motion, and I appreciate him pointing that out. Thank you.
So did I hear a second to the motion made by Commissioner Morgan? Josh Lillard made a second to that. All in favor of, let me go back if I can, let me read that one last time so everybody understands the motion. Brian, you want discussion prior to?
Yeah, I would just feel more confident if as we do this, that the veterans active military verbiage is verbatim that is in the federal code for this.
And we could, if you all want to, we could insert in the motion a parenthesis or something like that, stating per the federal, and I don't
correspond with the federal
act.
The federal act. Mr. Morgan, would you go along with that if we specify in your motion, but prior to, because I'd rather not go back and go through amendments and first do the amendments and then go back to your original motion. Would it be okay with you if they specify, as long as this is concurrent with the new federal treaty or the federal law as it's written?
I would accept that and would amend my motion to state that, and I appreciate that being pointed out.
And would that satisfy you at this point, Mr. Fisher, even though I think the attorneys wanted that active military defined, but you're afraid that it won't go through federally if we change any wording of the word veteran, even though I think, and I believe others believe, that the veteran definition is not active military, but they're calling it that.
I would rather put it as it's written in the federal code, the allowance.
Okay, I believe they can submit it either way. If we say whichever way it will go through the federal, I believe we'll be all right with that amendment. Would you, Mr. Fields? Mr. Fields, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Do you see the motion that they have there that replacing the youth per federal definitions, active veteran? You see that, Mr. Fields?
Yes.
So we've kind of got it covered from both ways. We've got it covered to define veteran and define active military, and then we say per federal definitions.
If we want to cite a specific definition, we can. You all just pass a motion consistent with the Treaty Act, and we can write the language as needed. If we're just saying per federal definitions, it gets a little iffy, because there could be different definitions in different locations. But
okay, and then Doug, have we still got this? He's rewriting something here, Doug, for you to.
I mean,
because your motion is still on the floor, Doug, and you can alter this prior to us going on with seconds, because once we do that, we're going to have to go back and make amendments to it or vote on the amendments to your motion and then go back to your motion according to Robert's Rules of Order. But I'm trying to make this where maybe we can get this through with your original motion if you alter your own original motion.
Yeah, I have no problem with alternate, and I appreciate it being pointed out. The main thing is to get this through and get it through compatible with the federal statute. And as long as the attorneys report, we're all good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Brian Fisher.
Yeah, I was just going to point out when reading it says 2 days for veterans and as defined by the U.S. Code and members of the armed forces on active duty, including members of the National Guard. And so it's not and or we get to pick. It is and. If we're going about my interpretation, which I'm not a lawyer, which I would go back to Mr. Fields, but it's saying and like.
Okay, but the original recommendation from Wildlife does not mention active, does it?
Originally did not. It was in the definition.
Okay. That's what I was getting at when I first started. It did not have in the original recommendation anything about active military.
Right.
Okay, so the motion on the floor that has yet to be seconded by Mr. Morgan is amend 301 KR 226, replacing the special youth waterfowl weekend, scheduled separately for the east and west zones with statewide youth veteran active military per Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Waterfowl weekends in which youth can hunt on Saturdays and veterans and active military can hunt on Sundays. Is there any other discussion about that prior to? I don't think we have a second yet. I've lost touch.
I believe Mr. Lillard.
Mr. Lillard, yes, that's right, made a second to that.
If I may recommend, we might want to have this seconded again as the language has changed.
Oh, okay. I will ask. Thank you, Mr. Fields, for your correction. I'll ask for a second to that motion if there be one.
I'll second it.
I can't see who that was. I'm on my screen.
It was Josh.
Josh, thank you, Mr. Lillard. So I have a second. Any further discussion before I put the question to you?
I still don't understand why we can't have concurrently veterans and youth on Saturdays and Sundays instead of one or the other.
Chris?
That we can do that if we go back to the zones.
So you can only do that if you zone it. You cannot do it if you do it statewide. Is that correct? I see Ralph shaking his head yes, and I see Brian Clark shaking his yes. I believe that's the rub, Commissioner Jones, is that the only way you can do that is to go back to zones.
Because it's 2 days per zone.
Any other questions before I put the question to you? Okay, would you flash back up?
And Chairman Kleiner, may I just,
Yes.
by way of transparency for Commissioner Lillard, is that clear, Mr. Lillard, that the east and west, as the motion is currently made and seconded, this would be making it statewide, in other words, not having an east and a west?
Yeah, that's clear.
Mr. Jones, okay, thank you. I just want to make sure.
Okay. So the motion, again, I'm going to read it one last time. We have a motion and a second to amend 301 KR 226, replacing the special youth waterfowl weekend scheduled separately for the east and west zones with statewide youth, veteran, and active military per the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Waterfowl weekends in which youth can hunt on Saturdays and veterans and active military can hunt on Sundays. All in favor of that motion that has been seconded, please raise your hand. 3, 4. I don't see hands. Let me count what hands I have. Everybody got a hand up that wants a hand up? 1, 2, 3. I see 4 hands up. All nays, please raise your hand. 3. Somebody's not voting. Mr. Morgan, what was your vote, sir?
It was an aye.
I couldn't see you. I can't see where you're sitting. You're frozen. I want to take this vote again because I cannot see, Mr. Morgan. Your screen is frozen. Can you go back to where your screen is not frozen? I cannot see just a part of your face. Can you all see just what I'm saying here?
Well, I have the motion on my screen and I'm up on the right-hand corner and it's got a delay in it when I move.
Okay. Are you not seeing him at all?
If you would take the motion off the screen, it would fix it.
It's off the screen. I see nothing but you all. Your screen is frozen according to Nathan here. Okay, so I want to take this vote again because I'm having trouble seeing everybody on here. So all in favor of the motion and the second, please raise your hand now. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doug, do you have your hand up?
I do. Aye.
Okay, we cannot see that. That's 5. Okay, all nay votes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 3. I have 5 to 3. Motion carries. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
We did not see earlier that Secretary Mike Berry is from our cabinet is on, and he may have dropped off. I know he has several meetings today.
Okay.
But we didn't see him earlier. Just wanted to acknowledge his presence. Don't know if he's
Secretary Berry, there he is. Are you with us there, Secretary Berry? And it looks like
yes, sir.
It looks like Mr. Secretary, and there's Ms. Cronin. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Berry, Secretary Berry, it looks like you have a Florida shirt on. Are you by chance in Florida? You're not, are you?
No, this is just a long sleeve shirt because it's cold outside.
I knew you were not in Florida really, but I was saying that only because some of these guys, these governors are going to exotic places when they're telling everybody not to go. So I was just doing that tongue in cheek. Thank you for being with us. And to you, Miss Cronin. You all have any comments before I go on? Is there anything you want to say at this point?
No, just thank you for your continued service. And I hope everybody has safe and very happy holidays.
Well,
2021 has got to be a better year than 2020 has been. And I look forward to continue to work with you all. So thank you.
Ms. Cronin, how about you? Do you have anything, Counselor, you want to say?
No, but thank you. And thank you for letting me participate today.
Oh, thank you. Well, I will see that all of you have the email addresses of all the commissioners so you can get their birthday presents. Their Christmas presents in line. So thank you all for being here today. Okay, so that motion carried. The next item on the agenda is the Bobcat season. Chris Garland, are you with us with that? And Laura Palmer, are you with us for answering any questions?
Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, sir. Mr. Fisher.
Sorry, before we move on, I just want to make a recommendation to Mr. Clark to put on in a couple months of potentially looking at another survey on that waterfowl and doing both of them concurrent, having the east and west where the kids can hunt 2 days in an east zone and 2 days in a west zone as Mr. Jones had recommended, and doing the veterans concurrent with those so you can maximize hunting opportunity.
Well, that would be changing the motion that we just passed.
I know, it's already passed, so I'm just recommending, let's look at it again in the future.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't understand.
Yeah, so just in a couple meetings.
And we'll look back at the results from the most recent survey and see if we have anything speak specifically to that.
Yeah,
if not, we can redress it.
Did you hear that, Mr. Fisher?
It may be that, veterans stepping on youth days, but our goal is to maximize the opportunity of the sportsman. So,
Is that good with you, Commissioner Jones? Did you get that? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
That's great. I've got one more comment about proving who is a veteran or active or whatever. Like it's been said before, most veterans do not have an ID card. But they could on their profile. Could we change the profile status when you buy your license to show that you're a veteran? And that way it would be on the license.
Well, they'd have to send in this form DD 214.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And every veteran I know of has still got his DD 214.
Just so you're saying you're wondering if that could be done just to recognize on a license, or could they add that on a license so you'd know from their license? Is that what you're?
That way we'd have proof who is and who isn't.
To run by.
If the commission would humor us here, my recommendation would be, and I welcome Stephen's input from the legal side and the colonel's from an enforcement side. Our recommendation to the commission would be to require that in the field, similar to a methods exemption. If someone gets, for example, a crossbow methods exemption or a vehicle methods exemption when they're hunting with a disability or a physical challenge, because us doing that on the front end, it would require staff to verify that. It would require a significant amount of staff time. And I don't say that with any disrespect, but just that with a small number of them probably activating this in the field is my guess, the veterans and active duty military, it would be easier if they produced, and we can write the reg in such a way as to require either a card or the DD 214 form, whatever that is. We could specify that in the regulation. Is that right, Stephen? So we could require some kind of official verification, and they carry that along with their license and waterfowl permit and duck stamp, if that makes sense.
So Commissioner Jones, you're asking if they could research that as a possibility, and I believe the commissioner there has responded that, yeah, they'll
Yes.
look into that. Is that good enough for you, sir?
That's good.
Good. So I think the commissioner will look into that, maybe work jointly with Mr. Fields to see about how that could do. Thank you. Okay, can we move on to the Bobcat season recommendations from the department? I think we have both Chris and Laura Palmer here, so we'll be able to ask them questions. So go ahead, Chris.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment or action item is a proposal to amend Regulation 301 KAR 2251. And the proposed amendment would require mandatory hunter tooth submission of a tooth, jaw or jaw section from all harvested bobcats via a mail-in program we have that's currently voluntary, and to the telecheck of bobcats taken under KRS 150, 170 under damage criteria. Basically, if you all recall some of our last discussions on this, there was interest in expanding the bobcat season up into more into the gun season weekends. And the discussion basically was we need more data and more information before we really make that change. And the commission was supportive of us, trying to find these ways to obtain that data.
Commissioner Horn. Commissioner Horn, go ahead.
You're unmuted here. I'm just curious, how many bobcats do we have that are taken under the damage criteria?
Laura, do you know that number?
Oh, we don't know because they're not tracked in any way.
Isn't there a depredation tag issued?
Well, under 150, 170, a landowner can take wildlife causing damage, but all they need to do is report it to a conservation officer for proper disposition of the carcass. And so but beyond that, there's no collection of those data.
No,
so currently officers don't report if they've been given a bobcat or somebody disposed of one.
it's their responsibility to, you know, make sure that the landowner is, you know, that there is damage occurring and the landowner is not utilizing the carcass or selling it or anything beyond once they dispatch it. But beyond that, there's no requirement for interagency reporting.
Mr. Horn?
Colonel, do you have any idea how many have been reported to law enforcement?
Colonel, did you hear that?
Yes, sir, I did. That was, we don't, and I don't have a number on it. The officers in the field get very little depredation on bobcats. Now we do that on the other animals, deer, elk, bear stuff. We have more calls for. I could probably get a total for you, sir, but that's not one I've asked for. I apologize.
Okay. Other questions for Laura or Chris?
I have one.
Yes, sir, Mr. Swallows. Fire away.
I would like to ask Mr. Garland, how long would this take how long would we need to collect this data before we came to a conclusion?
Yeah, I'll defer to Laura. Is that something we can kind of sunset after we get enough data to feel comfortable with the numbers? I would guess 3 to 5 years. Laura, correct me if I'm misspeaking.
So, right, that would be the idea. This isn't something we want to perpetually collect. So the goal would be to collect data, and for these integrated population models that we're working with, it would probably take about 5 to 7 years. And then once we get an idea of the percentage of harvest that we actually require for a good model to give us a good estimate of abundance, then we could maybe scale those numbers back and even not require mandatory collection. The idea is to upfront require mandatory collection so that we can get as many samples as possible. And from there, if we have too many, then great, then we can scale it back and then go to maybe an incentive program or something like that.
Okay.
Mr. Morgan?
One other comment here.
Okay. Right.
Concern expressed about compliance to this due to the taking of the jaw and concern over what it would do to the bobcat as far as a having it mounted or you know, the trophy status of it. So I don't know if y'all could address that or speak to that a little bit, but I've had concern expressed in my district regarding that and compliance because we're requesting that piece of the jawbone.
Laura, I for the sake of the commission, Laura and I discussed, I asked her, I guess as an orthodontist, why she could not get by very well with the tooth versus the section of jaw. And I believe she's got a real good explanation as to why they would prefer a jaw section. Go ahead with that, Laura, if you don't care. And I think that will answer Ralph's question too.
Sure. So the process is we need the lower canine, or we use a Matson's lab in Montana. And so here's a graphic. So this is in the guide and also online. So we are looking for that lower canine to be aged by the lab. And so that canine actually extends and curves down into the jaw about, you know, an inch or so. That's why we're needing it a little bit past that, in 1.5 inches. And so there's actually more of the tooth below inside the lower jaw than is above the gum line. And the part that the lab needs for aging is, you know, below the gum line, that curved part. So what happens is if folks try, and I've done this, learn the hard way, if you try and pull that canine out, it a lot of times will break at the gum line. And so then we can't use that part to get the age. And so what we do is we request that section of the jaw, and we provide a sample envelope, and they mail it back to us in a postage paid envelope. And then we kind of slow boil them here and until those teeth are loose enough where we can pull them out, and then we send them to the lab for aging. And once they get there, they use a microchrome and section the tooth, cut it very in thin slices, and then put it on a slide, and then basically count the annual rings similar to a tree, and that's how they age the animal.
So you were saying to me, I believe, Laura, that many of the teeth that you got from people who were voluntarily sending their canines were broken off roots that kept you from being able to perform the aging of the, is that correct?
Well, in the beginning, but that's kind of an educational thing. I would call and let them know. But that's really the issue, is that we're not getting enough samples. We're only getting about 5.7% of the harvest through voluntary donations. And we have trappers who donate religiously every year, and we greatly appreciate that. But it's just overall, our sample sizes are too low to get any sort of meaningful data.
Commissioner Fisher?
What percent of the sample size would you need to have the relevant data?
That's a very tricky question, and I wish I had a good answer. So we really don't know until we start. I can tell you that we've been getting on average 5%, and it's nowhere near enough. But I mean, we really don't know until we can get enough data or too many samples and then run the models. I would hope, maybe 30, 40%, maybe even 20%, but I just really can't answer that until we have some data to start running the models, and then we can, then we'll know what we have to work with and what we need.
Just to go back real quickly, I think part of Ralph's question was the taxidermy part of the mounts.
Right.
And at least from my understanding on that, and we've talked to a few people, that most of the taxidermy products, including rugs or mounts, don't use the actual jaw. They use a cast prefab model. So the removal of the tooth would not negatively impact that. Now, some people may just keep the skull, want to do kind of a Euro mount, for lack of a better term, of a bobcat skull, and obviously that could be an issue. But for any other kind of mount, from everyone I talk to, it doesn't seem like that would be an issue.
And I do get some skulls from taxidermists donated. Either if the trappers or hunters don't want them, they'll go ahead and send them to me because they know we're trying to collect samples. Or if somebody wanted to get a bobcat mounted, they could also, it wouldn't have to be immediately. We could give them a certain amount of time after the season to where they could just wait until they have their mount, and then the taxidermist could keep the skull for them.
Is that information on the website or any place that it would be readily available to the hunters?
So we have this graphic that you just saw a minute ago on in the trapping section of the fur bear hunting and trapping section of the guide, and then it's also in the front of the guide as well.
Very good. Okay.
Other comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Fisher.
I was just going to respond to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to respond to Ralph. I did ask Mr. Clark, Commissioner Clark, to kind of estimate what it would cost to get a pop-up when they're actually telechecking. I think he said it would be, about $1,000, $2,000 change at the point to prompt them when they're actually telechecking that animal, to prompt it then, because I do not believe that you get something right now, and that's a good rifle shot in to those people.
Right.
Commissioner Lear.
Before going to mandatory jaw sections being sent in, a lot of my constituents I've talked to are strongly opposed to this. I was talking to some folks, and I'm not yet verified this myself, but I guess a couple other states have gone to an incentive program, not monetarily. That would be a lot of money, but if given a jawbone section for 3 years in a row, get some sort of sportsman's license for free the third year. I believe it was maybe Minnesota went to that sort of model and actually got enough data that they were able to not make it mandatory. Now, again, I've not verified that, but this is what I was told recently.
Right. So Minnesota actually requires mandatory tooth submission. There are states, West Virginia will, for otter carcasses, gives $20 per carcass, but they still only receive a third of their harvest. I hate to be a pessimist, but I would still wonder if we would get enough samples even through an incentive program. So we could certainly give it a try, but at this point we've, tried the voluntary route for over 5 years. And I feel like if we're getting 5%, I'm not sure how much more an incentive program would raise those samples, if it would be enough if we try that for another 5 years and then consider it. It's just, you know, I know a lot of people are antsy on getting some more expanded harvest.
I think it
Doug
is.
Morgan, Doug Morgan, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as Chris and most people know, back in the day when we first started introducing silver muskie, especially here at Cave Run Lake, they had an incentive program where you would, when you caught a fish, you put the scales and send them to the department. They mail you back a little pin for your hat that had a muskie on it. And some sort of program like that would suffice, I think. The muskie one did. The record speaks for itself. We have a lot of muskie in Cave Run, so the program worked. And having said that, I think we need to figure out when the bobcat season is going to start, and then table the discussion about the jawbone to another meeting. So having said that, I'd like to move to change the bobcat season to be opening day and concurrent with modern gun season.
Does everybody understand that motion that he's made? Is there a second to that motion? That's Commissioner Morgan, is that really down here with the next issue of bobcat permits? You've got that down one more on your agenda. Do you see bobcat permits? Talking about license tags and permits. I'm not saying you're getting the cart before the horse here, but at this point, we're talking about the requirement for jaw on down. In the next one, we're talking about license tag and permits down there. Do you want to hold that motion for then? For the when you do the season?
It'll be the pleasure of the chair when we vote on opening, making it concurrent with gun season. It just made more sense to me to open the season and then put the caveats to it, but we can do the caveats first and then do the season.
The second part here is promulgate a bobcat hunting permit, and that would be for gun hunting, and you're talking about when to change it to gun hunting season. So it'd be the pleasure of the other commissioners whether you want to list that now or whether you want to hold that motion down to the bobcat permit and license it.
I will go ahead, Kenny.
Just to be back up a little bit and clear, that was the discussion the last meeting, and what was brought forth to this meeting as an action item were these items to get the information, because I thought the commission agreed we didn't have enough data to open the season concurrent with gun season. That could impact bobcat population, be a significant change to the harvest rates that we just don't know what the impact would be.
Do you recall that, Doug, in the last meeting about saying we would not do anything about a gun season change until we got more research? I think we discussed that in the last meeting. Do you remember that?
I do remember it, and I also read the page. It says introduction. The commission entertained discussion of changing the bobcat season to open to be concurrent with the modern gun season.
Yeah.
So we have talked about it before, and I'll withdraw my motion and put it in at the right time if that's what you prefer.
Yes, Mr. Lillard. Thank you, Doug. Mr. Lillard.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that I talked about the information that I've received from my constituents in the 5th District. Talked to quite a few people about this since our last meeting. And as far as mandatory, I haven't got anybody that says that they think that should be a good idea to do it as mandatory, very similar to what Commissioner Swallows mentioned from his district also. I am in favor of a voluntary, and I like the idea of the pen that you mentioned, Commissioner Morgan, or some type of bucket that they go in for given those efforts. I know, Laura, you said specifically that there are some trappers that are very dedicated into getting you this information every year. It'll be awesome to reward them for doing so. But as far as the 5th District and the people that I've spoken with up here, they're definitely against the mandatory submission of the jaw sampling, and primarily was because of using it for taxidermy from a skull mount. I didn't know prior to a few minutes ago when Chris said that taxidermy can use don't use that section when they're making, they use like a foam mount or something like that. So if that's the case, you know, couldn't the taxidermist submit that section in if they're not going to use it for taxidermy?
Yes, we do have some taxidermists who are doing that now. It's just the case of still not getting enough samples. And I think Chris and I were talking yesterday about folks who wanted to keep the skull mount. They could still slow boil those and still extract the tooth themselves and mail the tooth in. And if need be, we can give them a replacement tooth for their skull mount.
Okay, so the question before us today on this particular issue, and Doug's pointed out about the permits or hunting, this one is about requiring a tooth or jaw submission, requiring either tooth or jaw submission, and requiring any damage criteria or any damage tags to be reported by telecheck. Those are the two issues on this that have to do with this motion. So if a motion's made, it should be concerning those two issues about the Bobcat season, KAR 301-251. So what be the pleasure of the commission about those two items on this amended action item number 5?
I will mention, Mr. Chairman, just real quickly.
Yes.
We've had a voluntary, just for information for the commission, we've had a voluntary small game hunter log program for, in my 26 years with the department, we've had it the entire time. I'm not sure how long back it goes past that. I will say we've tried a lot of different things, marketing, incentives, in which we've continued. We still have hats or pins for that, and we have a pretty small compliance or participation rate with that. Just again, just for information, we have, I think, maybe a few hundred out of, potentially over 100,000 hunters that participate in that. So those are just very small rate of compliance as opposed to like a mandatory telecheck or biological sample submission.
Laura, can you tell us how many were telechecked this last year? So they get an idea of the number of bobcats harvested.
2,200 or something.
Yeah. 21, 20.
Let's see, for 2019 through 2020, it was 992 hunted and 1,155 trapped for a total of 2,147.
2,100. What? Yes, Brian Fisher.
Mr. Commissioner, I'd like to recommend, for the little harvest, just doing the math. If you offered a $10 or $20 like cash that could be used to buy future license, to get to 30 to 40%, it's very little overall revenue. It could be, as little as $12,000 to get the data that we need, and have them use that money to buy future license or apply to permits or whatever, and it would still be nominal in comparison to what it would take to hire and, for Laura to have a team to go out and collect this research herself. I think that's just a good investment. You get the data, only pay for proper submissions of the tooth that are submitted, and she can get the reliable data that she needs. But I just don't see any way around it. If you can get the just taxidermists alone on board or trappers alone on board, you'll start having enough data. And it's not a significant investment for the department, but it's going to be a significant for our decision on this. And I know every one of or most of our sportsmen want this pushed up that are gun hunters, but I do still think we have to look at the biology of it before we start making these decisions. So we need to figure out something quick. 5 to 7 years is not going to be long enough from the people that I'm having say, move Bobcat season up, move Bobcat season up. So we're going to have to do something a little bit more drastic than just sending them a pin. I think, once you get one pin, you've got the pin, you don't want the pin again. So you're going to have to change up the reward. So that's just my thoughts.
Any other questions for Laura or for Chris about this? So what be the pleasure of the commission dealing with the 301 KR 2 251? requiring a tooth and or a jaw section and requiring bobcats to be under damage control to be telechecked. On those two issues, do you want to table that? Do you want to send it back for further assessment by wildlife as to maybe ways to do this sampling, or what be the pleasure of the commission when it comes to those two? You want to put that back up, the mandatory tooth submission from all bobcats. Now that says mandatory tooth there. I think it's mandatory tooth / jaw, because Laura, you are suggesting a mandatory jaw section, right? Not a mandatory tooth. Because it says here, amend 301 to require mandatory tooth submission.
Well, I mean, it could be either. If they can boil their own jaws and send them in, as long as we have the whole tooth, that's fine.
So if you want tooth, you'd say either a totally intact canine, lower canine tooth, or a section of jaw consisting of an inch and a half or whatever, and then your others to telecheck bobcats. What would be the pleasure of the commission acting on what you see on your screen at this time? I'm taking that to mean nobody has a motion concerning that.
I might ask a question for Laura. Laura, do most people, or Chris, do most people who do a skull mount, we mentioned that many people don't keep the lower jaw for taxidermy and not using the skull anyway. Do many people just keep the skull itself and not the lower jaw for those Euro type mounts? I've seen both, but curious if that had a negative impact on the Euro type mounts, basically just a skull mount. If the entire bottom jaw was not a part of that, would that be a problem or a detraction for many hunters who would want to keep that? Would it vary?
I would assume that if they wanted to keep the skull, they would want the lower jaw as well. But like I said, if they're going to be boiling that or cleaning it in some way anyway, and so it'd be easy to remove the lower canine, send that in, and we could replace that with a different one for them.
Yes, Commissioner Lear.
Realizing that we definitely need the data, but there's so many so strongly opposed to this, I move that we table this until a later meeting where we can do some work with the department on finding a solution, a bit of a compromise.
Thank you. Does everybody understand that motion? Is there a second to that motion that we table this? Josh Lillard seconds that motion that we table this for further research, with everybody recognizing the need for gathering this research information. Maybe the incentive program that you all have mentioned might be the way to go, but I have a second that we table this for further research, recognizing that something needs to be done to help them do the research on bobcats. Is there any further discussion on that before I put the question, because we're getting ready to take a break? It's 10:15.
Dr. Kleiner.
Yes, Kenny Knott, go ahead.
One thing I would like to add is if we could figure out some way with some of these universities or something to use some type of photographic imagery, with our cell phones and everything, that they can somehow figure out how to age in some way due to photograph of that area of the bobcat. I think we could get a lot more compliance and stuff. I'm not sure that's possible, but just wanted to throw that out there in a discussion. Everybody's packing a nice camera anymore and in the field. And if there's any of that data could be used, I think you could get that instantaneously and get a lot of information from that. If that is at all any way possible.
Laura, is there any way to age a bobcat by looking at the dentition?
No, it does have to be sent to a lab, with the exception of if it's less than a year old, you still need to pull the canine, but you can see there's a hole in the bottom where that root hasn't closed in.
Still hadn't apexified.
Right. And so beyond that, any older than that really has to, and people have looked at that. There has been studies that have looked at that, and unfortunately they still need to be sectioned and looked at under a microscope.
Okay. So does everybody pretty much recognize that we need to do that research, but there may be some other alternative way to go about an incentive program? Go ahead, Ralph Swallows.
I would like to know how many bobcats are trapped versus how many are shot by regular hunters.
It was like 900 trapped and like 1,100 harvested by gun.
Yeah, it varies
those
a little.
Are valid numbers?
I'm sorry.
Those are valid numbers, 500 trapped, 1,100, that's right?
These are telechecked, and I can email you a list going all the way back to 1987. And these are on our website from the time that we began telechecking them. And I'm happy to email that.
How many year I'm on it already? Let me know which one.
Laura
Hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian.
Years
Not recognized.
average. Sorry. I've got the last 5 years here in front of me, and the average for the last 5 years was harvested through hunting was 1,014 and trapped was 1,200.
Trapped was 1,200?
Yes, sir. And hunted was just over 1,000. That's an average over the last 5 years.
Okay, I have a motion that has been seconded to table this, do further research and report back to the commission as soon as maybe an alternative method of gaining this information for research is done. All in favor of that motion, please signify by raising your hand. That's a majority. Thank you, gentlemen. Motion passes. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Let's make it 10 minutes, and I will see you all back here. Yes, somebody.
I just, Chris, I think I would recommend you all go back and thinking of if something like an incentive program could do it. If you just take 20 or 40% of the bobcat harvest, give them a $20 rebate that comes out to $17,200 that you would give in rebates that would ultimately come back to the department, although we would lose that revenue. But offsetting that by law enforcement's time and Laura's time trying to have to work with law enforcement saying who didn't submit them and run all that down, we're probably saving money at that point. So I would look at it this way and see if we think $20 is enough incentive or something like that to get them to participate and just cap it at the 20% or the 40%, the $20 for the first 40% that gets submitted, and that's our expense.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. But, I did want to point out through an APWA survey in 2016 of the 27 state survey, 19 states did have mandatory collection on them. But yeah, we can definitely look at the incentive.
Just to add one more thing, the incentive program isn't impossible, but there's also the issue of bias in the sample and of the age structure and the population. If hunters are just turning in their smaller bobcats and not turning in their larger ones, or the adults, not size but age wise, if they're just kind of culling their samples and turning in the smaller ones to get an incentive, the $20, and then keeping the older animals, that's gonna put bias into our age structure, just to throw that out there.
So maybe we could look at that and say our better representation is if we get them from taxidermists.
Thank you, everyone. 10-minute break. I want everybody back at 10:30.
Please be sure to mute your mics if you all would before you leave your computer.
Mute your mics before you leave your computers.
Remember, if not, you'll be live, so folks will be able to hear the sound. Thank you.
serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants, instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez. There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
I can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife
and advise the Commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other Commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search Commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
If you catch a catfish in Kentucky, there's a good chance it got its start here at the Peter W. Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery in Frankfort. Each year, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources stocks thousands of catfish in waterways across the state. All these catfish originate at the Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery, owned by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. This hatchery raises and stocks more than 300,000 catfish annually. In addition to catfish, the hatchery produces saugeye, bluegill, red ear sunfish, lake sturgeon, and alligator gar. However, it's catfish that are the Pfeiffer's hatchery's main focus. The process of raising blue catfish, channel catfish, and hybrid of the two begins in late May to early June in one of the hatchery's many ponds when a catfish pair is placed together in a submerged pen for spawning. The eggs produced by the pair are collected by the hatchery staff, careful to avoid the wrath of the male catfish trying to protect his eggs. The eggs are then transported to a hatchery trough. The trough water is oxygenated in constant motion to produce a viable environment for the eggs as they grow and hatch. The fry start to hatch after a few days and begin to look for food. It's at this time that staff start scheduled feedings for the fry, training them how to find food. A hatching rate of 90% and regular feedings mean that the fry are plentiful and grow quickly. Within 3 weeks of the eggs being collected, the fry are ready to enter one of the hatchery's ponds, a pond that will house these fry and nothing else, giving them the best chance at survival. This happens around mid-June. As many as 70,000 can go into one pond. In the early stages, fry are fed twice a day, then just once a day as they grow and become larger. With no competition for food and few predators, around 70% will grow to 5 to 9 inches by March of the next year. After a few months, hatchery staff sort the catfish into different sizes in different ponds to encourage their continued growth. After about 2 years, the fish are ready for distribution. Hatchery staff use large seines, tractors, hydraulic lifts, and elbow grease to gather the fish and transport them to awaiting trucks. The trucks bring the fish back to the same building where they hatched 2 years earlier, but this time for weighing and sorting. Once weighed, the fish are transported to state waterways. The hatchery transports fish to more than 90 locations across Kentucky throughout the year. Many of the catfish are taken to the Fishing in Neighborhoods Lakes, or FINS lakes, which are found in communities across the state. The department created the FINS program in 2006 to provide anglers with quality fishing opportunities close to home. These lakes are regularly stocked with catfish in the warmer months and rainbow trout in the cooler months. Sunfish and bass are also stocked as needed to maintain healthy populations. For more information on the FINS lakes or to find the stocking schedule, visit fw.ky.gov and search for FINS. The Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery plays an important role in providing great fishing opportunities across the state. So grab your rod and reel and take advantage of them.
And the public, all others involved to our December 4th meeting. The next item is the Bobcat permit. That's 301 KAR 3 2022 on licensing, tags, and permits. Chris, do you want to take that one for us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Chairman. Next action item would be to promulgate a $5 bobcat hunting permit. This is basically allow us to notify hunters at the time of their purchase of their license, of the requirement and or the incentive to submit a jaw section, and allow us to further survey and gather hunter information that we don't have for bobcat hunters, and a lot of other small game hunters and different type of hunting outside, including animals that are telechecked. So basically, this would give us a lot better data and information on the importance of hunter submission, to be able to stress the importance of hunter submission and hunter samples, as well as get, when we go to survey hunters on questions just like this, on when you want the bobcat season, or how many bobcats do you harvest, or how much do you hunt, that we have a sample of actual bobcat hunters, similar to what we have with trapping license, versus having to survey 300,000 licensed hunters in the state. It would knock that cost down substantially.
Any questions about this for Chris or for Laura about this permit request? Or comments from commissioners?
Commissioner
Yes, Robbie Lear, go ahead, sir.
Instead of doing a $5 one, would it be possible to, when they're getting this permit, to have some sort of like dip survey, similar to other of the seasons or permits, that would get us the same information instead of having to make the hunters pay $5?
Chris, Laura. The explanation for the permit was really sorry, Laura, the request for about a $5 permit was really to put somebody on the board, right? As far as knowing the number of, or research. Chris is shaking his head yes. Either one of you all might take that question.
Yeah, the point of the permit, it was not the $5. That was the number that was put out there, kind of just cover the administrative costs. It could be $1. It could, we did discuss a free permit. The danger with that is it could, skew that data, and everyone hits it because it's free. So everyone just hits, I want a bobcat permit as well. And then you just don't have true bobcat hunters. But yes, the other thing that we had discussed was some sort of HIP type survey for a number of other species to get this information.
Others? Gentlemen, any other comments about the possibility of a $5 permit? At this point, Laura, people are still telechecking. If they kill one with a gun right now, they're telechecking it, right? That's required.
Correct. Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So yes, they are telechecking them so that we have the number of successful hunters, but we also need, as part of our effort data to incorporate into our modeling, we need to survey the unsuccessful hunters as well, to get the number of days that they were in the field and attempts throughout the season, et cetera. So the only way we have to identify the unsuccessful hunters right now is to survey the 300,000 to 360,000 general hunting license holders, which is not feasible. And so that's the idea of the bobcat permit. And it doesn't have to be $5, like Chris said. It could be $2. We're just trying to avoid everyone hitting that free permit, because we want to whittle that number down to make surveying more feasible. And also the other side of that is, if we know upfront who's purchasing the bobcat hunting permit, we can send them an automated email letting them know that we would like to keep we'd like to get the tooth from them if possible, because right now we have it set up so that if they're telechecking online, they're prompted, would you like to donate a tooth? But a lot of times they may not have the carcass any longer. And so we're only getting a very, fewer than 20 teeth from hunters every year.
Mr.
Does
Chairman.
everybody understand that explanation? Everybody heard that? Could you hear all right? Yes, Commissioner Knott. Go ahead, sir.
From Commissioner Fisher's comments a while ago about the incentive program and things like that, it would make sense to me if we took and included this permit fee, and then try to figure out if we sell 3,000 of these permits, that generates $15,000. That $15,000 is pretty close to the number that Commissioner Fisher was talking about that would go back in the incentive program. Therefore, it would fund itself and we might get the right kind of thing. But with the other motion tabled, I think this motion as well, they need to go together. In other words, they need to be, this creation of the permit needs to go with the creation of the incentive program and how we want to collect that information. So I would think that we would want to do the same with this, and we would bring them both back at the same time with a remedy that would work for the sportsman and have support of the commission.
Other comments? I'll entertain the motion then concerning Bobcat permits.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Did I understand Commissioner Knott to say that he wanted to table this along with the previous material we tabled and do it all at once?
That's my understanding. Is that right, Mr. Knott? You want to include this in the same tabling and in the same possible combining of research or combining of an incentive program or combining of a remedy to both of those questions and bring it back to the commission next time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
My question is this: would that include the opening of or changing the Bobcat season to the first day of gun season after we get the information?
Well, I believe I discussed with you, Doug, that the last time we talked about changing it to gun season, we said we didn't want to the first day of gun season. In our last meeting, we said we didn't want to do that until we obtained research. Now, unless the commission changes its mind that you don't want to change the date of gun season to the first day until this research that we're talking about from these two issues is obtained, if you included it in an action item next time, you could. But my understanding from the commission last time was that they wanted to wait on declaring or moving the season for gun until they got this research information kind of analyzed. Is that your all's understanding? Everybody else's understanding? Brian?
Well, I thought we wasn't going to make a decision on these other two things till we had that research.
Well, we're not going to make the decision on changing the gun season until we have the research from these two. We've tabled one and we're getting ready to table the other one, so that's going to defer research. Yes, Paul, hang on, Mr. Morgan, I'll let you come back.
Well, if you're going to table these two items and bring them after you have the research, could you make the right decision based on that research at the same time? I don't see the difference.
Well, we're not going to have the research until some favorable action or motion is made on these two things. Then after that research is obtained, so you're not going to get research from tabling anything. We're going to get the research if we pass those two some way next time about incentives. Then the research will occur. Then we could look at changing the gun season, or that was the desire of the commission in the last meeting, not to change the gun season until research was obtained from these two issues. And we've tabled both these issues, so there's no use looking at changing the gun season.
Did I misunderstand you, Chris, when you said it would take 5 to 7 years to figure that out?
That was the recommendation, yes.
What you're saying is we're not even going to consider changing this season for 7 years?
Well, that will be optimal. Obviously, we look at the research every year to see what it's showing us. We look at it annually and give you folks the information. And each year we go, we'll have better information.
And I would throw in there that if we get, the higher the number of samples, that's probably likely going to give us better data quicker as well.
Go ahead, Paul. You're next.
I would like a history lesson on what year this changed and why, some history on as to why it changed. When did it leave the first of the gun season and what the thinking was at that time, how many years ago that was?
Chris or Laura? That's a question for you all.
Chris?
I would have to look at that. I can't remember the year it changed off the top of my head. Paul, give me a minute. I'm looking through the.
Paul, do you remember about Paul?
I've got it right here.
Okay. When did you change from the first of gun season to where it presently is on harvesting of bobcats is Paul's question.
Okay, so in 2006, 2007, the hunting dates were November 13th through January 31st. And bag limit has always been 3 for hunting. In 2007, 2008, the opening day of bobcat hunting season was moved from, and it's always been the opening 3rd day of modern gun deer season. It's never been the 1st day. That's all of our fur bear hunting has started, and trapping has started the 3rd day of modern gun season. So it was moved to the 3rd Saturday in November. And then
that was in 2007, 2008, it was moved.
And then in 2012 and 2013, the opening day of bobcat hunting season was moved from the 3rd Saturday in November to the 4th Saturday in November. And the reasoning for this was because we were seeing really steep, drastic increases in harvest. And keep in mind that the season was only moved statewide, expanded statewide in 2003, 2004. So I think you all have a bobcat harvest graphic showing the increase of harvest over the years. But the reasoning basically was that there was a very, very steep increase in hunting, and we were in the same boat. We didn't really have the data that we needed to support continued harvest with that, seeing those trends.
Yes, Paul.
Well, how much did harvest drop off when we moved it from the 3rd Saturday to the 4th Saturday? How much did we decrease the harvest by? And the reason I ask this, I know all parts of the state are different, but this area seems to have an abundance of bobcat. It's affecting small game, and most of my constituents want it brought back in during some part of gun season, whether it be the 2nd weekend, 3rd weekend. And I don't think we can wait 5 to 7 years for that change.
And that's why we were trying to get as many samples as we can now so that we can get that data as soon as we can.
Laura, let me ask you.
How much did it drop off? How much did the harvest drop when we went from the 3rd weekend to the 4th?
Let me look here. Let's see, 2012. It looks like hunting was about, let's see, about 1330, and then it dropped down to 1253, then 1195, then 989, and it's kind of held steady in the 900s.
So 200 to 300.
Correct.
Dan Babron. I think you've muted.
For the entire state, we're talking 200 to 300.
Well, let's see, from 2007, 2008, we were.
That's when you were at the 2nd weekend, correct?
Right, we were about 1430 at that point.
So about 200 per each week. By moving it from the 2nd week to the 3rd week, you lost about 200, and from the 3rd week to the 4th week, you lost about 200.
Right, and now more recently, looking at, so there are 2 days still permitted at the end of deer season to hunt bobcats, and usually there's about 80 to 100 taken per day during those days.
Brian Fisher.
Yeah, I was gonna specifically ask what the harvest rate is for the first 2 days of gun season historically, and what that looks like.
Let's see here.
It never was in the first 2 days of gun season.
Always the Monday.
I'm just talking about the first 2 days. It actually is opened up for gun hunters.
Okay.
That's where I think Laura mentioned it usually being 80 to 100 a day.
No, those are the last 2 days over the last 4 or 5 years.
And where does that compare on a daily to the rest of the season?
I have all these graphs for each year since 2004, 2005. I can email you those, but it looks like, so for example, 2006, 2007, There was a total of the entire modern gun deer season, there were 631 bobcats hunted. And it looks like, so for instance, on November 13th, there was 100 harvested. And then it went down to the 14th and 15th, there was about 60 harvested. The 16th and 17th, it looks like about 35 harvested. And then it jumps up to the 18th, which I'm assuming is maybe a weekend. It goes back up to 70. So does that give you an idea?
Laura, let me ask you how, because I'm sure some trappers would want to know, how did that impact when you had that steep incline from hunting? How did that impact trappers? Is there any significant influence on trapping as a result of the increasing number of hunters who harvested?
I would probably have to tease that out. I would probably lean towards not. I mean, trappers are going to go out and trap their usual areas. And a lot of that can be based on pelt price. Around 2012, 2013, bobcat, there was an increase in the market, and bobcats were averaging $90 or $100. Same with otters. And so
I'm just saying that because I'm sure you trappers would be concerned that it did not cut into the number that they harvest by changing your gun season too. But the way you're talking, it probably would not significantly influence trapping. When
I wouldn't think so, but that's something we haven't really looked too closely at.
Okay. Other questions or comments about this issue, about the bobcat permit issue? That's really what we're dealing here. We're kind of getting a little off track on thinking about hunting season again, and whether or not we want to table this and do it all in one session next time, maybe including the changing of that, but because there's some increased interest in changing the opening day of gun season for bobcats. Any other questions for Laura or for Chris at this time about this bobcat permit issue, the $5 permit, and information each season to obtain needed hunter effort data?
Yeah, I have one more.
Yes, Ralph, if you would, Ralph, would you adjust your camera a little bit? All I'm going to see is about your chin up just barely.
Okay.
There you
I
go.
know you want to see the whole, all of it.
There you go. I just thought maybe we'd make sure you're still here and not slumped over asleep.
Sure.
Thank you.
We're averaging about 1,200 or so trapped. The trappers are interested in the pelt, of course, not really in the skull. The hunters are interested in the skull. Is there a way that we could get maybe incentivize the trappers as we look at this? I know we're kind of on a different subject, but incentivize the trappers to submit more of what they harvest.
I think that's the majority of the percentage, that 5.73% of the harvest that we're getting in samples every year is all from trappers. There's on average about 10 hunted samples submitted.
Mm-hmm. Well, would the trappers wouldn't want to expand the hunting season, most likely, right?
I think there is a concern of, I guess, the type of, the caliber of gun and the damage to the bobcat.
Mm-hmm.
We did have correspondence, I think, with UTK initially when this was brought up, and I do think they were opposed to expanding the gun season. But to your point, Ralph, with 2,200 bobcats, I think if we incentivize, I think we should reach out to hunters and trappers, everyone we can, to get that incentive, to get as many samples as we can.
Well, I think that lends toward tabling this one too, to give you time to do that along with the first part of the bobcat season. Other comments for Laura or for? Go ahead, Ralph. Did you still have something else that you wanted to add?
I'm just concerned that we're going to wait 3, 4, 5 years, before we make any judgment here or get anything accomplished. And personally, I'm for expanding hunting opportunities for hunters, but at the same time, not damaging those who, there's a balance in this somehow.
Yes, Paul. Thank
Just
you.
going to make a motion that we table this, and in tabling this, we put both items together and figure out a solution, and maybe even look at bringing it in the third week of November as a compromise between both.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Doug, I'll let you speak here. Is there a second to that motion? Doug, are you making a second to the motion, or you want to just speak?
I was seconding the motion, but that's.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I've got it. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this particular issue of tabling this one and coming up with a solution for this issue, the Bobcat season issue, and the possibility of including changing the gun season? We'll come up with something at the next meeting from wildlife concerning that. Any discussion? Brian, go ahead. So.
No, I just think the one question I'd like to answer, was there any biological data on pushing the season back, or did we just have that feel that we were over harvesting? Because the same sentiment could be true from the hunters now, that they're seeing more now, and so if you use that same instinct, it would dictate we push it up. Oh, Laura, you're muted.
You're muted, Lauren. Try it again, Lauren.
So, right. So back in 2007, we had, just expanded the season statewide. So we did not have a lot of biological data. And so that's, at that point is when we started doing field studies. We collected a telemetry study in Green River Wildlife Management Area that gave us our survival data for our modeling. So we have that. And then we started to collect the voluntary tooth samples. And again, our goal was to not require mandatory submission and to do it at a low cost. But that has proven to not yield any data for us to work with. And so that's why we were now, and we realize it's not a popular, ask, but that is why we were, asking for the mandatory collection now to give us as many samples as we could to get data as fast as possible. So if we do go the route of giving an incentive, we're just going to have to see how that plays out and how many samples we get, and it could take longer. But we definitely look at it.
But I guess my main question is, back then when we made the decisions to move that season farther into November, it was based upon field, not really, we have the biological data to say that this is what it should be, correct? Which is what we're asking for now when we're pushing it up.
Correct. And we were in Kentucky harvesting a significant number more of bobcats than our surrounding states, who didn't have any seasons as well.
Any further discussion before I put the question? So I have a motion and a second that we table this issue, and at the next meeting have wildlife present this back to us with about the $5 hunting permit, some means of surveying to get information requiring either tooth or jaw, and requiring bobcats to be telechecked, as well as revisiting the potential of changing the season. I think that's Doug and Paul's request. Changing the season or revamping how we do the gun season portion of bobcat hunting. All in favor of tabling that motion, please signify by raising your hand. Majority carries. Motion passes. The next item up for discussion and action item is wanton waste. Chris, do you want to start that one off?
Yes, sir, Chairman. This one's been brought to you a few times. We had a committee put together to promulgate a wanton waste regulation. We discussed with law enforcement and members of the commission on a working group, as well as other staff. And the specific recommendation for the wanton waste law in Kentucky would be specific to deer, elk, bear, and game birds. It would require reasonable effort to retrieve all game species, and prior to disposal of the carcass, removal of forquarters, inner and outer loins for the deer, bear, and elk, and the breast meat for game birds. Deboned meat would be compliant. And then more clearly defined, dumping of carcasses is littering and already punishable up to a $500 fine. and obviously exempt the law's requirements, animals otherwise lawfully taken either in the act of causing damage or by roadkill.
Commissioners, questions for Chris about this or comments you want to make? Brian, I think you've got your hand up.
Yeah, the only thing I see in there that I know we discussed in our working group was some sort of reprieve in there on the damaged, if a quarter was damaged or unusable.
Yeah, I think, and we discussed with law enforcement, and that's what the officers are going to be able to, look at the shoulder and tell that they've taken everything. Front shoulder is going to be the most likely to be shot up. But I think that's one of those where the officers will be able to kind of use discretion and say if you're on that shot up meat.
So would that not be prudent for us to put in there just in case
We could, if you want to write that in, we could add that as some wording. It's kind of like we exempt the roadkills. We could, obviously exempt shot meat. I don't know how you write that exactly, but we could.
Well, that's the only thing is shot meat, or sometimes deer harvested where they have,
we say damaged meat due to the shot.
Well, even shooting a previously wounded deer and that area of the deer is spoiled or it lost its leg, and so it's starting to get some infection in the area.
We could use the terminology. I believe a few states use the terminology usable portions for that reason.
Yeah.
Good language, usable portions.
That allows them some benefit of the doubt.
So it could be require removal from the field, usable portions of the, and again, the exact language, would be slightly different. That's going into regulation. This is not verbatim what's going in the reg. We'll work with attorneys, and even LRC, the Legislative Research Commission, reserves a right to change things to make sure they're either compliant with other regs or statutes, or that it's in legalese. So
Which brings me, Commissioner, to I was approached by one of the wildlife or one of the organizations in Kentucky and one of the commissioners who's probably right now remaining a little silent about it, about once this is promulgated, in other words, once our staff writes this up, will the commission get to see it again prior to it going to legislative review, or we'll just have to accept whatever they write in their final version? Understand? In other words, Sportsman wondered, well, if you all give them permission to promulgate a regulation, are you all going to see it before it goes on to legislative review? And one of the commissioners may have asked that question. I may have beat him to the punch here, but I think that might be a concern of the commission, that these are all generalized terms of what's going to be written, but is there a way for the commission to see that prior to it going on?
Yes, sir. We could make a standard protocol, for example, like to show that to the chairman before it's filed with Legislative Research Commission. And then if you had any concerns, you could go to the person who made the motion, or, any particular members that had strong interest in it, or maybe advocated for a change, and make sure that it was in the spirit of what the commission had passed. If that makes sense.
Doug Morgan, go ahead, sir.
I don't, in the last 40 years, when I have been in the woods and shot a deer and gutted that deer, the next day that was gone. The coyotes and whatever got it. I'm having trouble trying to understand where there's a problem with this being left behind. What's the problem that we're trying to fix?
What, with the waste law?
With the leaving parts of the animal in the woods after you shoot it.
Well, we have, Doug, I might answer that. I think somebody, there are countless times that when our conservation officers find the head cut off of a deer, and that's about it. And maybe the back straps, they take the back straps and the head and they're gone. So I think the whole hope of this is to keep people from wasting edible portions of meat, not the rib cage and the back leg below the knee, but the edible portions of meat.
How do you enforce that?
With this regulation, I guess.
My question, Mr. Chairman, is not how you write a regulation. My question is, what do I tell Officer Nolan in Lewis County, how he enforces that if he finds part of a deer in the woods? What does he do?
Well, I would assume he'd make an investigation, see who belonged to that deer, and then try to run down the reasons that individual did not take all the edible portions out. The same way they do in other states. I mean, in Colorado, if they find a piece of an elk, they try to run down who harvested that elk, who came out with the elk, and then write and you know how they do out west. You and I know how they do out there. If you don't carry out all of it before you carry the head out, they take it all. I don't know how many states right now, Chris, have wanton waste laws.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry, I do not have that in front of me.
I want to think
There are
38.
several.
Yeah, we're one of very few that does not have one.
I've heard the figure 38. David Jones, you had your hand up just a second ago.
Yes, sir. What is dumping of carcasses? Okay. What is littering there?
Chris?
What if I dump a carcass on my farm, is that littering?
No, it's if you're dumping, and Colonel Gibson, jump in if I miss. We get a lot of complaints about people dumping carcasses on long roadways and in other people's driveways and issues like that. And I think that's where this is aimed at trying to stop. Or at least make people aware that don't go dump the carcass on the right of way in a parking lot. Even at WMAs, we have that happen quite a bit.
You mean, Chris, if I take a deer carcass out to the Walmart parking lot and dump it, that's not littering?
That is littering, yes, sir.
Huh?
That is littering, yes. At a Walmart parking lot would definitely be littering.
Well,
if you go on your farm and dump it, you're okay.
Well, what we're talking about is in the field, correct?
Well, we're talking about two things. The littering would come. There's nothing saying you can't leave the carcass in the field. It's just saying what parts of the meat, usable meat, that you have to remove to try to disincentivize people or keep people from, like someone said, just taking the back straps and the head and leaving the rest of the edible. There's a lot of other edible meat there that people should utilize and or donate to the hunters and the hungry. So that's what this is intended to stop, is people just taking the head and no meat, or just taking head and back straps and then leaving the rest of it in the field. It's not meant to stop leaving a deboned carcass or the intestines and organs in the field. That's all still fine.
I see what you're saying, but I don't know how you're going to enforce that. I don't have enough officers to even answer the poaching complaints in deer season, let alone run through the woods and try to find a piece of a deer somebody left.
Colonel Gibson, you on board with us here?
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
Mr. Morgan, do you want to ask the law enforcement director his take on wanton waste?
I'm sure I know what his take is on wanton waste. What I'm just curious to know, does he have the manpower and the COs to go out and patrol this wanton waste? And does he have a means to follow up on it? Do I have officers here in the 8th that have time to run through the woods and look for a piece of a deer, Colonel?
Well, it's definitely would I'll take any manpower you're willing to allocate. So if you're on that back to the budget talk, I'll take an extra 10 or 15 officers. So that would be great. Wanton waste is definitely a hard issue to enforce, but many of the issues are. I think there are certain situations where wanton waste is real obvious, such as someone poaching and just chopping the head off for the trophy horns and leaving the whole deer. Of course, there's already a criminal offense occurred there. If it's been a poaching, if it was a legal harvest where they didn't take it, then that would be the only thing that we would have. It's not one of those KRSs that is easy to enforce, though, because like you said, there's the argument easily is made for the meat was damaged during, the shot, the bloodshot meat, or the damaged or the infected meat that, Commissioner Fisher discussed. So we do find that there's going to be some obviously officer discretion involved in how we try to enforce something such as a wanton waste law. And it actually will be probably really difficult to be, except on those deer, like you said, that are had their head chopped off. And then the littering is a completely separate issue. We already have that littering statute, and we've had that Commission members in the past have even had dead deer left at their gate and that kind of stuff. And that littering statute already is in place. It's in KRS 512, which we have the authority to enforce, which is 512-070, which is the criminal littering statute. And that's already in place. So any deer that's disposed of on a public roadway or in a ditch or actually on someone's property without permission could be the littering. But, you know, to Mr. Jones's point, if it's, you know, given, if it's with permission or it's put on your own land and you did it yourself, that's not a criminal littering charge. So the littering is and it's, you know, it's in KRS. Basically dumping of deer on a roadway is the issue that we address the most often.
And Chairman Conard, you were close. There are 32 other states that have wanton waste laws.
I thought it was up in the 30s. So Doug, I believe every member of the commission would agree with you that we do not have enough out there that officers working, and I think we're working hard to try to get more officers through school. However, this would just be another tool in their belt to be able to cite someone. I don't think you're going to have 100 officers out looking every day specifically for somebody not taking one piece of meat out of the field. I don't think they're going to specifically be looking for that, but if they find it, they would have a tool to be able to take care of that violation by passing this thing. Yeah. So I agree that we don't have enough guys in the field, but I don't think that when you say, have we got enough people that all they're going to do is just drive around, try to find wanton waste? I don't think that would be the purpose of passing one. I think it would just be another tool in their belt to be able to avoid wanton waste like 32 other states have done.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean to imply that all the officers would be out running through the woods looking for a deer carcass, but
I thought that's what you said.
The deer with its head missing, and you would happen to track it back to, let's say, me, and they said, Doug, you left that deer laying there in the woods and you didn't take anything but its head. I said, well, man, I shot that 2 days ago and just found it. I mean, this, I see no way to enforce this. And there's plenty of laws on the books. I don't think we need another feel-good law. This is just something to make everybody feel good. I mean, if you want to pass something to say we don't waste animals, I'll go along with you, but I see no purpose in it.
Thank you. Ralph, did you want to say something? I can usually see on your all's faces when you want to say something, so I wanted to see if you want to speak.
I defer back to Colonel Gibson and you know the efforts to enforce it. I do think we need some type of regulation here. I just think it'll be difficult, and some things are just too obvious, and many of it's not. So,
Brian,
I'm a bit neutral. Stop.
Well,
okay, Brian.
I'll just tell you my opinion on it because I think we need a wanton waste law. I think we as sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth and the game that we hunt owe it to them to use as much reasonably as we can. And if we're just shooting them and cutting out back straps or shooting a turkey for a trophy, then that's problematic with not only us as sportsmen and women, but us as our image when people are seeing that, hey, they're just going out there to kill. And I think you put something on the books to make something that persuades them to use all the parts of the animal. And you know, I agree it's going to be hard for Colonel Gibson to enforce, but it also gives them another tool as well. And so don't look at it as a task, but it gives them another tool when they do get a poaching charge and that guy cut its head off. That's another charge that they can levy on those cases. They're not going to be able to run down every one of them. It's impossible to do what they have tasks to do already. And so we shouldn't have that expectation that they do it with this as well, but it's a tool for them that we're providing as well to leverage another charge in the instance where they catch somebody poaching on other land. They can charge them with littering for leaving that deer on that person's property without permission. They can charge them with wanton waste at that point as well. I mean, so those are also tools, and hopefully it'll be deterrent for people, for a lot more people, just to where they go out and they shoot, they cut the back straps off and they throw them on the side of the road and just legal, which in my opinion gives us a bad image, and it just creates a fire for the people that don't approve and like hunting to come back and attack us. I think we have to be accountable to ourselves for those type of things as well.
Thank you. Mr. Lillard?
Thanks, Chairman Kleiner. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Fisher. I just would like to, I want to make sure that we're clearly define that hunters are allowed to leave the carcass if they have permission to do so on the farm they hunt. Because ever since I've been hunting, I've always, except for 2 deer, I've always processed them myself. And I always, there's a spot on the farm, the boneyard or whatever you want to call it, you know, where we put that type of stuff at. So I just want to make sure that that's clearly defined to whereas hunters don't get penalized for leaving a carcass in a field as long as they have permission to do so, whether it's their own property or a property that they have permission to hunt on.
And keep in mind, Commissioner Willard, that's part of an education. You know, the littering reg is already in place, so we're not creating a new reg for that. So that's just part of the education about what is and isn't littering. That can definitely be included in that.
Ralph?
I just wanted to finish my comment earlier that I'm
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay.
When you were neutral, I thought that was it.
I'm neutral to adding more and more regulation that may not have as much impact as we want, but I'm totally in favor of giving Colonel Gibson and our conservation officers any more tools that they need to be better. And I would wish that every sportsman would be a good steward of any carcass or any deer or anything that they harvest.
I might add to that too, Ralph, that 32 states think it's the thing to do. And the sportsmen's groups here in Kentucky who have contacted me with their desires think it's a good thing to do. And I know that we're kind of preaching to the choir. We're talking to good sportsmen who wouldn't even consider not doing it, but there is an element of people out there who will do it. And this is a tool for those officers to take care of that problem when it occurs. So the sportsman groups that have contacted me about it all are in favor of some type of wanton waste law. And up to the discretion of the officer, they can make the decision in the field as to, I believe they can pretty well in their investigation figure out who's wantonly wasting something and somebody who did not want to take a shoulder that had been damaged by a bullet. Yes, Kenny Knott.
One thing that I've had come up in my district that I think needs to be addressed in this just as well as the carcass meat itself is, I don't believe we have something in place that addresses the duty to retrieve. Making that effort to find that animal, and if that can be proven back to you, then you decided for some reason that you didn't want it or whatever else, that needs to be.
That's part of this.
It's bullet point number 2 on page 30, Kenny. Require reasonable effort to retrieve all game species taken.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can have just a brief minute talk again.
Yes, but I'm going to remind you to be recognized because you kind of butt in on a couple of them. So let me remind you to be recognized if you don't care, so we don't have people talking over each other. But go ahead, Mr. Fisher.
So I'll just tell you all kind of the background too is Commissioner Eaton and I were tasked on this with the wanton waste. We have spent lots of time, but not nearly as much as members of the department, Chris and the rest of the wildlife division, looking at states that have a wanton waste law and trying to adapt it where we had a law that did enough, but without all the requirements of lots of states. I mean, there's a lot of states that have these wanton waste laws that are extremely strict, and heard some horror stories when enforcing it. And I think this is, after a lot of discussion with the wildlife division, former Commissioner Eaton, we thought these are a way to get it implemented and be less restrictive as we possibly could without requiring all these nuances that a lot of other states. So I think their recommendation is pretty much spot on. I do agree with Commissioner Lillard that we should clearly define the dumping so it's not an issue, and then also about the damaged meat, making sure that that's clear.
Okay. Now, who else had raised their hand a minute ago that I was unable to recognize? Somebody else had something to say? Yes, sir, Mr. Morgan.
I have one more question. What happens if you've got a permit for damage and you shoot 25 deer out of your cornfield.
We're going to come to that when I think we're coming to that in a minute when we get to, let's see, which part is that, Chris? We've got something, that's a discussion item.
Yeah, that's a discussion.
When we get to the depredation permits, Doug. So that's a good point to bring up, but if you'll hold that till we get to that, we'll overlap that in depredation permit discussion. It's a discussion item.
The short answer is that is exempted out of this. You know, they can utilize those animals, but if it's strictly 170, they do not have to.
I didn't hear the last part, Chris.
So if they were killed strictly under 170 and didn't request the disposal to be able to utilize those animals, then they wouldn't have to. They wouldn't be subject to this wanton waste law if they were taken.
They wouldn't have to make sure they found the ones they shot. They wouldn't have to retrieve them.
Okay, Brian.
I make a motion to accept the action item as written with the exceptions to clearly define what's a damaged part of the meat, and then to also better define dumping that makes it clear where people can dump on their own property or farms or wherever they have permission.
I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion? Ralph Swallows seconds that motion. Is there any discussion about those additions to what is already written, or further discussion about wanton waste? Then I'll put the question. We have a motion and seconded that we adopt the motion that's been made concerning Wildlife and Law Enforcement Division's promulgation of a wanton waste regulation with the provisions that are listed there, with the additions of better definition of the damaged parts and what can be left, and also better about how you dispose of that carcass. All in favor of that motion, please signify by raising your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion carries by 6 positive votes. The next item on the list of business today is concerning captive cervids. Chris?
Yes, sir. This is really just a cleanup. What we're proposing to do, the action is to amend 301 KAR 2083 to accurately reference the Kentucky Department of Ag's captive cervid updated regulation, which is now 302 KAR 22150. Basically what happened was in section 4 of our 2083 holding and interstate transportation of captive cervids section, we referenced tagging. It goes back and references AG's regulation, which was 2.066. AG has since repealed that regulation and updated their regulation on captive cervids. And that's what you had in your packet, was kind of a synopsis of what that new regulation included. So basically they repealed 2066 and added that information and others into 22150. So what we would do is simply in that section 4 of tagging of 2083, we'd simply reference 22150 rather than the old 2066.
And for the members, if I may, Chairman.
Sure.
So the background here is we discovered in the process of researching a potential application or use of the regulation regarding violation of captive cervid regs, that this change had been made, and our staff, the wildlife staff, were not aware of it. So oftentimes, regulations are changed by other agencies that we may have reference to, related to. For example, the littering regulation, which is not one of our regulations, could have been changed by another agency, gone through the process. We would not necessarily have been notified or aware of that until we needed to enforce it. And so in this case, what we're trying to do is sort of retroactively apply the original intent of our regulation in 2083 to the new captive cervid regulation, so that our officers can enforce that. If that makes sense.
Questions, gentlemen? What'd be the pleasure of the commission? Chris, do you have anything you want to add to that? Brian, you're back on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think we really have a choice but to get this reg updated on our end.
Thank you. Ralph, are you with us still, Ralph? We've lost your video feed. Ralph?
I'm here.
Well, we don't have a video of you. We lost you. There he is. Okay. Are you back? Everything okay?
I'm here. I've been here the whole time.
Well, I've seen you until just minutes ago, a couple minutes ago. Okay. Any questions for Chris concerning this? Brian, do you want to speak again?
No, I was just going to make a motion to accept the action item.
Okay. So we've got a motion to accept this item as it's written there, and I'm going to read it back to you in a minute. We have a second to that motion. A second by Robbie Lear, and the motion is when I put the question. Any further discussion on that before I put the question?
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Knott.
It was my understanding a while ago, before this regulation goes to LRS, that you will be receive a copy of how it's finally written.
I believe that was correct. We asked that since it was a lot of amendments that they would give us a look at that prior to it going. And if there appears to be any problem that veers much from how it is written, we'll run it back by the entire commission to make sure that we've got everything where you want it to be. But thank you for reminding me of that. So we'll go on the record of wanting to see it before it goes. Some of these, it's difficult for them. They've all got to get together with law enforcement, legal terms, and then it goes. But it is important for somebody to be able to see that what we voted on is what goes over there. So thank you for that, Commissioner Knott, to remind me of that, sir. So I'm going to put the question to you, and we're going to list it again up here. The motion is to promulgate an emergency regulation amending 301 KAR 2083 to reflect the update 302 KAR 22150 in order to allow the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife resources to cite individuals, officers to cite individuals failing to comply with the captive cervid regulation. And we're going to accept that as written. In other words, that's the action item number 8. All in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. The next item up for your action is the addition of Robert J. Barth Lake, it's in Campbell County, to the FINS program. Dave Dreves, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're looking for you here in just a minute. That action item says amend 301 KR 1201 to add Barth Lake to the FINS program with the standard creel and length limits. Go ahead, Dave. You might want to do background on that one, sir.
Yes, sir. Just want to take a moment. I hadn't had a chance to meet several of you folks, but just wanted to say hello. I'm Dave Dreves. I've been tasked with representing the Fisheries Division since Paul Wilkes has resigned and moved on to another position. So I'm glad to be with you today.
We're glad to have you.
If we can have that first graphic, I just wanted to briefly talk about that there's currently 44 lakes in the Fishing in Neighborhoods program and in 28 counties scattered all across the state. And you can see that we have well-distributed number of lakes across the state. And where the lake we're talking about today is the red icon in northern Kentucky in Campbell County. It's Robert J. Barth Park Lake. After acquiring this 3.7 acre lake, the city of Cold Spring approached the department about possibility of adding this to the FINS program. And we investigated it with our FINS program coordinator and determined it would be an excellent candidate. They've developed the surrounding area around the lake with numerous amenities, installed lake aeration, and access for us to launch a boat to do our fish population and stocking. There's a walking path around the lake, and it offers 100% bank access. The lake is also in an ideal location, being on a major thoroughfare on US 27 in northern Kentucky. Just south of Highland Heights is where the city of Cold Spring is located. So it would be a great addition to the lake. And the recommendation is the amend KR 201 to add this to the Finns Lake program. And we would stock it at the Finns stocking rate of 2,800 catfish for this size lake and 2,250 rainbow trout annually. And we just feel it'd be a great addition to the program.
Dave, what depth is required in order to be able to stock rainbow trout in?
These lakes were, the vast majority of them are only stocked with rainbow trout during the cooler months. So they're not expected to survive year round. In fact, we want them harvested. So the Finns Lakes don't receive their first trout stocking in the fall until October, some of them even November. And then there's several other trout stockings, in the spring. But their last trout stocking is in March, with the expectation that most trout are harvested by the time that it gets too warm for them to not survive.
How will you notify, like on the new Finns Lake, how will you notify the residents in that area that you're stocking it with trout?
We would just advertise it as an addition part of the program, and I'm certain that the city of Cold Springs would obviously advertise that as well. And of course, we would put up the necessary regulation signage at the lake that it was enrolled in the Finns program. And the amendment of the regulation is to apply those quote unquote Finns regulations to the lake, which is a 5-fish creel on rainbow trout and a 4-fish creel on channel catfish, a 15-fish daily creel on sunfish, and a 15-inch minimum size 1-fish creel on largemouth bass.
Good. Questions, gentlemen, or comments about adding Barth Lake to the Finns program?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we add it to the Finns program.
I have a motion to add this to the Finns program. I think it's seconded by Ralph. Is there any, and Kenny, do you want to speak, or you were going to second it too? You were going to second. Thank you, sir. Is there any other discussion on that before we put the question? Well, if that be the case, the motion is to amend 301 KAR 1201 to add Barth Lake to the Finns program with the standard creel and length limits. All in favor signify by raising your hand. Unanimous vote. Motion carries. Thank you for that one, gentlemen. The next item of business before you today is the largemouth bass size and creel limit at High Splint Lake. Dave, are you going to take that one too?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I will. So this one is a recommendation to enact a 20-inch minimum size limit and 1-fish daily creel limit on largemouth bass at High Splint Lake. High Splint Lake is a 6-acre lake in Harlan County. It produced a new state record largemouth bass in 2019. And so since establishment of this new record, fishing pressure at this location has sharply increased, with numerous large bass being harvested. And the lake is currently managed simply under statewide regulations for black bass of 12-inch minimum size limit and 6-fish daily creel. The county officials and KDFWR conservation officers have expressed concern about overharvest at this lake and want to protect the quality of the fishery. So we simply recommend adding special regulations consistent with one of the other trophy bass lakes that we have, Cedar Creek Lake in Lincoln County. And those regulations are a 20-inch minimum size limit and 1-fish daily creel limit on black bass.
Gentlemen, questions for Dave or comments? Whose district is that in? High Splint Lake. That's in yours, Paul. Any comments from you, Paul, about your thoughts on that, or any input from sportsmen? Then I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry, somebody said something. I looked down.
I've not had any input from sportsmen on this.
Thank you, Paul. Do I hear any kind of motion from the floor concerning this issue? Cannot.
Mr. Chairman, I move that this be accepted as read.
Second to that motion. Paul Horn seconds that motion. Any discussion further about largemouth bass size and creel limit for High Splint? Then the motion is to accept it as written, and it is written as amend 301 KAR 1201 to enact a 20-inch minimum size limit and 1 fish daily creel limit on largemouth bass at High Splint Lake. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen, for that. The next on the agenda is Clear Fork tributary of Gasper River, the fishing regulations on it. That's page 35 and attachment A11 in your notes.
So this recommendation is simply to amend the regulations to enact catch and release only restrictions on Clear Fork, which is a tributary of the Gasper River, just north and west of Bowling Green. So this, bless you,
somebody.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So in the summer of 2019, a fish kill occurred on Clear Fork that spread downstream and actually impacted some of the main stem of the Gasper River as well. Before the fish kill, Clear Fork was a noted exceptional black bass stream fishery. And so our biologists had been out there this year trying to do some sampling. They couldn't get on a lot of sites due to low water, but the one site that they did sample was obviously very poor fishery as sampled by electrofishing, and aquatic life in general seemed to be in very bad shape. So we have received requests for this catch and release only regulation from some stream anglers, and the Fisheries Division recommends placing this restriction on for a short period of time and give the fishery a chance to recover and other fish recolonize from tributaries or upstream or downstream. And I just would also mention as an aside that we've put some smallmouth bass and some rock bass on the schedule for production this year, and we intend to add some fish this year to give it a boost.
Discussion or questions from commissioners? Brian, is this in your district? Do you know anything about that, or have you heard anything from sportsmen about it?
Yes. Know about it, heard a lot about it. They're all in favor that I've heard from. So
there we go.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Dave. It says enact a catch and release restriction to allow fisheries to recover from the risk. And you said you don't know exactly how long. Should we consider a motion to end it at a certain time, to wait for notification from you all and then vote to end it? Or do you think we should just give you all the authority when biologists think it's restored to automatically restore it? And is there any problem with that legally? Is Mr. Field still with us?
I would defer to the commission. We can certainly make a recommendation if you prefer. It's hard to determine exactly how long it will take to recover, but it shouldn't take very long. I would mention that certainly there's a certain segment of the population that is in favor of expanded catch and release for certain species on some of these streams, and so that's a little bit different question altogether.
Mr. Fields, to catch you up on my question to Dave, if we pass if a motion is made and we pass enacting a catch and release restriction or catch and release only on this particular waterway, will we then have to revisit it to withdraw that restriction, or should we leave it to the biologist or a certain time limit before we withdraw it, or are we going to have to revisit this again for the sole purpose of withdrawing that restriction?
If we actually had a time limit that we were aware of, we may be able to write that in. We could do an emergency reg that lasts for up to a year and it would automatically drop off after the year and go back to the prior reg. But in general, if it's going to be a multi-year issue, it probably will have to be revisited.
Okay, so Dave, you think it would take, thank you, Mr. Fields, you think it would take more than a year for that to be?
Yes, sir. I think we would probably recommend more than 1 year, but yes, I do think it will have to be revisited.
Okay.
To be removed, if that pleases the commission.
Yes, Brian.
Yeah, I was just going to say, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say that Eric down here, I think they do have some access points. I think Dave, you had mentioned that they were just low water.
Yes,
sir.
sir.
They have a way to get in there and do the fish samples, and I think this in this area, they do them quite a bit anyways. So my recommendation would just go ahead and put this into place and then allow the biologist, allow Eric to get out there and bring back that recommendation when he thinks the population's recovered.
So would you like to put that in the form of motion?
There's a lot of history on the Gasper.
So Commissioner, you want to put that in the form of a motion on this item?
I'd like to make a motion to enact this action item.
Okay, is there a second to that? From Robbie Lear, seconded that. Any further discussion on this particular issue? So the motion is to accept the item as it is written, and it is written as amend 301 KAR 1201 to enact catch and release only restrictions on Clear Fork tributary of the Gasper River. All in favor of that motion, please signify by raising your hand. Motion carries by numbers. Thank you, gentlemen. The next item is the Gist Creek Lake concessionary license. I believe we have someone from Shelby County. Is that correct with us today?
Yes.
Just in case.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce Miss Libby Adams. She's the Executive Director of the Shelby County Industrial and Development Foundation, and they're the entity that operates Gist Creek Lake Marina.
Welcome, Ms. Adams. We're glad to have you here today. And to answer any questions, there may be some things here that Dave would not know right off, and we might need you here in a minute. Go ahead with that, Dave, if you would.
Sure. So the department entered into contract and grant of rights with the foundation back in 1960. In accordance with this contract, the Gist Creek Marina has been operated by the foundation, and it shall be the only marina and concession facility on the lake. The foundation and the marina have remained in good standing with KDFWR and have offered a wide variety of amenities and services to the public at the facility. The foundation has plans to rehabilitate portions of the marina and is seeking a new restaurant vendor to operate an upscale grill style restaurant. So as part of this new enterprise, the foundation is seeking department approval to amend the concessionaire agreement so the foundation may seek to serve beer and wine by the drink to dine-in patrons. So the current license allows for food services, but it doesn't mention alcohol specifically. State parks and other similar venues allow this type of service. The KDFWR does not have any similar vendor agreements on properties of other state-owned lakes. The department advertised in the local area of Gist Creek Lake for public comment on the issue, and we held a public meeting. We received 24 responses by email, and we had one couple that showed up for the public meeting. And I think the commission, or I know the commission has received the results of all those public comments, and they also received a summary of that. And the summary was that there was 23 of 25 responses were favorable of the idea. So if it pleases the commission, the recommendation of the department would be to approve the request as stated in the language on the second paragraph on the screen. And if you will, I'll just go ahead and read this. That way we get all the legal right. Okay. The department recommends approving the expansion of services at the Gist Creek Lake Marina to include operation of a restaurant which may serve beer and wine by the drink, subject to the approval of the appropriate alcohol sales and restaurant licensing agencies, and subject to the concessionaire maintaining adequate dram shop insurance, naming the Fish and Wildlife Commission and the Commonwealth as additional insured entities.
Any comments from commissioners or questions for either Ms. Adams or for Dave? I will say, I know there's been extensive questioning and research to make sure that everyone seems on board with this. So thank you for the research you all have conducted, and Ms. Adams for what you all have done to try to obtain information about how this will be received by the community. Any questions or comments for either of those two individuals? Mr. Swallows.
So this would be in line with any of the other agreements that we have with any of our other entities that or the state where alcohol is served. You understand the question? I guess
Yes.
it's from a legal standpoint.
I'll defer to Mr. Fields on that question.
Yes, the Parks has a number of vendors that run restaurants at various locations that do serve alcohol by the glass. I conferred with Evan Jones in regards to the dram shop insurance and so forth. And that was a concern the commission had raised at the last meeting and asked me to look into. And just to cover those if you'd like. There was a question on the licensing for alcohol sales and what specifically the commission would be approving. The commission's just approving to allow the vendor to request licensing for such sales. And so it would still be subject to the ABC, or I'm sorry, the alcohol licensing and restaurant licensing and all the normal oversight for those things through other agencies. And there was concern on liability for the department, and that's why we recommend the dram shop insurance, naming us as additional insured. In the off chance there was any sort of liability, we would have insurance coverage there. And there was a question on federal concerns, and I checked with our federal grants folks, and they say there shouldn't be any problem with impacting our federal status on anything in that regard as well.
All right.
Ralph, did you have any input from that? That is your district, right?
Yes.
Did you have any input that you want to tell us about?
It was all favorable. Actually I went out, I went to the place and saw where the restaurant was going to be. And you know, any concerns any people had about too much noise or anything affecting campers, they'd really have to be making a lot of noise. So I don't see any issue at all with the capabilities of Gist Creek Marina to do this. And I'm ready to motion that we accept it as written.
Okay, I have a motion from Ralph Swallows that we accept as written in the second paragraph of the information provided by Fisheries to us. Any second from that? Do I hear a second? I have a second. Josh Lillard. Is there any discussion or questions that you may have for Ms. Adams or for Dave concerning this? Then I'll put the question. All in favor of accepting paragraph 2, the department recommends approving the expansion of services at Gist Creek Marina to include operations of a restaurant which may serve beer or wine by the drink, subject to approval of the appropriate alcohol sales and restaurant licensing agencies, and subject to the concessionary maintaining adequate dram shop insurance, naming the Fish and Wildlife Commission and the Commonwealth as additional insured entities. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Ms. Adams, for being with us today. I'm glad there were no questions for you, and you might be relieved too.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The last action item on our agenda today, and we're coming close to lunch, where I believe we're going to make it a waterway safety enhancement. Colonel Eric Gibson. Colonel Gibson, are you with us? Colonel Gibson, are you with us?
Maybe just taking my moment.
I hear him. I hear him somewhere in the background.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, we hear you, but we do not see you yet because we've got the motion up. You put that up. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I'm looking at that and stuff. Okay, we see the Colonel. Colonel, you want to tell us about that?
Yes, sir. This is just a follow-up on the presentation that I brought to the last commission meeting where the discussion was about waterway safety and the enhancements that to a couple of our KRSs and some of the other issues that the division is working on to increase waterway safety. As an update on those things, the PFD loaner station project has moved forward pretty far along. We have the graphic design portion done, and we've already had a couple of our partners, such as some of the sportsmen's groups, have already agreed and jumped out in front and want to be one of the first to put these loaner stations up around Kentucky. So we've already found some partners that are willing to do the manual labor and the construction on those. And then we'll be doing our part as far as the signage, which we've already got, like I said, the graphic design from Obi and his crew have been excellent. And I compliment I&E on their support on that. But that piece is ready to move forward, as that was one of the items I presented. The second item, of course, is the more strict enforcement of readily accessible, and that won't take place much until in the spring when the boaters come back out on the kayaks. And then the third part is this is a request for a resolution to support changing the boat safety certificate as it's written now to include operators with a born-on date that expand our requirement for the boat safety certification before operating a boat.
Questions for the Colonel or comments about that endorsement?
Chairman Kleiner, if I may, real quick.
Yes, sir. Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, sir. So this temporary exemption would in many ways parallel or mirror what we have for hunter education, where we provide some basic, key safety and legality information for the prospective exemptee, and then they would complete a simple test showing that they understood that material and would be able to hopefully comply with those requirements out on the water, in this case, like the hunter ed would be in the field. And so the idea is to create kind of a companion or similar offering to people who might be going out for a short-term boating excursion, maybe rent a boat at a state park or come here for vacation and go on the water. And so a marina could make them aware of this requirement. And we also would have, as the Colonel presented last time, a significant educational effort to make boaters aware of this at marinas, in our fishing and boating guide, and on our website and so forth. So we would have a time of implementation with this.
Yes, Robbie.
Just want to say the folks that I've talked to about this, granted, I think all of them were born before 1975, came out in support of it. And I just want to tell Colonel I appreciate everything he's done with both the life jackets and with this. Y'all are doing a great job. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that comment. Other comments or questions for the Colonel concerning this waterway safety enhancement? If there are no others, I'll entertain a motion concerning that. Uh-oh, I lost somebody. Who was it? Was it Robbie? Who? Oh, no, it was Brian. Brian, go ahead. Brian Fisher.
I'll make a motion to accept this action item.
As it's written.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second to that? Second from Robbie Lear. So any further discussion or questions before I put the question?
And I believe this is, Chairman, if I may, I believe this is clear to the commission, and you all have been deliberating about this, even looking at this for weeks. But just to the public, this is an endorsement of if the legislature sees fit to change statute. So this is a resolution of support. Hopefully, if the legislature would want to follow through and amend the current voter education requirement, then this would be the commission's seal of approval or endorsement.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. So we are not passing a regulation here. We are passing an endorsement for the legislatures to endorse the legislature's amendment KRS 235-285 to expand boater education certification requirements to all motorized vessel operators born on or after January 1st of 75. Additionally, enact a 14-day temporary exemption certificate contingent on review of legal and safety requirements and passing a basic knowledge test. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion, please signify by raising your hand. We have a unanimous vote to accept that. Thank you, gentlemen. That concludes our active items. Yes, Brian.
Can I just ask Colonel Gibson one thing on?
Absolutely.
When you get all that stuff ready to go and y'all are ready to pull the trigger on getting some of those life jacket stations, like y'all are good to go and just need some sponsorships, will you mind sending out, at least myself, I'm sure the other commissioners would like to have a packet. There's several people around the area I'd like to approach to illicit. I'd like to go in Warren County and speak to some of the magistrates and stuff and see if they'll be willing to foot the bill for it if we can do our part. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there to use our connections to get them all across the state.
Yes, sir. We have we had one edit to the final draft of the sign, the graphics, and that was just a small change that Obi was working on, and it'll be completed. And like I said, we have people waiting in line to volunteer to help put these things up. We've seen a tremendous response, and I think it's going to be a very positive public outreach for the department, and it's going to take a lot of a lot of different groups to be involved in this to get these out there to these access points where people are wanting to swim. Particularly, I've had one drowning victim's parents that has reached out, and they want to be the first one in line to put one up in where there maybe one or two locations where they have a lot of use. And and we've had that kind of seems to be repeated around where people are that we can provide these life jacket loaner stations. It seems like it's going to be a really positive outreach effort for the department. And I feel like our sportsmen's groups, magistrates, anybody that's really trying to promote this tourism side of the waterway usage, of their waterway usage in their area, they really seem to be on board with this effort.
Thank you both, Brian, for that statement, and thank you, Colonel, for updating us on that.
Yes,
that
sir.
concludes our active action items today, but we've got about 6 minutes until we're going to take a break for lunch. So I want to give an opportunity for our working groups if they have anything to say. And I think we have an update from the WMA working group that Mr. Morgan's going to make. But if any of the other working groups want to make any statements prior to breaking for lunch, now's the time to do that. So Mr. Morgan, I'll let you go first with the WMA working group and what you've got for us to this point. Nope, you don't have your mic on, sir.
I think sometimes me and you don't even need volume.
Thank you. Do you want me to let you talk or you want me to let somebody else talk? Now, you want me to cut you off from that? I'll go ahead.
Okay, we've had our first official meeting with the whole entire board, and we had a 2-hour Zoom meeting. It was very productive, and we set out a criteria, and we set out a set of mission statement for us to do. And I'd be happy to read the mission statement if you'd like for me to. Conduct a study of all Kentucky WMAs and dove fields on Kentucky WMAs to discover if the sportsmen are receiving the maximum outdoor opportunities in a cost-effective manner, and to make conclusions and recommendations to the chairman of the commission, which is you. And we're started with Peabody WMA, and we've started with Greenup County Dove Field. And the department's been very forthcoming, and we're working on assimilating all the information. And when we get those two completed, we'll report back to you.
And maybe with all those nice plot masters we got from LKS, we might be able to plant something out there, huh?
Well, we'll see.
All right. Any other working group want to report their status at this point, or you still working to get everybody together in Zoom, or anybody want to add anything to that right now before we break here for lunch?
Mr. Chairman, I think the ELK working group will have our first meeting on November the 8th or December the 8th.
Okay, good.
Next week will be our first meeting.
Thank you. Anybody else got anything to say before we break for lunch? I know you're all hungry. I would like to remind the public that we'll be back in service, back in the meeting at 12:30. It's about 2 or 3 minutes still, so we're going to have about 31 or 32 minutes. Before we do that, I'm going to let the commissioner show you the new calendars that have just come out.
Absolutely. So I'm going to make a shameless plug.
Raise it up. Just
No
there you go.
need for shame. Actually, we're really proud of our art staff and our information education staff who have produced, I will say, very few agencies out there still have print magazines because they've not been cost effective for states. But our staff has actually not only been able to make them cost effective, but they pay for themselves, our magazine and calendar. And we actually are able to help fund our guides, printing of our guides through the sale of our subscriptions to our magazine. I encourage anybody out there who doesn't already subscribe, visit us at fw.ky.gov and subscribe to Kentucky Afield. It's a great magazine, has lots of great content. The calendar, you can order that standalone, or I'd recommend a subscription, which is a great value, great deal. And it also has, in addition to wonderful photographs from various artists around the state, including some of our staff, but others, professional photographers. We also have lots of great information you can use, from season dates to information about wildlife and fish, and so on, non-trivial information about them. And so please subscribe if you haven't already. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to plug that.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Gentlemen, I want to remind you when we break to mute your mics and disable your video if you're going to be staying in that room. So I will see everybody back here, sportsmen included, at 12. Yes, somebody said something.
Jones.
Yes.
Just one thing about the calendar.
Yes, sir.
I got a box of them the day before yesterday. I took them with me yesterday, and I don't have any more.
They're coveted. It is a coveted item. Everybody wants one. It is a highly coveted item. Gentlemen, we are adjourned for lunch. See you back at 12:30. Please mute your computer.
Serving people, conserving. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants, instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
How many different types of wildlife can you name? Did you know that Kentucky is home to nearly 1,000 species of wildlife?
As Kentucky's population grows and the landscape changes, all of our wildlife face new challenges.
Many species that were once safe are now vulnerable.
The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has a team of scientists dedicated to the monitoring and study of animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped.
Bats, lizards,
Snakes,
salamanders,
mussels, raptors,
songbirds,
and darters.
Current funding isn't keeping pace, and there's still a lot of work left to do.
We need to expand the community of people just like you,
who are conscious and committed to conserving Kentucky's wildlife.
We work every day to improve Kentucky's landscape so that these species can thrive.
and now there's a way for you to jump in and help.
Be our partner in this work by becoming a member of our new and exciting Kentucky Wild program.
Your involvement in Kentucky Wild will help ensure that future generations of Kentuckians can enjoy our state's wildlife.
Together, we can purchase research equipment, improve the quality of habitat,
and fund survey and monitoring projects for our state's most vulnerable species.
Fortunately, we know that good wildlife management works. The recovery of the bald eagle is just one example of how people can help wildlife.
When you become a member of Kentucky Wild, we'll work side by side and do our part to keep Kentucky wild.
Help me 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 keep Kentucky wild.
help us keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
If you catch a catfish in Kentucky, there's a good chance it got its start here at the Peter W. Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery in Frankfort. Each year, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources stocks thousands of catfish in waterways across the state. All of these catfish originate at the Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery, owned by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. This hatchery raises and stocks more than 300,000 catfish annually. In addition to catfish, the hatchery produces saugeye, bluegill, red ear sunfish, lake sturgeon, and alligator gar. However, it's catfish that are the Pfeiffer's hatchery's main focus. The process of raising blue catfish, channel catfish, and hybrid of the two begins in late May to early June in one of the hatchery's many ponds when a catfish pair is placed together in a submerged pen for spawning. The eggs produced by the pair are collected by the hatchery staff, careful to avoid the wrath of the male catfish trying to protect his eggs. The eggs are then transported to a hatchery trough. The trough water is oxygenated in constant motion to produce a viable environment for the eggs as they grow and hatch. The fry start to hatch after a few days and begin to look for food. It's at this time that staff start scheduled feedings for the fry, training them how to find food. A hatching rate of 90% and regular feedings mean that the fry are plentiful and grow quickly. Within 3 weeks of the eggs being collected, the fry are ready to enter one of the hatchery's ponds, a pond that will house these fry and nothing else, giving them the best chance at survival. This happens around mid-June. As many as 70,000 can go into one pond. In the early stages, fry are fed twice a day, then just once a day as they grow and become larger. With no competition for food and few predators, around 70% will grow to 5 to 9 inches by March of the next year. After a few months, hatchery staff sort the catfish into different sizes in different ponds to encourage their continued growth. After about 2 years, the fish are ready for distribution. Hatchery staff use large seines, tractors, hydraulic lifts, and elbow grease to gather the fish and transport them to awaiting trucks. The trucks bring the fish back to the same building where they hatched 2 years earlier, but this time for weighing and sorting. Once weighed, the fish are transported to state waterways. The hatchery transports fish to more than 90 locations across Kentucky throughout the year. Many of the catfish are taken to the Fishing in Neighborhoods Lakes, or FINS lakes, which are found in communities across the state. The department created the FINS program in 2006 to provide anglers with quality fishing opportunities close to home. These lakes are regularly stocked with catfish in the warmer months and rainbow trout in the cooler months. Sunfish and bass are also stocked as needed to maintain healthy populations. For more information on the FINS lakes or to find the stocking schedule, visit fw.ky.gov and search for FINS. The Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery plays an important role in providing great fishing opportunities across the state. So grab your rod and reel and take advantage of them.
So we're at the Taylorsville Lake Wildlife Management Area. This is called the Briar Ridge Unit of Taylorsville Lake. It's a 1,800 acre section of the management area. Today we are going to be putting fire to 580 acres of that area. We use drip torches that have a mixture of diesel and gasoline. On the end has a wick, so they light the wick with the match and it drips lit fuel onto the ground. It has a little loop nozzle on the end where however you set your drip setting, there's an air vent on the drip torch. Fire it serves multiple purposes. It encourages growth of the warm season grasses in our fields. And it also will help us fight invasive species. We have 6 crews total. There are 4 igniter crews that are putting fire on the ground. We have a support crew and we have a forestry crew that is suppression fire along our fire breaks. And then we also have a crew that is on the water that will be igniting the woods from the boat.
here today at Taylorsville Lake shooting flares off the boat to try to help the progression of a prescribed fire we have going on here. The number of flares we're going to shoot off today will probably range somewhere between 50 to 100 depending on the spread of the fire as we go and how much of the fire backs down.
A lot of these animals will run for cover and they'll hide. Deer and rabbits and turkey and quail and squirrels will all be able to run away and they'll get out ahead of the fire. And it's real common whenever we're burning on even private lands or public lands, you'll start seeing those animals start moving out in advance of the fire before the fire even gets to them.
It's pretty hilly terrain, and it could be potentially dangerous to send the crew up and down a hill. Once the crew gets an area burned, they will backfire down towards the lake, and the crew from the water, they will set the flares. They will reach from the shoreline. They'll put fire up to the flares to match them together. We have some students from EKU. The students, they all have their training in fighting fire and prescribed burns, and most of them it's their first time out, so they're more going to be shadowed and mentored on the burn.
My name is Renee Steinberger. Yeah, my major is wildlife management with a minor in biology. I'm out here today because I'm Red Card certified and I love putting fire on the ground.
The purpose of this fire is to increase oak hickory regeneration and open up some of the woodlands for more small game habitat. You will be increasing forest floor cover for smaller creatures like squirrels. In the woodlands and in the open areas within the woodlands, you'll be increasing early successional habitat for things like rabbits and turkey poults. Really, all the animals will benefit from this. You'll be increasing woody browse for things like deer. A lot of the animals here in the eastern U.S. have evolved on a fire landscape, and they've come to exist, in some cases rely on management activities. And prescribed fire is one of the methods that allows us to manage the largest chunks of property at one time.
Well, this is beneficial. It restores the environment back to an oak hickory setting that we're looking for. We're looking for a productive forest, nice healthy grass fields, and it helps game and non-game wildlife both.
Hello, I'm Christy Stroud, a member of Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources Stream Team. If your property has wetlands or streams in need of repair, the Stream Team may be able to help. Stream improvement is expensive, but the Stream Team can fix streams and restore wetlands at no cost to landowners. Costs are paid by the Mitigation Fund, a state trust with the sole purpose of helping restore these important streams and wetlands. These funds are dedicated to fixing problems like unstable creek banks, such as this one, where soil is eroding into the stream. Erosion of soils leads to fish and wildlife habitat loss, smothers aquatic life, and is harmful to downstream fisheries. So what makes a healthy stream? Healthy streams do not look like straight ditches. They have pools, clean riffles, and a healthy combination of rock and woody debris. Trees reinforce stream banks the same way rebar reinforces concrete. Trees on stream banks reduce erosion, filter toxins, and improve aquatic habitat by providing shade, important structures such as root wads that give fish and insect shelter. Do you have a stream on your property in need of improvement, or a formerly wet area that's been drained or altered significantly? We use state-of-the-art engineering and construction techniques to restore streams and wetlands. Like utilities, these projects require right-of-way. Approved projects can pay landowners for easements or even fair market value for the property. So reimbursement may be an attractive benefit whether you own farmland, hunting property, or recreational lands. You can learn more about the Stream Team on the department's website at fw.ky.gov. Once there, enter Stream Team in the search box or give us a call at 1-800-858-1549 or email us at streamteam@ky.gov if you have any questions.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission-focused, that's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources, that's what we do.
How many different types of wildlife can you name? Did you know that Kentucky is home to nearly 1,000 species of wildlife?
As Kentucky's population grows and the landscape changes, all of our wildlife face new challenges.
Many species that were once safe are now vulnerable.
The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has a team of scientists dedicated to the monitoring and study of animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped.
Bats,
lizards,
snakes,
salamanders,
mussels, raptors,
songbirds,
and darters.
Current funding isn't keeping pace, and there's still a lot of work left to do.
We need to expand the community of people just like you,
who are conscious and committed to conserving Kentucky's wildlife.
We work every day to improve Kentucky's landscape so that these species can thrive.
And now there's a way for you to jump in and help.
Be our partner in this work by becoming a member of our new and exciting Kentucky Wild program.
Your involvement in Kentucky Wild will help ensure that future generations of Kentuckians can enjoy our state's wildlife.
Together we can purchase research equipment, improve the quality of habitat,
and fund survey and monitoring projects for our state's most vulnerable species.
Fortunately, we know that good wildlife management works. The recovery of the bald eagle is just one example of how people can help wildlife.
When you become a member of Kentucky Wild, we'll work side by side and do our part to keep Kentucky wild.
Help me 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 keep Kentucky wild.
Help us keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go!
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the Commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search Commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
If you catch a catfish in Kentucky, there's a good chance it got its start here at the Peter W. Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery in Frankfort. Each year, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources stocks thousands of catfish in waterways across the state. All these catfish originate at the Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery, owned by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. This hatchery raises and stocks more than 300,000 catfish annually. In addition to catfish, the hatchery produces saugeye, bluegill, red ear sunfish, lake sturgeon, and alligator gar. However, it's catfish that are the Pfeiffer's hatchery's main focus. The process of raising blue catfish, channel catfish, and hybrid of the two begins in late May to early June in one of the hatchery's many ponds when a catfish pair is placed together in a submerged pen for spawning. The eggs produced by the pair are collected by the hatchery staff, careful to avoid the wrath of the male catfish trying to protect his eggs. The eggs are then transported to a hatchery trough. The trough water is oxygenated in constant motion to produce a viable environment for the eggs as they grow and hatch. The fry start to hatch after a few days and begin to look for food. It's at this time that staff start scheduled feedings for the fry, training them how to find food. A hatching rate of 90% and regular feedings mean that the fry are plentiful and grow quickly. Within 3 weeks of the eggs being collected, the fry are ready to enter one of the hatchery's ponds, a pond that will house these fry and nothing else, giving them the best chance at survival. This happens around mid-June. As many as 70,000 can go into one pond. In the early stages, fry are fed twice a day, then just once a day as they grow and become larger. With no competition for food and few predators, around 70% will grow to 5 to 9 inches by March of the next year. After a few months, hatchery staff sort the catfish into different sizes in different ponds to encourage their continued growth. After about 2 years, the fish are ready for distribution. Hatchery staff use large seines, tractors, hydraulic lifts, and elbow grease to gather the fish and transport them to awaiting trucks. The trucks bring the fish back to the same building where they hatched 2 years earlier, but this time for weighing and sorting. Once weighed, the fish are transported to state waterways. The hatchery transports fish to more than 90 locations across Kentucky throughout the year. Many of the catfish are taken to the Fishing in Neighborhoods Lakes or FINS lakes, which are found in communities across the state. The department created the FINS program in 2006 to provide anglers with quality fishing opportunities close to home. These lakes are regularly stocked with catfish in the warmer months and rainbow trout in the cooler months. Sunfish and bass are also stocked as needed to maintain healthy populations. For more information on the FINS lakes or to find the stocking schedule, visit fw.ky.gov and search for FINS. The Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery plays an important role in providing great fishing opportunities across the state. So grab your rod and reel and take advantage of them.
Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go!
Can't take anything I'd rather do, so.
I'll make an announcement that everybody's on. Where are you? You're on mute. I'm just checking, counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, I got rid of some glare.
Doug. Is that the only two you like, Josh and Doug?
I turned the camera around, put the camera over here.
So Doug is back. Are we missing anybody?
Josh is not still.
Josh. There he is. Anytime you're ready, we're ready. Got any others that are missing? Gentlemen, we're ready to reconvene the December 4th meeting of the full commission. For the record, all members are in attendance for the afternoon session. And we welcome back the public to our meeting. The next item to be on the program is discussion items. And the first of those discussion items is the waterfowl hunting requirements. I guess Mr. Brungis or Chris, one of the two of you all will be doing that. Chris, are you going to do
Yes,
that?
sir. I'll start us off, and John Brunner will be happy to step in with any questions, I'm sure. But this is a rather lengthy one, so with the pleasure of the chairman, how I'd like to go through these. Do you want me to just go with each kind of section of bulleted items individually and then pause for questions?
What be the pleasure of the commission? Do you all want to go through all of them and then come back and either take the whole thing, or you want to do each one of them separately? Yes, Brian.
I'd like to do one bite of the apple at a time and go over each area.
Okay.
So you want to do them one at a time? Okay.
The way this is, that's good. Okay. So basically, this is a discussion item of our regulation 301 KAR 2222. It's our waterfowl hunting regulation. This is a result of a series of discussions stemming back from the 2018-19 seasons, where some changes were made based on our wetland waterfowl review. We also had an internal waterfowl team that meets every year and goes over the WMA regulations and proposed changes. And then the goal of this is basically to increase hunter opportunity and provide a little more quality experience. So I'll start with the boat route recommendations and go through those. Bulleted items. The first is requiring all hunters during the regular waterfowl season to check in daily at our morning check station. Second will be require all hunters to stop hunting by 2 p.m. daily and check out of the area by accurately completing the daily post-hunt survey provided by the department and submitting the survey at the designated drop point by the day of the hunt. Third item is allow for the crew units and allow hunting away from the blinds within the units, matching the Ballard WMA party spacing requirements. Removing specific limits on number of parties in hunting units, and then closing the area to boat access from December 1st to January 31st, except for those participating in department managed activities. And this would just mirror the language we have for the Jenny Hole unit of SLU's WMA.
Well, Mr. Jones, Josh, you're a duck hunter, Mr. Knott, and Brian Fisher. I'm waiting to hear questions from you all first.
Okay. Well, one question I do have is why was the early season left out of this? The first 4 days.
John, can you chime in on that one? The first 4 days of the waterfowl season?
There's John.
Hello, everybody again.
John, did you hear the question from David?
I did hear the question, and it is not left out. It says the regular waterfowl season.
Okay.
So that includes 4 days of Thanksgiving. So basically now the intent was that everybody hunting, if you're going to hunt it boat right, you're going to go through our quota system, whatever that may be. Basically,
that's great.
The entire
we're going to shut down at 2. Are we going to shut down at 2 p.m. in the first 4 days?
That's again, the regular waterfowl season is the way it's written. So yes,
okay.
Shut the area down at 2 p.m. those days as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. So the question on that last bullet point under boat right, should it be extended back? Because it does say December 1st to January 31st on the closed to boat access. Should we just reflect that change to the first day of typically Thanksgiving Day? I don't know the date. The date's always changing for that, but.
Mr. Fisher, I guess I'd ask that let me look at that. We went round and round on those dates, and I want to say December 1st we chose because of allowing folks to deer hunt or something like that. So before I tell you for sure, let me go back and off the top of my head, I don't remember. It's been a long process, and I don't remember exactly why we decided that particular date. But I want to say there was some kind of allowance in there to allow people to deer hunt, to go through the whole deer season, and then kind of close it down.
That's right, John.
David, go ahead, David.
I talked to Josh down here day before yesterday, and he said the close the boat access at December the 1st was during high water conditions, and that was just to keep people from boating around, scouting or wherever on Mondays and Tuesdays and after 2 p.m. And yes, it does need to be changed to where it goes Thanksgiving Day for 4 days, because we're losing a lot of ducks by people driving around when they don't need to be.
Everybody get that? Everybody on board with that? Okay. That's boat right. Now, do you want to go ahead and make some proposal about boat right, or do you want to go on to Ballard and then make these proposals about moving them on at the last of all these?
Just want to make sure I'm understanding Commissioner Fisher and Jones correctly. So you're asking us to look at moving that December 1st date back to Thanksgiving Day?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mine was more of a clarification because of what John had said. He had said it was for the waterfowl season, but that specific bullet point listed December 1st. So mine was point of clarification. I think Mr. Jones makes a valid point on it, especially on a WMA that's primarily focused at waterfowl. So I do have one other question on this, on allowing to hunt away, and it's been brought up to me. I'm assuming that we're going to maintain the blinds in each of these areas and keep them kept. So I think for people I've had feedback for is their concern is if we moved away from it, that they have elder gentlemen, they take kids, and they do specifically use these blinds. So the intent is not to get rid of the blinds and not to maintain them. We're going to have them. It just allows additional people or those individuals assigned that area to hunt outside, so they choose.
That is correct.
Most of the moving away from the blind sites, the way it's been explained to me, has been for high water conditions. Because some of the blind sites, when the river's up, you'd be setting out in the middle of a field. This gives you an opportunity to move back into the brush or into the trees to hide.
Any other comments on boat ride? Yes, Kenny.
I was wondering, did they ever come up with a hunt strategy for boat ride for this year? I know we changed everything at Ballard, but I never did hear what how they ever decided to handle boat ride this year.
Yeah, JB, you want to go through that real quick?
Sure, Commissioner Knott. We basically did come up with a strategy. It's similar to the one at the Jenny Hole, and both Jenny Hole and Boat Right use the same strategy. Folks, right now, this is the first week. We created an online system where folks could go in and apply for a spot to hunt at Boat Right or at Jenny Hole separately. And so that we're trying to maintain every bit of opportunity there as possible. Basically, all the same units that were available will be available now. They're basically, you apply, you have Wednesday through Sunday to apply. You're drawn on Monday, and then you start hunting Wednesday. So basically, we were able to kind of keep all the opportunity there, and just instead of showing up in person in the morning, you're showing up. You're basically doing it online ahead of time.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
That was also the drawing. You will not be asking for specific place, will you?
That was a level of complexity that we just could not build into our system. John Roberts and Jared both worked around the clock. They were out messages from them at 8 o'clock on Saturday night as they were working on this thing. They worked around the clock to make this thing happen, and that made the complexity tenfold higher. The future, if whatever happened in the future, that's complexity that could be built in, but for now we just couldn't. With our limited staff, we just couldn't do that.
By next year, could we get to that capability?
It is very possible, yes, sir.
Okay.
Assuming that we decided not to go back to the old ways.
Yes.
No, go there.
You got the floor, Mr. Little.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just curious about, is that enough time to get the survey filled out? I mean, by 3 p.m. So people are going to stop hunting at 2 p.m., pull their decoys and everything, and then be out and get that survey back within an hour. Is that enough time to allow them to do that?
That information, that timeline is based on our Ballard wildlife, where we hunt at Ballard. We have those same rules at Ballard, and people get back and no problem. I mean,
okay. That's all I was concerned about.
It has not been a problem at Ballard.
Mr. Jones.
When it first started, whether it was actually the law or the way it was explained to us, you had to be off of the area by 2 o'clock. You didn't have to. You couldn't hunt till 2 o'clock. You had to be gone by 2 o'clock.
That's correct. It's decoys pulled and out of the area at 2 p.m. So that gives you an hour from when you drive away from your hunting spot to get back to the check-in spot.
Kenny Knott, you had a comment?
No, I'll just confirm what Mr. Jones said. That's the way it is.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other discussions about boat ride at this time? Do you all want to vote to pass on, or do you want to go ahead and go through all these and then go back and do them as units or as groups? That'll expedite it a little bit if we go on to Ballard. Any other questions about boat ride? Then let's go on to Ballard, and then we'll come back and take these. We'll discuss them one at a time, but let's go back, or let's wait till farther along and then see if you want to take all of these to the next level, to the action item level at the end. Is that okay with everybody? No objections? Okay, let's go with Ballard.
Okay. The first change on Ballard is change the description of the Ohio River hunting exclusion zone. The northern boundary of the no hunting zone is currently described in regulation as 50 yards upstream of Dam 53. With the pending removal of that dam, we recommend matching the language of the southern boundary and make the northern boundary to say 50 yards upstream of the northern border of the WMA. That would shift the line less than 200 yards and shouldn't have any huge impact on the waterfowl.
Would that be marked some way, Chris? Y'all drive a stake in the ground or had flags or what? How would you
we can mark it on the bank and put potentially buoy. Buoys are tough on Ohio, so it'll probably be bank.
I would suggest that'd be my only because somebody's gonna measure 50 yards is about 150 yards.
When the feds get done with you, you'll remember it.
Any other questions on that one?
Let's go on to Ballard Boatwright and Quota Hunt.
Yep, this is the Ballard Boatwright and Quota Hunt areas of sloughs. Basically, we're going to change the daily shot shell limit to 25 shells. Basically, it's described in regulation as 15 shells daily unless the Canada goose limits are greater than 2 or duck limits are greater than 3, in which case they are, in which case it does go to 25. So to avoid confusion, since those limits aren't likely to change anytime in the foreseeable future, the 15 shell limit seems unnecessary. So we just like to make that simplified and just say the 25 shell limit.
Questions or comments? That's pretty clear cut. How about sloughs WMA Jenny Hole unit?
Sloughs Jenny Hole units and quota hunt periods. We recommend changing the allocation of hunting access from 5 days, Thursday through Monday, to 2 days, Thursday and Friday, and then another 3-day segment Saturday, the Monday allotments. Currently, parties drawn have access to the Jenny Hole unit for 5 days, and in 2 seasons under this system, hunters have frequently complained that period is too long and the utilization of the area is less than desired. So this would give a chance to rotate more groups of hunters through in those units and allow some more opportunity.
Let me ask you this, since I haven't been over there. You've got Thursday and Friday and then Saturday through Monday, dividing it that way. Is that what I'm reading there?
Yes, sir.
Would you all perceive it, you guys who duck hunt over there, would it be better to have a day between the Friday and Saturday? In other words, have it Wednesday and Thursday and skip Friday and then Saturday, Monday? Would that give resting time in there? Or would that make a difference, you guys? For you guys who are over there more than I am. You think leaving a day in between there would help you any, Chris or John or commissioners?
I think those are the days, when people are off work hunting and especially Fridays, if people are going to take off work a day and get there early, that's a prime day that people like to be able to hunt.
If there's ducks over there, Brian Fisher will take off any day.
I don't think 1 day of rest is going to make a difference, because if there's that many ducks coming through where it's going to make a difference, you're not going to need a day of rest anyway. So
just a question. Thank you, though. Thank you for your answer. Any discussion about that one other than my question to you all? Let's go on to sloughs WMA Grassy Pond.
This one, a lot of division recommends removing the 14 seasonally drawn blinds from these units and allowing the units to be hunted as walk-in areas.
So can I ask, because I've had some feedback on that's been a thing for a long time. I know a lot of people that participate in that. What's the rationale behind moving those seasonally drawn blinds?
John, you want to talk about it?
Sure, I'll take that. It's a request from the area manager, I'll start it with our previous area manager. It comes from the fact that basically these areas in the Grassy Pond there, they have been a long time tradition. There are people that apply for them, but those spots are really only really good when there's backwater. And then once there's backwater conditions, then where we have blinds and how we have blinds laid out really doesn't work. So you've got people confused about where they can hunt and how they can hunt, where they have to be. And we kind of just feel like it's a tradition. We have these blinds because we've always had them. But the reality is, if we let people just hunt in there the way they wanted to, the opportunity would probably be better.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Knott.
Mr. Brudges, would you explain how do you get the access? Are you still doing the same draw, the same access as you do at Ballard? You have to go through the draw system to get one of these, or is it just come one, come all, or how do you gain access?
for the sluice spot?
Yes.
The seasonally drawn blinds, we have a drawing, and I think it's the third Tuesday in September at a local school there. People show up, put their name in a hat, and so basically, if you draw one of the blinds, you have the first right. You build the blind. You have the first rights to that blind each morning for the entire season. So if you were the person drawn out, you could every morning. You could 60 days out of the year, you could go show up and hunt there. Any day you didn't show up, then the public's free to take your spot and hunt there. But there are people that still put in, but the use of it, we've seen a steady decline over time. Even though people still come and put in, the use of those areas, just because they're just not great, except when there's backwater, they're really nice. That area is a really nice area, but then the blinds and where they are a lot of times the blinds are underwater when we have backwater. And so, then, okay, where can you hunt and how can you hunt? So that's just been the confusion. And so, but yes, basically there is a drawing in September where, you drive and you show up and you put your name in the hat, and if you get drawn, you get that blind for the season. And we have that at our Doug Travis area. We have that at there, and then we have it at the core lakes like Barkley and Barron and Green River Lakes.
Was there not like 2-day draws at sloughs as well, or has that been discontinued? Or
that's a totally separate deal. That's not part of this discussion. There is a quote. There is a, just like Ballard. It's exactly like when we hunt at Ballard. We have a different area where you can get drawn each day to hunt for a specific blind there.
Okay. So that's not affected per this item.
No, it's totally a totally separate thing. We have multiple opportunities there.
All right, I understand it now. Thank you.
Any other questions about the sloughs WMA Grassy Pond? Then we've got South Shore WMA. That's the last one on the list.
Last one, we're moving back across the state. Basically, current regulations require waterfowl hunters utilizing South Shore WMA to hunt from a department supplied blind. South Shore is a remote area. It's not manned. We don't have staff there. And maintaining those blinds is very challenging, if not impossible. So we're trying to kind of mirror what we've done on some of our other WMAs and removing the requirement to hunt from those blinds to allow hunters to move around and hunt more where they, where they're seeing the waterfowl and make it a little less cumbersome.
Where is that? I'm going to show my ignorance, I guess, by not knowing where South Shore WMA is.
It's in Greenup County.
Greenup. Okay. Any comments or questions about South Shore? Yes, Doug.
That's over on the river in Greenup County. It's right on the river. It's as far as I go in the 8. And a big problem with those blinds is it's so grown up down that riverbank. It's adjacent to that dove field, and you just can't get in those blinds. They're not maintained, and they're all grown up. And the question is, if you're going to fix it where you don't have to be in them blinds, are they going to be able to try to clean that up in there where you can get in there to hunt, Chris?
Yeah, we could look at that, definitely.
That needs to be looked at. I've had a lot of complaints about people not being able to get to the river. But
okay, we can look at that with you.
I appreciate it.
That's one of our tour stops, isn't it?
It is our next one.
There you go.
Cannot.
I'll bring the boat.
Cannot.
Since they have had their waterfowl working group and all that stuff with Ballard, and they have changed these things to where you don't have to hunt in that designated blind, I think the opportunity for hunters has been muchly increased. And especially with the hunter, there's still a group of hunters that need that, but there's also a group of hunters that very much appreciate the ability to move around and create their own opportunities. So I'm very much in favor of doing this. However, I would say that if we have somewhat the ability to maintain or keep some of these blinds, we probably should, because there's actually 2 groups of hunters out there that you encounter, that some that still need this service as well.
It's noted, Kenny. Thank you.
Any other comments? What'd be the pleasure? Go ahead, David.
This question's for John Brunges. when we have a flood condition on Boatwright, are we going to start having more enforcement to take care of the trespassing through Swan Pond and through the rest areas?
Commissioner, I would probably defer that to Colonel Gibson or somebody else. I don't have any control over enforcement. The guys out there work hard, do a great job, and I can't speak to what additional efforts they could make.
We can increase all these hunter opportunities and make a better place, but if we still got people driving through our rest areas, we're burning daylight.
I'll just tell you, Commissioner Jones, that Josh, these
we talked about this yesterday or day before.
Yep. And, we try to, Josh has worked with the guys out there, the law enforcement guys. They are aware of all these things. And if they had come back and said, no way, we can't handle this, we would have definitely not moved forward.
Okay. One more item. Mud motors without mufflers. How long are we going to allow that to happen?
That's not on this agenda, but
I know it's not.
I'm more than happy to talk to you about it. You and I think, talked about sitting out there listening to somebody 5 miles away with the crazy loud motor. The difficulty is, how do you enforce that? Other states, I've talked to other states, and other states have basically gone to a system where you cannot modify your exhaust on the mud motor, and that keeps them from being nearly as loud as what I know you're talking about and what I've heard. I've asked about this in the past. It's just the question of enforcement and how you deal with it, but I'm happy to keep it on the radar and let's work on it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As it stands now, the Corps of Engineers has a 86 decibel at 50 feet limit on motors. That just gives us an idea of something to work with.
Commissioner, if you could send us that language from that Corps, whatever reg that's in. And,
I will try to find that again. Yes, sir.
And law enforcement, and look into that.
Any other questions about these 7 items, and what be the pleasure of the commission as far as passing all of these together, or any one, or dropping 2 or 3, or however you want to handle this, on to action items for the next meeting? I'll entertain any motion concerning that.
Chairman Kleiner?
Yes, sir. Mr. Knott.
I believe I've heard sufficient discussion on each and every one of these items to at least give them the ability to be passed on further. So at this time, I would move that we accept all of these items as they have been stated and move on to an action item.
Action items for the next meeting. Is there a second to that? David Jones seconds that, and Robbie thirded it. Any further discussion or questions about that? I'll put the question to you. Everyone in favor of passing all 7 items on to action items at the next meeting, please signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. The next item on our business agenda today is a discussion item, repeal 301 KAR 4020 and move relevant portions into 301 KAR 2222. Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. This goes along the lines of what we had started, I think, last November at one of our meetings out west when law enforcement had the reg book. I think you all got copies, and basically we were looking at reg cleanup and repeal of kind of older and outdated regs. That's kind of what these 2 items are on. The first one is to repeal KAR 4020, which is the Ballard WMA area restrictions, and move those relevant portions of that into 301-222. And basically what we're going to move into that is, the person may not enter on the premises during the refuge dates, October 15th to March 15th, except department authorized personnel, and then persons participating in department managed activities. And we'll also retain the trespass by boat during the high water flood periods. The rest of that stuff in that regulation was kind of outdated and a little bit over restrictive, where, I think it said stuff like no one could authorize the area except the director of the division, the Wildlife Division, Wildlife Management Area, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Special Agents. So it was very overly restrictive. Said you couldn't carry a firearm, be accompanied by a dog unless you were a U.S. Special Agent. So that's the one we would like to repeal. And like I said, just move those relevant portions to 222.
I have a question. Is in the event of flooding, since I haven't been on the back side of Ballard, in the event of flooding from the river, is there any mark that would let you know you were trespassing? Is there any pole that's got things marked on the pole? Because I know if it's flooded, you can't do it from a 3-foot high post. You'd have to do it from higher up. Is it well marked, the boundary near the river or whatever, that you know you were trespassing over on the Ballard from the back side?
That's a good question, Chairman. I do not know personally. I'd have to ask and dig into that and get the information on how.
It's going to be hard to charge someone with trespassing if the officer nor you can determine where you just trespassed.
Yeah, I would expect it to be pretty well marked given the frequency of flooding over there, but I can check into that and give you the exact details on it.
David, do you know about how the backside is? Do you know how marked it is on the riverside?
I don't know that they've got signs high enough for the way the water's been the last few years. There are some that's up high, but I don't know that they're high enough.
All right. Okay. That's just something maybe to look into, Chris.
Definitely.
Any other comment here, please? On the trespassing by boat during high water, during duck season, we turn people loose on boat right to hunt that have drawn to hunt. Why don't we hunt on Ballard during duck season when the river's up? Back in years gone by, department personnel carried people out to the high ridges and the pits. And now then we don't even allow them on the place.
Chris, John?
A lot of the closures that I'm familiar with have been, with the roads, and then obviously less staff than we've had in the past out there in the road. Obviously the concern with people running off into places where they can't get in and out of. Yeah, you're right. I remember the days when we had a school bus out there and we took the hunters out.
You go.
In the field.
I've gone by boat to a lot of places. We had an old 6x one time that we drive there at Butler Lake. You go through 4 or 5 foot of water, and it's a wonder the 6x hadn't washed off the levee. But
Mr.
we
Jones,
went anyway.
Mr. Jones, can I speak to your question there a little bit? It's an item that we have discussed. It's an item that we are considering, but we are not ready to move ahead quite yet. And one of the big reasons is boat right in general. The people hunting boat right are locals. They're knowledgeable. They know how to hunt the area. They know about backwater. The people who hunt Ballard come from all over the state. And so the question is, how do you deal with it? Somebody gets drawn, they're drawn. Okay, I've got a boat, so I'm going to go hunt the backwater at Ballard. And you've got a boat ramp with a 7-mile-an-hour current going crossways across the trees. There's a serious concern about safety. Josh originally was very gung-ho to do this, and over time he's become more and more nervous about it. I'm not saying we're not going to do it, but we want to come up with a plan. And right now it hasn't happened because of concerns over safety of our hunters.
I agree totally with the concerns over the current, because since the new dam has gone online, the current across my place is probably 5 times stronger than it was. The first year we owned the place, there was no current. You could kill a duck and he'd lay in the decoys for 15 minutes. Now then, you kill him and he hits the water, you better go get him because he's going to be a mile away in the next 20.
One other note along these lines, most of the time Ballard, we get shut down because we have that main sluice system through the area that basically cuts off everything. Well, as you know, we just received $1 million NALCA grant to work at Ballard, to do some work at Ballard. And one of the things, parts of that is working on a couple of those roads that cross that slough and putting in new water control structures. And we're hopeful that those new structures will give us the ability to access most of the area, even under all but the very highest level of flood conditions. So we're working towards, defeating it partly by basically by getting the roads improved to get them in there. And then afterwards, we're still thinking about it, but it's just safety is a big concern.
I understand that, but okay.
Other discussion about the information on attachment D2? What would be the pleasure of the commission about repealing 301 KAR 402? Any motions to move it on, or?
Commissioner Fisher has his hand up.
Say again?
I think Commissioner Fisher has his hand up.
Oh, Commissioner Fisher.
I tried to wait to get called on. See, that's why I have to.
Thank you for your courtesy. Thank you for your courtesy, sir. Do you make a motion to pass this on to the full commission?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
In March, that'll be in March, by the way. I think we're going to get, Commissioner, are you going to put out a list of proposed dates? Unless anybody, we're going to try to get those out a little earlier so you all can look them over if you don't have any major vacation. So the question be, is there any more discussion on that? Do we have a second? Did I hear a second anywhere? I need a second on that motion from David Jones. Any further discussion before I put the question? So as to repeal 301 KAR 4020, the motion's been made to move it on to full commission meeting in March. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Majority carries. That motion passes. Thank you.
And I want to thank everybody for all the information I just got.
Good. Well, you need to be keeping supplying us some information about District 1. Okay, so this next item is repeal of 301 KAR 4050 and move the relevant portions to 301 KAR 222.
Yes, Chairman. This is a very similar type item. 4050 is the Swan Lake unit of Boatwright WMA, and we're going to move those relevant portions as far as the timing restrictions of the waterfowl refuge period from October 15th to March, as well as department authorized personnel access to 222, and remove and again repeal the rest of the regulations, which had some similar type discrepancy in it, which were overly restricted, and some were covered in other regulations, such as the camping. We said you couldn't have an unleashed pet on the area, and there was a reference in there to not being able to use a firearm to take frogs that we have no idea where it came from. I think that was the only area in the state that was a reference to why we don't know. So that, like I said, the same lines, just repealing an older regulation and moving the relevant portions to 222, which are listed in your packet.
Discussion? Questions for Chris or for John? Entertain a motion concerning this one, D3. Nobody saying anything. Robbie?
I've got one more question, sir.
Okay, David. Fire, David.
This area access from October 15th through March 15th. This is another thing that needs to be looked at when the river's up. There's as much traffic through Swan Pond at that time when the river's up as there is on Highway 51. And it's supposed to be a rest area again.
So you're saying look at that to have that.
Yes, sir.
Down high water. About it. Okay. Definitely look at that.
Any further questions, comments, motions from the floor? Robbie Lear.
I move that we take this to an action item. For next meeting, the repeal of 301 KR 4050, move relevant portions into 301 KR 222.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second to that? Seconded by David Jones. Any further discussion before we put the question? The motion's been made to repeal 301 KL 4005 or 050 and move the relevant portions to 301 KR 222 and make that an action item for the next meeting. All in favor signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. The next is attachment D4, that's page 42. Discussion item is depredation permits. Chris?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. This was an informational item. I guess the commission had requested some information on depredation permits and how those are handled within the agency. Basically, what you've got in your packet is a description of how we issue those depredation permits and under kind of what order. And I've got Kyle Sams on here if he wants to jump in and add anything when we get there. But the first attempt with people experiencing damage is to try to get with them to use hunting as a method to help control their damage, first and foremost. And the first method of that is just basically invite people on your land to hunt, allow people to hunt in Zone 1 counties. We have unlimited tags. If that is not enough to get your populations under control, then we go to the deer control tags. Those are recommended by a biologist and a conservation officer who conducts an on-site damage inspection, and these are for antlerless deer only. These tags are distributed to the landowner and can be given to anyone who has a valid hunting license and current deer permit, unless they're exempt from a permit. And then the next step, if that doesn't satisfy kind of what their problem, and they still have damage issues, then we step it up to the deer destruction permits, which those are issued to landowners who continue to experience damage after trying to use deer control tags, and meaning the landowners are required to utilize hunting as a means of reducing deer prior. Then they get, after the hunting doesn't work, then they go to the deer destruction permits. They're intended to be used outside of the season framework established in 172 and designed to be used concurrently with 150-170. Those can be issued immediately if there's a public safety or environmental threat. Then the last step in this, which, if the landowner just can't get any relief, is the 150-170, where the landowner, their spouses, or dependent children, or designees, if approved by the commissioner, can kill wildlife on their lands who is causing damage. But then, like I said, 150-170 does require reporting of that to law enforcement. So that's kind of the steps. I don't know if there are other questions on use. Generally, I think we looked at this over the last 3 or 4 years or so, and we typically issue about 4,300 of the deer control tags per year, and the deer destruction tags, it's more around the 600 or 700 range. This year has been quite a bit more, the use of those is about 40% of those get used on the deer control, and about 25 to 30% on the destruction permits.
Chris, the way this reads, am I understanding it correctly that before you can get a DDP permit, you have to have exhausted your efforts on DCT?
Yes, we want you to try deer control tags first. Now, you may have some people, and Kyle can step in on this one, that don't allow hunting, period, or in an area where they can allow hunting for some reason. And in that case, you could go directly to the destruction permits.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Knott. You have the floor.
Yeah, I had a situation, and I think it kind of borders mine and your districts. Is this time I had sportsmen bringing to my attention, they had several, some people that were given, say, 25 of these tags, and they did exercise their right to use those, and the landowners were in need of that service being provided to them, but that was being provided to them in a Zone 4 county. So that was where I was confused on the situation, is the fact that we got people needing 15 and 25 deprivation tags in Zone 4 counties when we don't allow the general public to kill but one doe or something, or not at all, one doe by a bow or whatever. So somehow or another, the two, they don't align to me. But that's my only thing that I think we need to look at concerning this. I mean, there's great need for this type of stuff, and I'm not against this in any way. It didn't match up with, the two didn't jive to me some way.
And I can send you all the numbers per day, and it is lower in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. So how many significantly lower as far as these number of permits issued, and it's very landowner specific. You can have isolated areas where they, don't allow hunting, have some very good habitat, and they can have an issue. So it's very, property specific.
Chris, if you'll remember, I did ask you to, for all 120 counties, can you all compile to send to every commissioner the depredation tag numbers issued in each of those 120 counties?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you all will be receiving the list of depredation tags, both issued and fulfilled, correct? You know whether they were fulfilled or not. So in each of your counties, you should know the number of depredation tags issued and how many were filled. Yes, Paul?
Just kind of echo what Kenny said. I know, I guess 3 years ago, we looked at some of the Zone 4 counties about changing them to Zone 3. And at that particular time, we had a EHD outbreak, and that kind of stopped that effort of looking and recharacterizing any of those counties. Just, food for thought. It might be something we want to revisit and see if that's a possibility in some of those Zone 4 counties.
Yeah, we'll do. Kyle and those guys have a look at that stuff every year and meet with our staff out in the regions as well and have those discussions. So that definitely be looked at, Paul.
I think that was in 17. I just can't remember. I believe that was in 17.
17 was a big EHD outbreak out there. So
Kyle, do you have
we'll send you
anything?
that list broken out by district and by county.
Kyle?
Yes. I would just like to say that the original or the purpose of these deer control tags is really for zones 2 through 4. Zone 1 has unlimited harvest associated with does or female deer. So even though you do see some issues in Zone 4, which is a normal thing where you've got too many deer in a really small area who may be causing damage, but the deer control tags is really for those 3 zones because there is a limit to what you can harvest antlerless wise there.
Other comments or questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Morgan.
Does the wanton waste provision we just passed apply to this?
No, sir. There's an exemption in there just for the deer and damage situations. You got to remember, damage is a very different situation than a hunting situation. So that there is an exemption for that within that regulation. We still do want to encourage people to utilize the animals and put them on the Hunters for the Hungry or anything else we can, but there was an exemption for that.
So it's okay by the department, it would be legal to shoot 25 deer and let them lay and rot after we just passed this regulation to make everybody feel good that we wasn't wasting these deer, and now we're going to shoot them and let them lay. You don't see a conflict there anywhere?
I do, but I see that as, like I said, the big difference between a damage and a hunt situation where you're trying to, utilizing the animal for hunting versus killing it because it is causing property damage. And that's what this 150, 170 statute does allow. That's something I don't think we necessarily push. Brian Fisher's asking some questions about that, and that's something that's been in effect since 1942, and I'm kind of researching that. But yeah, that's not what we would want, but that's what 150, 170 allows.
Well, this would be one place where it could be enforced. I can see in other places it would be, as the Colonel said, very, very difficult to enforce it. But here, if we issue them the tag, there's no reason why they can't produce what they done with it after they killed it. So I think we need to keep that in mind if we're looking at how people look at us from the outside world. That was brought up. I mean, we're trying to put out a good image. If we want to put out a good image, we need to think about having some way for these officers to make sure that these tags that they've issued are not being wasted.
Yes, Mr. Swallows.
Well, the proposed action here is to allow Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry to harvest those deer and feed the homeless, which At least I think that's where we're headed, right?
Yeah, part of this was, I think part of the discussion earlier was can we require someone under 150, 170 to utilize the deer? And I don't think I'd defer to legal and law enforcement. I don't think under 150, 170 we can require that they utilize it. But we can heavily promote Hunters for the Hungry for everyone receiving, you know, especially obviously the deer destruction, deer control tags be utilized.
I would make that, I mean, just thinking about it, that is a movement in the right direction. And you know, you're going to have some people who are having damage issues, maybe in the early part of the spring or the summer, that maybe they don't want people on their property or they have some issues with that. But it would seem to me that in this action to have Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry as an option, I'm sure we can't force them. I don't know for sure, but certainly make it the Kentucky Hunters for the Hungry notified of this and what's going on so that they can reach out. They have refrigerated trucks they can bring on site. There's much that can happen here. And I'm strongly in favor of making this part of the application process for these deportation tags in anything that we do. And I'll make that into a motion if we get to it after discussion.
Thank you, Ralph. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner or Chairman. Yeah, I've been working with Chris and trying to get to it. I don't know if that was a rule that was brought up by the department or if it was state legislator, but I think we need to try to run that down and see what our purview over this regulation is and do as Ralph says. I'm all in agreement. We need to try to make sure that we have a means to use any animal that's harvested. There's lots of people that could benefit from them.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Other comments you want to make or other questions to Chris? Yes, David, I see you up there now. I saw you. David?
Okay. I understand these predation, deer destruction permits or whatever you want to call them. It is hard to drive into a bean field that you've planted and see 25 or 30 deer, and they're just like a mowing machine. As soon as it sprouts, they eat it off. Yes, people need to be fed, but is it going to be a problem getting somebody to show up to pick up these deer? Because I know I've seen times, and I've heard of times around here where people have killed 20, 25 deer in the afternoon, just trying to get them out of a bean field. And whenever the season comes in, you can't tell there's a deer missing. That's the big thing with our deer, especially it used to be down here. It's not as bad now as it used to be, but we've just, you got to think about that too.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Swallows.
Well, that's a good point because our processors for the most part are not operational in those periods. They come on the biggest access is in the fall and through the season. So that is a major issue. And we may not be able for what we do and think that we can solve this problem completely. We can sure take steps in the right direction.
Yes,
and this will be fun. We won't solve it completely.
But let's just, Mr. Chairman, we just make everybody cringe on the video. So why don't we just look at a late antlerless rifle season? There's Chris over there. He's like, oh crap, he did it.
I think we discussed that before, except it was an early rifle season. We can discuss.
I'm not talking earlier. I'm talking late.
I hear you.
The antlers start falling off, but.
Chris, did you not tell me that any of these tags are issued in August? So it wouldn't really be a late season. That's when they're having a lot of trouble, isn't it, August?
Yeah, it's usually, the trouble is usually earlier in the year.
Well, I think, and I'm going to put my 2 cents worth in here, I guess, and maybe should not. But once you have wanton waste, once you recognize wanton waste and make a law about it, then the optics of leaving them laying is not too good. I understand from a landowner aspect that they've certainly got to get rid of crop depriving deer. But if we could at least make an attempt to find individuals for those, it offsets a little bit optically the fact that we're going to punish someone else for wanton waste. So I don't know what you all wildlife can come up with, or suggestions of other commissioners about getting a list together of people that we could maybe contact and tell them that on Wednesday of next week they're going to shoot their 25. Can you all be there to pick them up? If we at least make an attempt to dispose of those in a way that's not wasteful or the appearance of wastefulness, I think it would certainly offset the fact that we have enacted a wanton waste law, and keeps from having it both ways. So I think your comments, Brian, and your comments, Ralph, are all well taken, and yours, Doug, for how can we have one with and still have the other, are all good comments. And I think if they try to work through, if wildlife tries to work through a way of maybe improving it without a regulation, it would certainly be optically better to the sportsmen and to the landowners and to the insurance companies. We've got those effects of all. Yes, Mr. Knott.
I'd also like to circle back to my point a while ago is in a zone 4 county, if we could somehow, if we have to issue more than 50 deer control tags within a zone 4 county, that trigger a special look by the department to move that to a zone 3.
Yes, sir. I think Chris is aware of that one.
Okay.
Other comments about this issue, and it's a good discussion you all had on that. Yes, David.
One more thing. We talked about an early doe season or a late doe season. Hey, down here you can kill 3 with your sportsman's license now, and you can't get people to kill them. All they want to shoot is a set of horns. There's a few people I know of that'll kill a doe every now and then, but the biggest portion of the tags go wasted.
I just have one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Just one comment on that. I think when you visit having a rifle season prior to or a doe only season with rifle prior to everybody getting a chance to harvest their buck, it creates a lot of cringe. I mean, you get in there, you're blowing these deer out, you're getting sent to the woods. I mean, there's a lot of things when people are going to prioritize a buck, but the thought process is if they've already had the chance to or opportunity to harvest their buck, they didn't capitalize on it, and you put them back out in the field and giving them a chance with the rifle again, that maybe more going and that 8 tag suit on a buck would shoot a doe because that's their last available opportunity. So I think it would get some support. I don't know how much, probably a lot. I would almost guarantee a lot more than putting it before. And then it also increases opportunity. And if they shoot enough, then we don't have to have people come out there and just shoot them and let them lay.
You have phone concerns.
In August, or you shoot them in November, the damage is going to be done when they plant next spring. So
I was saying you have phone concerns early.
Right.
Okay. What would be your pleasure about this item as far as the depredation permits? Do you want to move that on or table or do more research on, or what would be the pleasure of the commission with that?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe Chris alluded to compiling some recommendations as to things we could do, but in case it wasn't explicit, what I would suggest humbly is that as the department, compile a list of things we can do operationally in administering these permits and tags, including trying to coordinate with Hunters for the Hungry. And then also, I know Commission Member Lillard has strong interest in trying to figure out a way to get hunters or new hunters who are looking for meat, looking for opportunity through Field to Fork and other programs to try to get those matched up with these folks who are experiencing damage. And we do have, thanks to the commission, opportunity to set up some special hunts outside the normal season parameters. So we might be able to do some things there, field to fork type mentored opportunities where staff and other qualified mentors are going out with these new hunters, maybe on some of these depredation cases. So there might be some things we could do to kind of step up our efforts, and then again also provide information to the landowners who are suffering from this about Hunters for the Hungry, and try to connect them up to try to optimize that and reduce the amount of waste. So that would be my recommendation, is maybe we could come back with a white paper on our recommended steps, and we could distribute that to the members. And then if you all want to bring this back up at some future time, you could.
Yeah, we can get that to you along with the list of where the tags are submitted and used. I know what Brian mentioned, Hunters for the Hungry, like we already had a list of getting those packets to everyone that gets one of these tags. Knowing about Hunters for the Hungry is a good step. Also, what Commissioner Lillard is mentioning about getting new hunters and recruitment tool in contact with the landowners who are having problems. Another possibility, could be putting landowners who have depredation permits or destruction permits in contact with just folks who are willing to be taken deer. Maybe they don't hunt themselves or whatever else, but if someone killed a deer, they would be willing to accept a deer and somehow get those in contact where, hey, we've got 5 does down. How many would you like type deal?
Commissioner Lillard?
Brian or Chris, when is the deadline for the applications for the field to fork or the Hunter for the Hungry, the special regulations to allow a hunt outside of the regular season? Is that in February?
I believe it's in January, actually. I believe there's I don't remember all the details of why that was set, but I think it was basically just to allow for, the commission would have advance notice and there would also be time for planning. But it doesn't necessarily, I don't believe the reg requires specifying a particular site or property. So we could probably have that application in from, for example, Hunters for the Hungry and another partner that might want to do a field to fork program for a given county or an area. And then we could work on it between January and the late summer, early fall.
Okay, thank you.
So are you suggesting, Commissioner, that we table this or do further research with this and not send it on to a action item at this time?
Yes, sir. It was requested. I believe this one was an informational item where the commission wanted to know more or less like what's the current protocol, what are the steps that the department takes in administering these permits and tags, and then decide, whether the commission wanted to try to move it on for some kind of action in the future. And I think unless someone here would have a particular interest in an action that might be a regulation, I would suggest we kind of handle it operationally if that's agreeable to the commission.
Everybody clear on that? So any motion from the floor? Ralph?
Move it on for the next, as a discussion item on the next, on the March meeting.
Okay, so we'll table it as far as moving it to an action item at this point and make it a discussion item next time with all these white papers and information that they're going to send us. Is that your motion?
Well, I don't, would we be prepared to move it or make it and we wouldn't be prepared to make it an action item by the next?
No, we would not. It would be a discussion item that would be more thoroughly researched by the department and more suggestions, as well as supplying the commission with more information about the depredation tag per county. And then at the next one, if we call it a discussion item, then we can move it on to an action item.
Well, then I would make my motion to bring this to a point of discussion item to be moved to an action item in the March meeting.
Okay. Any second to that motion? So his motion is to make it a discussion item next time in the next meeting and then move it to an action item after that. I have a second from Brian Fisher. Any further discussion? All in favor of that, please signify by raising your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. The next item is discussion item about Fisheries Division recommendations. Who's with us for that? I guess, Dave, are you back?
Yes, sir. I'm back, Mr. Chairman.
This will be attachment D5, page 44, gentlemen.
like to go ahead and give you since we're on the subject of Asian carp, I'd like to give you a brief update on the year-to-date Asian carp commercial harvest. So year-to-date in calendar year 2020, for statewide, a total of 5.89 million pounds of Asian carp have been harvested. The vast majority of those obviously are silver carp. The side note to that is the Kentucky Fish Center has processed 5.06 million pounds that would count towards their goal. Some of that was rollover from last year. So actually in just this calendar year, they've processed 4.12 million pounds. About a quarter of that harvest going through KFC is from Tennessee waters of Barkley and Lake Barkley and Kentucky Lake. And I guess I should back up and just say of the total pounds that are harvested through across the state, 93% of that poundage came from Kentucky and Barkley Lakes. So the vast majority is coming out of the lakes. That's good news. Then I guess I'd move on to the discussion item if there's no questions about the update.
I have a question, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Knott.
I saw some news releases and things about them closing some bays down on Kentucky Lake and they're to do some of this new modified harvesting and things like that.
Yes,
and
sir.
And what does that mean when it talks about clearing debris?
They're doing a clearing areas that they're going to use for seining and harvest, and those are a 300 by 500 foot area. Basically, they're using some heavy duty net, and they're just going to drag the bottom and remove everything in that area in that 3 by 500 foot area. So there's one of those areas in each of the embayments that they're going to test these methods.
Okay. My only getting the carp out and everything does way more good than the habitat destruction there. But could we maybe look at identifying those areas if we're not going to use them time and time again? If we are, that's one thing. But if we're not going to use them time and time again, could we see about putting some habitat back in those areas once we clear that debris? Or will they be used multiple times?
Those areas will be marked by buoys, and we don't know if we're going to continue with modified unified methods or still, as they're experimental. But if they are something we're continue to use, then we'll probably continue to use the same areas.
Same area. If you do that, I see not putting the habitat back. But if you do not, it looks like to me, this is something we've had several discussions about is habitat in the lakes and some projects going on. So if we clear all the habitat in those areas and we quit using them, I think it would be great if we would put something back in those areas.
Yeah, I'm sure we could do that. We could make that a priority. And I've been told actually that the habitat we remove from the area gets put back in the water, elsewhere.
Elsewhere.
In those areas.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
How long are you going to be doing these unified areas?
You mean how long is the
how long is the project going? Is it going to last through April or March or April?
No, sir. I think the only ones scheduled are the two big ones are scheduled where the United States Geological Survey brings in a large group of people. Those are scheduled for January and February, one in Smith Bay and one at Pisgah Bay. We do have Murray State has a contract to test out the kind of a smaller version of, if you will, of the modified unified method in 3 other embayments. But I think all of this activity is supposed to happen during the cool weather months because that's when it's most effective catching the carp.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Commissioner Morgan?
Dave, I heard that there was a sharp increase on the permits to process these carp. And if that's true, is there any way the department can help offset that?
I'm sorry, a sharp increase I missed that part.
Is it true that there was a sharp increase in the cost of the permits to operate the disposal of these fish?
I'm not aware, to be honest with you.
Well, it must not be a problem. I read that the last couple of weeks. Maybe it's not so.
There was a proposal, if I may, Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
There was a proposal, and I'll be honest, I have not heard the outcome of that. Dave, let's check and see if we can find reference to that. It was a had to do with food process permitting and inspection. And,
Oh, okay.
And so I have not
Kind of a pass up type of
our regs or anything, but it may or may not have passed. I do not know. Doug, do you know for certain that passed?
Well, I don't know if it passed, but if it did, I can see where that would be a big problem, increasing the cost that much on something that's got a low profit margin as that. Hopefully we can kind of look into that. Maybe there's some way the department can soften that blow if it's true. I don't know if it is, but that's what the newspaper article said.
Are you referring to some type of Are you referring to some type of Department of Agriculture regulations?
No, I think that was a state permit.
Okay.
I believe it's a Health and Family Services.
I believe that's right.
I'll certainly check into it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments about this fisheries division recommendation? What would be the pleasure of the commission with it?
Chairman Clenard, I have yet to go through the discussion item on this one.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's all right. So this is a discussion where we would like to consider amending the regulations to allow for the refinement of the Asian carp harvest program. So this is 301 KR 152. And we have a number of different items that we'd like to propose to consider that would help improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the program. And this program just continues to evolve, and we want to try to stay current with making it the most efficient and effective it can be. So some of these recommendations are what a commercial fisher might characterize as a liberalization of regs, and some of them are of a kind of a restriction. But I'll just detail a number of these bullets for you, and we'll go through them one by one. So the first one would clean up the definition wording to prevent the harvest of roe-bearing species, as well as better define the restricted waters. The second bullet there is to change the language so that commercial fishers would be allowed to set their nets in any fashion instead of being restricted to whip net sets. The participant requirements would be edited to change the phone number to schedule to call fishing with the department. So the current number is our info desk number, and we would change that number to a local staff cell phone number. Clean up the wording on what fishing location information is needed and notification requirements for changing fishing locations after the assignment. We also would like to consider making a change so commercial fishers would be required to mark the ends of their nets with floating buoys, and all fish harvested, possessed, and transported under the Asian Carp Harvest Program would need to be kept separate from fish harvested by any other methods. The removal of immediate submission of daily harvest cards with a new requirement to submit that information at the end of each month. We'd also like to consider allowing those fishing with a free Asian carp only commercial license to fish in both commercially restricted and open waters. We'd also like to change the requirement of the half mile on the water participant separation to a quarter-mile separation and the 3-day maximum occupancy restriction of a requested fishing location. So this is just basically the kind of let the commercial fishers figure it out for themselves and give them a little more leeway. We'd also like to add the ability for the department to restrict fishing in locations where there would be excessive user conflicts. And finally, the last thing would be to add a new section to the regulation to provide for the use of unlicensed helpers in the program. And this would be modeled after the commercial fishing helper language that we have in 301 KR 155.
Paul.
David, just a question here on the commercial fishermen being allowed to set their nets in any fashion. When we first discussed this years ago, I believe it was talked about that the nets had to be set 3 feet under the water surface so that they didn't get into props. Would that eliminate that?
You know, I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. I do have Assistant Director Jeff Ross standing by, and he might be able to help me with that. I don't think it does, but Jeff, do you have that one?
No, that wouldn't eliminate that. That is still in the regulation. All the specifications on depth of nets and staying with them and anything pertaining to that is remaining. It would just allow them to set trammel and gill nets in any fashion as far as being straight. The whip net set required them to encircle fish. That's the definition of the whip net. So they now set them straight or, you know, in other fashions, but they still got to follow the depth requirements and the monitoring of the nets.
So we still shouldn't have the user conflict of nets getting into props or, okay.
Brian Fisher.
How many Asian carp only commercial license do we sell currently?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't have that number either.
We can certainly get it. Asian carp only are free permits, correct, Jeff?
Right. Yes, they're free.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Only other comment, if we bring in unlicensed helpers, is that going to cause a conflict with any other commercial guided activities where we've tried to make sure everyone was licensed? Are we going to create a conflict between other commercial activities?
There's some stipulations in the language that make it so, you know, that keeps people honest, so to speak. The commercial fishermen shall not utilize more than 2 unlicensed helpers while actively fishing. They must ensure the unlicensed helper complies with all boating and safety requirements. The unlicensed helper shall be accompanied by a licensed commercial fisherman while using commercial fishing gear. And the commercial fisherman whose commercial fishing license has been suspended or revoked in Kentucky or another state shall not be listed as a helper. And the assisted licensed Kentucky fisherman, they may not assist in transporting fish. Those are stipulations of the helper reg that would be instituted here.
And Dave, that wording is exactly the same as the wording that is in our 155 reg. So
I was reading 155. So basically that's what we would do. We could reference 155 or we could insert that language, however the legal folks decided was the best way to do it.
Commissioner Knott.
I'm maybe missing part of the puzzle here, but if we're giving out a free commercial license, and we're targeting Asian carp with this, then why do we need to allow unlicensed helpers? Because he can get the license for free. Now, if he's working in the other part of the fishing industries and other thing else, then in other words, we're now going to allow unlicensed helpers in the other parts of the industry that we've had licensed for years past, or somebody needs to straighten me out on how I've got it wrong here.
Unlicensed helpers are already allowed with, for folks that aren't in the Asian Carp Harvest Program. We
Okay.
just wanted to allow them in the Asian Carp Harvest Program.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. But you see what I'm saying? If it's a free permit, then they just need to get one.
I'm not sure I'm not sure the ramifications of letting folks out there. I guess I see your point. You're saying they could just go ahead and get a license.
Correct. If it's free.
Right. That's true. I think.
Then they can transport, they can do whatever they want.
Correct. So your question, whether there's even a need for an unlicensed helper.
Correct. If the license is free.
Jeff, am I missing something? Do you have a comment?
No, I mean, we can do that. The unlicensed helpers in the commercial fishing 155 reg are allowed to transport just as an unlicensed helper. They have to be listed on the license of the commercial fisherman. This would go beyond just the free license. I don't think the regs don't stipulate anything about the Asian Carp Harvest Program allowing unlicensed helpers. So it would be beyond just a free license. It would also be for those that are doing the 65-35%.
That's right. That's right. So there's two segments of fishermen in the Asian Carp Harvest Program. There's some fishers that don't have the free permit, or also they have to pay for a license, but they can fish in restricted waters, but they have to be under a few stipulations, like they have to have what, 65% of their catch has to be Asian carp. So there are people that have a paid commercial fishing license in the Asian Carp Harvest Program.
Okay. It's certainly not my intent to make it any more difficult for these people, or to have it any way harder for them to participate or get any more of these fish out. That's not my point at all. I was just trying to figure out, if it's free, why right. You didn't, You're
right in terms of the Asian Carp only commercial license, that it wouldn't really apply, but it does apply for the other folks fishing in the Asian Carp Harvest Program.
Okay. All right.
And this does actually assist them, obviously.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments or questions? What would be the pleasure in dealing with attachment D5 on Fishery Division recommendation of amending the regulation?
Mr. Chairman, I move that it be moved forward as stated.
I have a motion and a seconded by Brian Fisher. Any discussion further? All in favor of moving it on as it is to action item, please raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. The last item, somebody said something? The last item of discussion today is Fisheries Division recommendation on updating materials incorporated by reference.
So this is a kind of a cleanup. Currently, the manual that we use to assess fish kill damages that specifies replacement values. It's in 301 KR 1-400. The current edition that's referenced, it's a material incorporated by reference, is a 2003 edition. There is a newer edition it's a 2017 edition. It's American Fisheries Society Special Publication 35, Investigation and Monetary Values of Fish and Freshwater Mollusk Kills. So we just simply want to change update the regulation to reference the most current edition of the manual. And we estimate that the replacement values in the newer manual are about 20% higher than the previous edition.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, Brian.
when he said increase the value, I heard enough. Let's make a motion to pass this on as an action item on the next agenda.
Second.
Second.
Do you have a question? Well, let me come to that, Josh, in just 1 second. I have a motion by Brian Fisher and seconded by Ralph Swallows to move the updating of 301 KAR 1400 on, but there's discussion, and I believe Josh has it. Josh, do you have discussion, or were you seconding that motion?
No, I have discussion. I'm definitely in favor of it. Can we put something in there to where we look at it like every 3 years to update that? Because I know with inflation and everything, and I mean, right now, if that publication's from 2017, it's already 3 years outdated. I know there's probably not another one out there to go by, but I would like this statute to stay concurrent. I mean, we had discussion last quarter's meeting about the Kentucky River and that fish kill and the cost there. And then now this meeting, we're talking about Clear Fork. I definitely want to make sure that we're getting those costs and we're able to take that money and, repopulate those streams. I was happy to hear about, Clear Fork going to get some additional stockings. I haven't heard anything about the Kentucky River, and that's happened quite a ways ago. So I just would like, when you guys put together your proposal for us to vote on for next month, that we put some verbiage in there that says that it will be reviewed every 3 years and updated accordingly. So commissioners down the line from us don't have this issue, whereas there might be a fish kill and the cost to reclaim those fish is way off because this was an outdated KRS statute.
Thank you, Josh. Do you think that could be incorporated in it, Dave?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'd have to defer to legal on that. And, but certainly, obviously we would like to keep it current.
I'm so glad we've kept Mr. Fields busy today. We haven't let him drift too far from the computer. Welcome back, Mr. Fields. Did you understand what was being asked about? Is there a way to put in this possible update, a means of assuring occasional updates of it?
Not especially. We can't put that in a reg. In that we can't have the reg require us to update it. The commission itself can look at this as often as it wants to. You all could look at it every 3 months if you wanted to. I mean, obviously we wouldn't get a reg done that quickly, but there is a mechanism in place currently that establishes reviewing every reg within 7 years of its last update. That's a statutory change that went through a couple of years ago. Last year was the first review. And so there is a 7-year timeline to automatically require us to look at it each time. It does not technically require the commission to look at it at that point. It's the department has to just say if we need to change it or if we still need the reg or if it needs to be updated. But
I'm sorry.
We could put some sort of just calendar reminder or something of that nature that would easily alert the commission to review it. All the commission members have that option to ask that this be reviewed at any time.
I'm certain that we would have no trouble, making that commitment to try to keep it up to date. I would throw out there that, this is a very specific manual that goes to the effort to calculate this information based on hatchery production. I don't anticipate that it's going to be updated, again, anytime soon. So it may be something that, gets, 10 to 15 years old before it gets updated with a new edition.
Brian?
You could, I think, and I defer to Stephen, I think you could always write it where our reg states the most recent edition of this journal. But I would just be concerned if for whatever reason the price went down, then we'd be compelled to use that calculation.
I'm concerned about attempting something like that, in that any information that's incorporated by reference to a regulation has to be included in that regulation. And if it's not an actual law, like we do reference laws and that law might get updated, such as earlier today, we were talking about the ag reg regarding cervid facilities. That reg got updated, and instead of just updating it, which we would have been, our reg would have been fine continuing on, they actually deleted that reg and instituted a new reg with a different reg number. But going with the most recent version, I haven't seen that. We would have to see if the LRC would allow us to do that.
Yes, Mr. Swallows.
Well, if I recall, this was based on what happened with the Kentucky River fish kill, that we brought this up in the last session, which we settled for $250,000. That's what we received on that kill, which that's a 60-mile fish kill. That just seems to be a pittance of what the true economic damage is from that kill, all up and down the Kentucky River. So in looking at this, I would think that anytime that American Fisheries Society publication, which is what this is based on, would make a change, we would automatically make the adjustment within how we calculate it or how it's calculated. I think it should be an automatic thing. How can we, that's a 2003 publication, 17 years ago, and no inflationary, only a 20% increase based on the new numbers. I just think we really need to be looking out for our concerns as an agency and what the damage actually is. And again, legally, I'm not sure, Mr. Fields, where we go, but it just seems that would be an automatic adoption in what we're doing as an agency.
As I was stating earlier, I do believe anytime we incorporate something by reference, we need to provide that to the legislature. And if the manual was updated, that would be changing Kentucky law without notice and comment period. So I don't think we can do it automatically. I do think we would have to revisit it each time.
Deputy Commissioner Clark wants to speak.
Yes, sir. I'd just add, just by way of clarification again for you all and for the public, this manual update, along with what's currently in regulation, is only for replacement costs. So this is like the propagation type cost. So it's the state's cost for putting new fish back in the water. This is not addressing sport fishing, recreational impact, let's say economic benefit of these fish in the waters, the license impacts, the ecosystem services that these fish provide, and things like that. So this is not going to be a dramatic, as Mr. Swallows pointed out, dramatic increase in terms of what the state recoups for these losses. This is simply for replacement cost. And this we can do in regulation. So this is within the commission's purview directly, and then by virtue of the reg change process in the legislature. But the other, that is any kind of punitive sort of assessments, would have to be addressed, I believe, created afresh, that is newly in the legislature in statute, because we don't currently have something like that. And Dave, correct me if I'm wrong there.
No, I definitely wanted to report that we held a meeting with the legal staff, some of us in the fisheries division, along with department legal and cabinet legal. I felt a very productive meeting about a month ago to discuss these other issues about, somehow recouping more costs for possibly economic loss or investigative costs and whatnot. So we definitely want to assure the commission that we're still looking at that, and we hope to have something more the next meeting. But certainly the legal is looking into it. Some of that requires some of those things may require a statute change.
Well, forgive my intensity. then on this matter, but it's a highly charged issue and one that a lot of us have grave concern about.
I understand, and to address Commissioner Member Lillard's comment, we have done some stocking in the Kentucky River since the fish kill. We actually got some surplus catfish from West Virginia, blue cats last fall. Those went in there. Certainly have it on the production schedule this year to stock pools 1 through 5 with blue catfish, and you know, it's scheduled to get normal stockings at other, you know, those pools of other species that are on the schedule every year. So we'll be working on restocking that portion of Kentucky River that suffered that fish kill, and certainly there's natural recolonization that's going to occur as well.
Any further discussion before we put the question? We have a motion and a second that we pass this on for action item next meeting. All in favor, signify by raising your hand. Opposed, no. Motion carries. That concludes our discussion items. It's time now. It's 5 minutes after 2. We're doing real well. We just missed it by 5 minutes. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I want to remind you to please silence your microphones there. Let's take a 10-minute break. Come back at 15 minutes after. We'll have new business followed by executive session about land acquisition. So the public may be needing to be aware of that prior to getting to that point. But the next thing we'll be addressing is new business. So let's adjourn for a 10-minute break and we'll be back.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants, instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs. All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife seek to be good stewards of the great outdoors, leaving it in better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission focused. That's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources. That's what we do.
How many different types of wildlife can you name? Did you know that Kentucky is home to nearly 1,000 species of wildlife?
As Kentucky's population grows and the landscape changes, all of our wildlife face new challenges.
Many species that were once safe are now vulnerable.
The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has a team of scientists dedicated to the monitoring and study of animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped.
Bats, lizards,
Snakes,
salamanders,
mussels, raptors,
songbirds, and darters.
Current funding isn't keeping pace, and there's still a lot of work left to do.
We need to expand the community of people just like you,
who are conscious and committed to conserving Kentucky's wildlife.
We work every day to improve Kentucky's landscape so that these species can thrive.
And now there's a way for you to jump in and help.
Be our partner in this work by becoming a member of our new and exciting Kentucky Wild program.
Your involvement in Kentucky Wild will help ensure that future generations of Kentuckians can enjoy our state's wildlife.
Together, we can purchase research equipment, improve the quality of habitat,
and fund survey and monitoring projects for our state's most vulnerable species.
Fortunately, we know that good wildlife management works. The recovery of the bald eagle is just one example of how people can help wildlife.
When you become a member of Kentucky Wild, we'll work side by side and do our part to keep Kentucky wild.
Help me 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 keep Kentucky wild.
help us keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search commission to find your representative.
As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the December 4th Commission meeting for the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our next order of business is new business items that have come up. So we'll take those at this point, followed by executive session as well as reading of public remarks from sportsmen. So this first new business item is informational item to investigate possible removal of Great Crossing Dam on the North Fork of Elkhorn Creek in Scott County in an effort to return to a more historical natural water flow. I guess, Dave, is that yours?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, that is.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay. So this is just an informational item where we wanted to inform the commission about the fact that we've been approached by a nonprofit entity interested in the possible removal of Great Crossing Dam in Scott County. And I do have a graphic for you. Great Crossing Dam is a KDFW owned dam on the North Fork of Elkhorn Creek. So it's between Frankfort and Georgetown. And you can see it, Nathan will zoom in here for you. It's between just upstream of the Robinson Dam. So Jim Beam Dam is down towards Frankfort. That's the first dam upstream from the Kentucky River on Elkhorn Creek. And then Robinson Dam is the second dam that's 38 miles from the mouth. And the dam we're talking about is Great Crossing Dam. It's 41 miles from the mouth of the Kentucky River. And so this dam is obviously it's the third dam upstream from the mouth of the Kentucky River. It impounds a 2.6 mile long pool. And during a study that was funded by Scott County officials, it indicated the dam was beginning to show signs of deterioration and undermining. And the Ohio River Foundation is a nonprofit that has expressed an interest in spearheading the dam removal project at a minimal cost to the department. And we're just wanting to receive a blessing to let them go ahead and explore this possibility. There will be no cost in the near term for this exploration effort. And we've been informed by the Scott County folks that they're not opposed to us investigating this removal of this dam.
Any questions at this point about their research they're doing?
Whose district is that in, Mr. Chairman?
I believe that's in Robbie's. Yeah, Robbie's raising his hand there.
What say you, Robbie?
I'm for this project. From talking to folks in the department, from the biology standpoint, I think it's going to be good, but also from a safety standpoint, I believe that there have been at least one recent accidental drowning as a result of that dam. So I'm all for this project.
Good. Thank you, Dave. Are you going to report back to us on any updates, Dave, or how are you going to do that since this is an informational item?
We certainly can report back again when the foundation is determined, that they want to move forward with it. We can certainly do that.
Sure. Might get Robbie to participate in that too. See if Commissioner Lear can get a little update on what the feeling is, the general feeling among the people around there. So that'd be good. Gonna get an update from both of you. That'd be grand. Thank you for that update. Is that all you have on that, Dave?
Yes, sir. That's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Doug, did you have something you wanted to say? Doug Morgan?
Yes, I was just inquiring, we might want to put that on to a discussion item for sure, because the time process to get this moved forward, if they decide they want to do something, they may have to wait on us 3 months or 5.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe it would necessarily require an action. This is more just, we wanted to be transparent and let you all know about this project. And I think by way of Dave coming back and reporting, or maybe Robbie reporting on the status at some point in the future, we keep you all in the loop, but it doesn't necessarily, since it's not an acquisition, it wouldn't necessarily require your action unless you all, wanted to do that.
Did you get that, Doug? It's not going to require any action on our part. It was just informational only.
Yeah, I understood he wasn't asking us. He was just being polite.
We love that. Thank you, Dave, for being polite. And thank you, Doug, for understanding that. Okay, new business item number 2. Create a new bear hunting zone consisting of Leslie, Perry, and Pike counties. Let's see. There's John Hast, Mr. Bear himself. John, are you going to take that?
You want me to get kicked off, John? Can't tell if John's up or not, but we've got
John, are you there? I saw him. I didn't hear him. Nathan,
yep, you got me.
There you go.
Got me.
Are you ready, John? Go ahead anytime.
Chris is going to introduce it.
Yeah, basically what we're proposing here is a new business item is create a new bear hunting zone consisting of Leslie, Perry, and Pike counties. Hunters and some commission members have requested that Leslie, Perry, and Pike counties be removed from East Zone 2 and make each county its own bear zone for the archery modern gun and a bear hunt with dog season. What we propose is a female bear harvest quota with 2 female bears in each county for the 3 hunting seasons. This would be in lieu of any changes for the 2022 season that part of a bigger package that you'll probably be seeing in March. And we've got Nathan, do you have the graphic we can put up? Yeah, there it is.
Do you want to give a little background in what precipitated this desire to change those 3 counties?
Yeah, basically it looks like this year specifically, those counties both closed within 2 days of the hunt. And that's, looking at the numbers, I think, John, correct me if I'm wrong here, but 90+% of the harvest for East Zone 2 comes from those counties. So we feel like, given those numbers, that we can do this and provide more opportunity.
Paul, you wanted to say something? Paul, are you there?
Yes. Just like to thank John Hast and Chris Garland and Brian Clark for hearing the sportsman and considering this proposal. Like you said, it seemed like with 2 females being killed in Leslie County and 1 female being killed in Perry County, it closed 13 counties of the, I think that was, I don't know the exact number, but it closed the entire Eastern Zone 2 within 2 days. So had a lot of sportsmen that wanted to hunt in Pike County, Leslie County, and then it closed everything in 2 days. So thank them for coming up with this solution.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, Mr. Morgan.
I have a lot of hunters that hunt out of my district down there, and I got a lot of calls on this, and they were all favorable. And this is a similar action that we took down next to Tennessee to stop the same problem. And I support this 100%.
Good. Any other questions? John, do you want to put any comment in, or are you happy where you are just being here?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're in favor of it, and we can definitely get it done.
Super. Any questions for them about this and the reason for this? Paul and Doug can tell you about those if you want them off record. But I think everybody understands the need for this, so that's great, and it's great that you got to it that quick. I'm going to ask. Oh, go ahead, Paul.
I was going to ask, do we need a motion to move it forward?
No, as a matter of fact, I was going to come to that. For this new business, I asked Brian if he was good with it, and I believe legal will be good with it. If I ask if anybody objects that we move it to a discussion item. Now, with discussion items, we're voting to move them on to action items. But on new business, I believe I'm just going to ask if anybody objects to moving it to a discussion item. And if nobody objects, we'll just automatically move it. Is that okay with everybody, with the commission? Nobody objects to moving this? Good. Let's go to the next item. That's NB3, create a fee-based chronic wasting disease test.
Yes, sir, Chairman. Basically, with the continued threat of chronic wasting disease, what we'd like to do is create a fee-based chronic wasting disease test as a service to deer hunters who wish to have their deer tested by voluntary submission of samples outside the scope of what our standard surveillance efforts may be, or outside of some of our zones where, based on our model, where we need the samples. Basically, this will put in place a fee that hunters could pay if they want to voluntarily get their deer tested. And again, if it's not in a zone where we need numbers, or we already met our quota, or is as high a risk as what our model calls for. It would help strengthen our numbers across the state, and will be a viable option for hunters who like the animal tested but don't fall under those standard surveillance protocols. And we recommend that rate at $25. That covers our cost for testing. That's a typical discounted rate. I think off the street, I think if someone wanted these, it will be about $45.
Any questions about that proposed new business?
Chairman Kleiner, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So, gentlemen, I believe this is not in requirement, again, of any action necessarily. It's really more transparency to let you all know what the Wildlife Division is thinking, and more or less want to get your buy-in and see if it sounded reasonable to you all going forward.
Yes, Josh.
Kleiner. Thank you, Chairman Kleiner.
Yes, sir.
I know that this year the department had put out some pickup locations for hunters that wanted to volunteer heads to get this information back. So would that go away now, and then it would be a $25 fee to get that done? Or is that just if somebody wants to do it outside of the drop-off locations? I wasn't quite clear on that.
Yeah, no, the freezers would not go away. We're kind of targeting those freezers in areas where we have a hard time getting the number of samples we need for our quotas and our targets, county targets. So those would continue. This would be above and beyond that. And like I said, if it's an area that we really don't need the samples, we've got our quota, but it would help bolster our sample size and give the hunter a means to get their animal tested if they had concerns about CWD, just at a discounted rate.
Chris, let me ask you, have you all talked to any of the deer processing places, the butchering shops? Are they willing to give you the heads of any of these? I mean, I can think of down in Casey County, one place down there, they were stacking them up like cordwood, and there would be a great source of research information for you, because you could get 50 a day, 60 a day from those places if we could just get somebody to get to them.
We do. We routinely work with several of the processors and have staff, many different ways of collecting those heads. And staff sometimes work at the processor. Sometimes the processors will just save the heads for us and tag them, so we can go get the corresponding hunter information. So yeah, we routinely, that's one of our primary ways of collecting our heads that we do is through processors.
Okay.
They're
Anybody else have any questions about that? And if we don't have any objections, I don't guess this is a discussion item. This is just an informational item. So this is nothing that needs to be passed on for a vote potentially later. So that should conclude that new business. Is there any other new business? I believe a commissioner or two maybe mentioned that they had a new business item to bring up. Yes, Ken Knott.
Mr. Chairman, I have a issue in my district that continually comes up. It's the number one item that I hear from sportsmen by 3 times anything else that I have to refer to law enforcement. Below the Green River Dam, there's an area there called the box where the water comes out of the dam. And during when the walleye and other fish are running in there, there's fishermen are using called a silver buddy, a blade type bait. And then they, rumor is that they're accused of taking and placing oversized hooks on these baits. And then with our regulations, the way it states is a swift drawing of the arm or whatever in doing that is considered snagging. Well, that is the way you actually fish that bait or whatever else. So there's a conflict of officers being able to actually cite anybody for this, but there's a lot of fish being snagged, not caught in the proper ways, and it's working on the resource quite a bit. And it's a constant issue between law enforcement trying to enforce that and having an enforceable law. And so I think something that's been brought up that is possible is maybe single hook live bait only fished within that box alone. We're not talking about down below the dam any further where there's the riprap sections or what, but just in that particular area to try to have it to where we can stop this. And there may be other dams and other issues around the state that's the same, but I'd like fisheries to look at that. And I would like a special reg or something brought in to address this issue that I constantly have there below Green River Dam.
We can certainly do that.
Okay.
So you're asking, if I understand right, Commissioner Knott, for them to try to establish or promulgate a regulation concerning single hook below the, or in that special pocket of below the dam there.
Single hook or live bait. I think captain in my district, Captain McCurry, is from the area, and I would reference them to reference him on it. He has to deal with that and send his people there constantly dealing with this issue. So we could use him as a reference. Maybe he could present to us some of the issues of it. So when we have it as a discussion item that the commission can hear firsthand for what he deals with there and the pros and cons of it and all that. And then maybe other sportsmen will weigh in at the same time as well.
Colonel Gibson? Colonel Gibson? We can't hear you, Colonel Gibson.
Looks like he may be on a call. Oh, there he is.
Oh.
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm aware of the issue, and I've talked to Captain McQuarrie, and he's definitely willing to present any information that you need, references, complain. And Commissioner Knott's right. We've been dealing with this down there for years. When I recall the officers, they have tried to take these cases to court, and due to the way the KRS is written on that, on the snagging and the bait that they use, we've not been very successful with prosecution. Even though we have been successful, it's been difficult. I mean, it's like, down to testimony specifically about the bait and the type of fishing they were doing. And it is it's a real targeted area there. The concrete box that Commissioner Knott's talking about, I went down there and looked at it the other day when this issue came up recently. And it's a small area, and they're just targeting fish that are in a real confined space. And they're obviously the goal here by people that are trying to illegally take them is just to snag them with the big treble hooks. They'll use oversized hooks that are bent out and, hang them on these smaller baits to make snagging more efficient than actually trying to catch them. So the Commissioner Knott's recommendation actually does move to more of a sport fishing, which is what we endorse.
Good. Anybody object to moving that on to a discussion item next time? Then if there are no objections, we'll move that to a discussion item next time. Any other new business at this point?
Question.
Yes, Mr. Morgan.
I have a question. Actually, it's for Dave, but I guess Brian can answer it. Is Dave still here?
Yes, sir. Yes, he is.
But I see you. Sorry, you moved. It's my understanding we're going to have a public meeting about Cave Run Lake concerning the slot limit and the overuse of the ramps where they're getting clogged up by some of the tournaments. And do you have any idea when we're going to have that meeting and how we're going to do that and be compliant with the COVA regulations?
we have a framework for how we want to conduct it, and Tom was going to work on Tom Timmerman, the district biologist up in that area, was going to work on with the local officials to call that meeting. So we're working on it.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. It's a very complicated thing, and we've got a lot of interest in it here. And I was making sure that it was in the works.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's definitely.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Doug. Then the next, go ahead, Brian.
Just not really new business. I just have been talking with Mr. Garland and have asked him on the next meeting to set some time to come back and give us a CWD update from our testing results. We should have all that back sometime in March, and then what our partners are doing in Tennessee and where their CWD spread has gone to, and try to give the public an update on that, because I know that's a pretty important item and something that we've constantly been on the lookout for.
Thank you, Brian. So Chris, can you make that an informational update for us?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
This is Mr. Clark. I misspoke a while ago when I was talking about the noise levels. That was Coast Guard. And the regulation is SAEJ 2005.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Mr. That is 86 decibels at idle at 1.5 meters. Kentucky OSHA 90 requires a muffler. And without having a working muffler, that is a fine.
Okay. Does that conclude our new business? We're going to have the questions from the public read now. And in the interest of time, we may try to answer some of those that are short answers. Otherwise, all questions sent to us will be answered in time by somebody from the department, whether it's an expert in that particular question or someone on staff. All the questions that were received by email or by calls from the public will be answered. Kevin Kelly, you want to give us those questions?
Yes, sir. We received two questions, two public comments before 10:30 a.m. this morning, and I'll go ahead and read those for you. The first one: I am totally in favor of the recommendations for Clear Fork of Gasper River. I would highly recommend enacting the same regulations for all of Gasper River and its tributaries. This is signed, thanks, David Erickson.
Thank you, David.
The second public comment and final public comment that we received begins, here's a thought for the deer program. I think we could come up with a system to allow 2 bucks to facilitate helping the herd. I often have to choose between a cull and a quality buck. I'd love to be able to cull one deer and harvest a mature one. I could see a 2-tiered approach of something along the lines of legal bucks being a minimum 12-inch spread or single tine of quote unquote X length to define a mature buck, mismatch between the left and right antler of 2 points or more, or a difference between main beams of 4 inches or more to define a cull. If we were worried about being too restrictive on allowable bucks, we could allow a second buck meeting the cull definition. Numbers are just examples, but I think something like this could work to improve the quality of the herd. Thanks, Mark Wilson.
Thank you, Mark, for your comments. And we always welcome the public to both view our meetings as well as, in this case, indirectly instead of directly, the way we usually do it, indirectly participate by sending us their questions, concerns, and suggestions. So thank you very much for those. Today, we also are going to need to go into executive session about land acquisition. And as always, the legal staff asked me to read the reasons that we're going in. So I'm going to read that prior to going into executive session. All meetings of a quorum of the members of any public agency at which any public business is discussed or at which any action is taken by the agency shall be public meetings, open to the public and at all times except for specific items listed in KRS 61-810. The commission has business today that will require entering into closed session. Prior to entering this session, KRS 61-815 requires notice of the general nature of the business to be discussed in the closed session and the reason for the closed session, as well as provisions of KRS 61-810 that authorizes it. In today's session, we will be discussing a land acquisition. The session will be closed to protect the state's interest in the acquisition of land. The closed session is authorized by KRS 61-810 under Section 1B for the land acquisition. No final action will be taken in this session, and no other business will be discussed other than what I have just described. Bless you. During the closed session, necessary members of the staff will be present to advise the commission and make presentations regarding the topics I have described. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session. Paul Horn makes the motion that we go into closed session, seconded by Doug Morgan. If there's no discussion, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Aye. Opposed, no, or raise your hand now. Motion carries. We'll now go into executive session for the public. If you'll stand by, I believe they have more informational things to share with you about the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife. Many of them quite interesting, so I encourage you to watch those. We'll be back as soon as we finish this session. Thank you.
Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife. At the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources, we take those words to heart. We are conservation officers, wildlife and fisheries biologists, conservation educators, engineering, IT, communication specialists, marketers, administrators, and customer service representatives. It's our mission to conserve, protect, and enhance Kentucky's fish and wildlife resources while providing outstanding opportunities for you to enjoy hunting, fishing, trapping, boating, shooting sports, wildlife viewing, and related activities. At Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, we protect the resource and public safety by enforcing hunting, fishing, and boating laws across Kentucky, provide public hunting and fishing access through the management of more than 1 million acres of natural areas and waterways, provide quality fishing opportunities for anglers close to home by annually stocking more than 5 million fish in public waters, build and maintain public boat ramps, shooting ranges, bank fishing access areas, and other public facilities, restore streams and wetlands on private and public lands using special grants, assist private landowners with fish and wildlife habitat improvement, inform and educate millions of youth and adults through education and outreach programs. Not only are we responsible for the conservation of the few dozen species in Kentucky that are hunted, fished, or trapped, we are responsible for all of our state's incredibly diverse animal species, nearly 1,000 of them. All of this is accomplished with funding through user fees and grants instead of state taxes. The majority of the department's revenue comes from the sale of licenses and permits, federal funds, excise taxes on outdoor-related equipment, and boat registrations. Hunting, fishing, and other wildlife-related recreation generate nearly $6 billion in total economic impact to the Commonwealth, supporting about 70,000 jobs.
Hello?
All of us at Kentucky Fish and Wildlife
Yeah, I did.
stewards of the great
It kicked me off and I can't get back now.
better shape than we found it. Passionate and mission focused. That's who we are. Serving people, conserving fish and wildlife resources. That's what we do.
How many different types of wildlife can you name? Did you know that Kentucky is home to nearly 1,000 species of wildlife?
As Kentucky's population grows and the landscape changes, all of our wildlife face new challenges.
Many species that were once safe are now vulnerable.
The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife has a team of scientists dedicated to the monitoring and study of animals that are not hunted, fished, or trapped.
Bats, lizards,
Snakes,
salamanders,
mussels, raptors,
songbirds,
and darters.
Current funding isn't keeping pace, and there's still a lot of work left to do.
We need to expand the community of people just like you,
who are conscious and committed to conserving Kentucky's
It
wildlife.
hasn't.
We work every day to improve Kentucky's landscape so that these species can
Can't
thrive.
think about mussels right
and now
now.
there's a way for you to jump in and help.
Be our partner in this work by becoming a member of our new exciting Kentucky Wild program.
Your involvement in Kentucky Wild will help ensure that future generations of Kentucky
Close your Zoom connection and rejoin.
Research equipment, improve the quality of habitat.
and fund
That's from Brian Clark. Close the Zoom connection then rejoin.
Fortunately, we know that good wildlife management works. The recovery of the bald eagle is just one example of how people.
Okay, let's see.
When you become a member of Kentucky Wild, we'll work side by side and do our part to keep Kentucky wild.
Help me 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 keep Kentucky wild. Help us keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Help me keep Kentucky wild.
Got one. Get him in there, Annie. Get her, Sadie.
Get in there, Sadie.
Jeez.
There's turkeys all around him.
Double point, they're in there.
There they go.
Can't think anything I'd rather do, so.
Do you know there's a group of people representing you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of the Commonwealth, when it comes to decision making at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife? I'm Dr. Carl Kleinert, Chairman of the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm one of 9 district commissioners whose job it is to oversee the Department of Fish and Wildlife and advise the commissioner on actions to take that are beneficial to the department and in the best interest of wildlife and conservation of natural resources. Kentucky is home to me, and I grew up hunting and fishing in the Commonwealth. It's my duty, along with 8 other commission members, to be your voice in conservation when it comes to enjoying the outdoors in this state. Every decision made on your behalf is well researched, thought out, and discussed before ever coming to a vote. That's our job, and we don't take it lightly. All we ask is that you, the sportsmen and sportswomen of Kentucky, participate in the process. When a district commissioner vacancy arises, we need you to nominate someone for the position. You can come to our meetings, you can reach out to us via email or telephone. Just go online at fw.ky.gov and search Commission to find your representative. As I see it, the job of Kentucky Fish and Wildlife Commission is to leave our natural resources in better shape than when we first got here, so that every generation after us can enjoy it the same way we have.
If you catch a catfish in Kentucky, there's a good chance it got its start here at the Peter W. Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery in Frankfort. Each year, the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources stocks thousands of catfish in waterways across the state. All these catfish originate at the Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery, owned by the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources. This hatchery raises and stocks more than 300,000 catfish annually. In addition to catfish, the hatchery produces saugeye, bluegill, red ear sunfish, lake sturgeon, and alligator gar. However, it's catfish that are the Pfeiffer's hatchery's main focus. The process of raising blue catfish, channel catfish, and hybrid of the two begins in late May to early June in one of the hatchery's many ponds when a catfish pair is placed together in a submerged pen for spawning. The eggs produced by the pair are collected by the hatchery staff, careful to avoid the wrath of the male catfish trying to protect his eggs. The eggs are then transported to a hatchery trough. The trough water is oxygenated in constant motion to produce a viable environment for the eggs as they grow and hatch. The fry start to hatch after a few days and begin to look for food. It's at this time that staff start scheduled feedings for the fry, training them how to find food. A hatching rate of 90% and regular feedings mean that the fry are plentiful and grow quickly. Within 3 weeks of the eggs being collected, the fry are ready to enter one of the hatchery's ponds, a pond that will house these fry and nothing else, giving them the best chance at survival. This happens around mid-June. As many as 70,000 can go into one pond. In the early stages, fry are fed twice a day, then just once a day as they grow and become larger. With no competition for food and few predators, around 70% will grow to 5 to 9 inches by March of the next year. After a few months, hatchery staff sort the catfish into different sizes in different ponds to encourage their continued growth. After about 2 years, the fish are ready for distribution. Hatchery staff use large seines, tractors, hydraulic lifts, and elbow grease to gather the fish and transport them to awaiting trucks. The trucks bring the fish back to the same building where they hatched 2 years earlier, but this time for weighing and sorting. Once weighed, the fish are transported to state waterways. The hatchery transports fish to more than 90 locations across Kentucky throughout the year. Many of the catfish are taken to the Fishing in Neighborhoods Lakes, or FINS lakes, which are found in communities across the state. The department created the FINS program in 2006 to provide anglers with quality fishing opportunities close to home. These lakes are regularly stocked with catfish in the warmer months and rainbow trout in the cooler months. Sunfish and bass are also stocked as needed to maintain healthy populations. For more information on the FINS lakes or to find the stocking schedule, visit fw.ky.gov and search for FINS. The Pfeiffer Fish Hatchery plays an important role in providing great fishing opportunities across the state. So grab your rod and reel and take advantage of them.
So we're at the Taylorsville Lake Wildlife Management Area. This is called the Briar Ridge Unit of Taylorsville Lake. It's a 1,800-acre section of the management area. Today we are going to be putting fire to 580 acres of that area. We use drip torches that have a mixture of diesel and gasoline. On the end has a wick, so they light the wick with the match, and it drips lit fuel onto the ground. It has a little loop nozzle on the end. However you set your drip setting, there's an air vent on the drip torch. Fire it serves multiple purposes. It encourages growth of the warm season grasses in our fields, and it also will help us fight invasive species. We have 6 crews total. There are 4 igniter crews that are putting fire on the ground. We have a support crew, and we have a forestry crew that is suppression fire along our fire breaks. And then we also have a crew that is on the water that will be igniting the woods from the boat.
We're here today at Taylorsville Lake shooting flares off the boat to try to help the progression of a prescribed fire we have going on here. The number of flares we're going to shoot off today will probably range somewhere between 50 to 100 depending on the spread of the fire as we go and how much of the fire backs down.
A lot of these animals will run for cover and they'll hide. Deer and rabbits and turkey and quail and squirrels will all be able to run away and they'll get out ahead of the fire. And it's real common whenever we're burning on even private lands or public lands, you'll start seeing those animals start moving out in advance of the fire before the fire even gets to them.
It's pretty hilly terrain, and it could be potentially dangerous to send the crew up and down a hill. Once the crew gets an area burnt, they will backfire down towards the lake, and the crew from the water, they will set the flares. They will reach from the shoreline. They'll put fire up to the flares to match them together. We have some students from EKU. The students, they all have their training in fighting fire and prescribed burns, and most of them it's their first time out, so they're more going to be shadowed and mentored on the burn.
My name is Renee Steinberger. Yeah, my major is wildlife management with a minor in biology. I'm out here today because I'm Red Card certified and I love putting fire on the ground.
The purpose of this fire is to increase oak hickory regeneration and open up some of the woodlands for more small game habitat. You will be increasing forest floor cover for smaller creatures like squirrels. In the woodlands and in the open areas within the woodlands, you'll be increasing early successional habitat for things like rabbits and turkey poults. Really, all the animals will benefit from this. You'll be increasing woody browse for things like deer. A lot of the animals here in the eastern U.S. have evolved on a fire landscape, and they've come to exist, in some cases rely on management activities. And prescribed fire is one of the methods that allows us to manage the largest chunks of property at one time.
Well, this is beneficial. It restores the environment back to an oak hickory setting that we're looking for. We're looking for a productive forest, nice healthy grass fields, and it helps game and non-game wildlife both.
Hello, I'm Christy Stroud, a member of Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources Stream Team. If your property has wetlands or streams in need of repair, the Stream Team may be able to help. Stream improvement is expensive, but the Stream Team can fix streams and restore wetlands at no cost to landowners. Costs are paid by the Mitigation Fund, a state trust with the sole purpose of helping restore these important streams and wetlands. These funds are dedicated to fixing problems like unstable creek banks, such as this one, where soil is eroding into the stream. Erosion of soils leads to fish and wildlife habitat loss, smothers aquatic life, and is harmful to downstream fisheries. So what makes a healthy stream? Healthy streams do not look like straight ditches. They have pools, clean riffles, and a healthy combination of rock and woody debris. Trees reinforce stream banks the same way rebar reinforces concrete. Trees on stream banks reduce erosion, filter toxins, and improve aquatic habitat by providing shade, important structures such as root wads that give fish and insect shelter. Do you have a stream on your property in need of improvement or a formerly wet area that's been drained or altered significantly? We use state-of-the-art engineering and construction techniques to restore streams and wetlands. Like utilities, these projects require right-of-way. Approved projects can pay landowners for easements or even fair market value for the property. So reimbursement may be an attractive benefit whether you own farmland, hunting property, or recreational lands. You can learn more about the Stream Team on the department's website at fw.ky.gov. Once there, enter Stream Team in the search box or give us a call at 1-800-858-1549 or email us at streamteam@ky.gov if you have any questions.
When we're alive again. I don't have anybody here, just a very few. Sorry. Are we back?
Yes.
Gentlemen, we're back in regular session, having come out of executive session discussing land acquisitions for the state. We had 3 projects presented today by that division, project A, B, and C. Whatever the pleasure of the commission is about those 3, we can take them all together or we can take them separately as far as actions on those 3 items. So what be the pleasure of the commission with those 3 items? Mr. Morgan, I can't hear you. Do we need to? You're muted, Mr. Morgan.
I move we put them all 3 together.
Hang on.
All right, you're good.
Now say again, Mr. Morgan.
I move we vote on all 3 of them together.
That we pass those on, your motion is to pass all 3 together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Brian Fisher. So we have a motion and a second that we pass on all 3 of these projects that have been presented to us today. Is there any discussion about those? Then I'll put the question, all in favor of passing all 3 of these as the motion made and seconded, please signify by raising your hand. Opposed, raise your hand. Thank you. They all 3 pass, gentlemen. So all those motions are approved.
Mr. Chairman, may I make one comment?
We have a desire to speak from the Deputy Commissioner.
Just before we adjourn, I just want to remind our audience, if we still have folks joining us in the public as well as the commission, that we will in March have reports on our seasons, the hunting seasons. So we'll have complete information from the hunting seasons, and then we'll also have an update for you all on our license sales and our revenues at that time through this license year, because our license year ends at the end of February. So appreciate your bearing with us while we try to gather all those data. And they'll be presented at the March meeting.
At the March, what's that date?
We tentatively have the first Friday in March scheduled. And Mr. Lillard requested that if it's possible for us to schedule, and it probably would help the rest of you all, as Chairman Kleiner mentioned earlier, if we scheduled in advance. And so I'm humbly suggesting that maybe for March, June, September, and December, that we look at the first Friday of each of those months and tentatively schedule all of those. And then if we see, looming a quarter out or something, a conflict with one of those dates, then we could reschedule as far in advance as we can. But tentatively, I'd suggest we schedule the first Friday. It's easy to remember, easy for the public as well. And I don't believe at this point we have any conflicts. We try to look at hunting seasons, other activities, events, March Madness, and so on. And I think those dates would be good. But if you're aware of any conflicts with any of those first Fridays, please let me or Chairman Kleiner know.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to wish everybody a happy birthday on the commission, employees of the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife, cabinet officials, state officials, and the sportsmen and women of Kentucky. Be safe wherever you go during this COVID crisis. Have a good Christmas, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Knott, I've got a motion to dismiss and a second from Brian Fisher and a third from Josh. There's probably 4th, 5th, 7th. Yeah, Robbie's ready. All in favor of adjourning the meeting, please signify by raising your hand. Everybody's hand is up. The meeting is officially adjourned. Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Y'all soon.